The story begins on the battlefield, where everything is shrouded in thick smoke. A young field medic, drowning in sweat from exertion, faces a difficult task. The situation he finds himself in seems hopeless. He wonders if he should have taken on something he had never done before. Who could have predicted that his favorite profession would lead to such consequences? The doctor recalls the time when a colleague offered him a high-paying job and thinks that if only he had known what it would lead to. Once, while working in a hospital, the same colleague approached him and told him that he had signed up to become a medical volunteer, urging him to join. He offered Dr. Chin to go along, but he, feeling good at the hospital, did not understand why he would go to such a remote place where he would have to work at the limit of his abilities. His colleague kept insisting that it was a great opportunity to gain invaluable experience. Dr. Chin didn't want to go, but his colleague arbitrarily put him on the list of volunteers. Who could have foreseen that he would be sent directly to a war that had broken out in one of the countries? The doctor had never experienced the horrors of war, but he found himself in the middle of a civil conflict, where there were so many wounded that there was not enough room for everyone. He did his best, as a doctor should, faithfully fulfilling his duty by helping everyone who needed help. Dr. Chin forgot about sleeping and eating. His only companions were the blood and suffering of the people he was trying his best to save. But one day, something happened that no one could have predicted. The rebels suddenly attacked their camp. They ruthlessly killed everyone they didn't like, quickly seizing positions and began to search the camp. There were too many of them, and they surrounded the area from all sides, leaving no chance of escape. The insurgents combed every corner, looking for survivors or those who tried to hide. Dr. Chin, along with the patients and children he was protecting, sat in a shelter, trembling in fear of the insurgents, not knowing what to do next. A few minutes later, the insurgents opened the tent where the young doctor was hiding and pointed their weapons at him. The cold-bloodedness of these men knew no bounds. Their beliefs were far from peaceful, and they came with clearly hostile intentions. The little boy clung to the doctor, and his mother trembled with fear as they saw the guns pointed at them. The tension reached its peak, and the young doctor felt the severity of the situation as the insurgent prepared to shoot. The worst happened unexpectedly. The insurgent opened fire, and although the doctor knew he could die, he could not stand aside, because his duty was to protect the lives of others. The insurgent squeezed the trigger in cold blood, pointing the machine gun in their direction. The guy could not fully realize that this heartless rebel would actually shoot innocent people. But it happened, and a burst from the assault rifle fell on the young doctor, who was shielding people from the bullets with his body. He did everything in his power, and when the last cartridge case fell out of the clip, it was over. Drops of blood began to fall to the ground, turning it red, and the doctor stood there, pierced by bullets, not even realizing what had happened. In his arms was the little boy he had saved. The boy looked at him with hope and gratitude. He realized that these were the doctor's last breaths. In his eyes, he became a hero, and when the boy looked around, he realized that everything had happened as it was supposed to. This is the fate of a hero. After all, a doctor has always been supposed to help people, and this was his destiny. His eyes slowly closed. He fell to the cold ground, his arms dropped helplessly, and the little boy shouted, "Dr. Chin!" But the doctor could not hear anything. Having fulfilled his duty to the end, he collapsed to the ground, as if his soul was leaving his body. The first thought in his mind was of pain. It felt as if his bones were breaking and cracking, and now he was falling into an endless void, feeling death gradually engulf him. Suddenly, fresh air pierces his lungs, and bright sunlight blinds his eyes. A dense forest appears in front of him, the likes of which he has not seen for a very long time. He looks around, not understanding why he is lying on the ground, what happened to him, and why he is covered in mud. Looking at his hand, he is surprised to find that it does not look like his. It is the hand of a child. There is blood on his hands, and he remembers that his life was cut short because he died in the war. Looking around, he does not understand where he is and why he is in the body of a child. For a long time, he looked at his new body and tried to understand what had happened. But when he looked up, he was shocked to see people around him. Lots of people. Warriors dressed in medieval armor were holding daggers and other weapons. It seemed that these people were on the verge of death, tired and exhausted. The place resembled a caravan that had been ambushed or attacked by robbers. The guy caught himself thinking, is this a dream, or is he misunderstanding something? Maybe it was all just a hallucination. Or maybe it was some kind of movie set. After all, he could not have invented such a realistic smell of blood that permeated everything around him. Approaching the dead, he examined them and realized that they were real. Their bodies were torn to pieces by a single blow, and the wounds were extremely deep. But how could a person be cut in half like that? There were no gunshot wounds, which looked strange. The people around him were also behaving very strangely, like children. The guy looked around for a long time, trying to understand what had happened and where he was. But one detail caught his attention, and he began to think about what it could mean. He He seemed to be in the world of martial arts, and this place was simply incredible. The cold stones that reflected the sunlight and the area where the fight was taking place resembled a Murim, a place from the legends of warriors. The guy looked at the dead man for a long time, not knowing what to do next. But despite the horrors around him, he felt good, and his body was intact. Even his soul felt a little calmer. He thought, maybe all this is just a fantasy? But if not, then this place is definitely not some remote wilderness or even Korea. His body had also undergone changes, and the 3 lanes ahead were empty, as if they had been attacked first. The guy looked at the dead and saw their frozen faces and necks, indicating that all this had happened quite recently. Most likely death had occurred no more than 2 hours ago. He decided that he had to pull himself together, get over his shock, and get out of here before the robbers returned. When he stood up, he heard a man screaming. It seemed that someone else was still alive. Approaching the wounded man, the boy asked if he was okay. The man picked up a bag with some jewelry and said, "Give this to my wife." The guy saw that it could have been hard-earned money or some valuable things, but he didn't say anything. He just looked silently at the owner, who looked extremely depressed. The man kept saying that he was dying, but his wife was still alive and she needed money. The guy quickly tore the clothes on the wound and realized that he needed to stop the bleeding immediately. Drawing on the knowledge he had gained as a young doctor, he quickly identified the location of the wound and prepared to provide assistance. His actions were clear and confident, as he knew how to stop the bleeding and save a life. Seeing that this man was incredibly lucky, the guy realized that although the wound was deep, his vital organs were not affected. Despite the significant blood loss, if the wound is sutured, the man will be able to recover normally. But for that, he needed to find something that resembled a needle and thread. He looked at the duffel bag. Dumping its contents on the ground, the guy began to search carefully for something suitable. Fortunately, among the things was a sewing kit used to repair clothes. Quickly threading the needle, he realized that this should be enough for the operation. If he did it right, it would help prevent further infection. Although he did not have anesthesia, and it would be very painful, he had to endure it, because he had no other choice. Gathering all his will into a fist, the guy began to sew the wound of the wounded man. After some time, the operation was successful and the bleeding was stopped. The guy almost finished his work, confidently continuing to work, knowing that he was doing everything right. He had practiced many times when he was a surgeon, and often faced similar situations. As the case was coming to an end, a slight smile appeared on his face, knowing that he had done his best. The warrior who withstood this terrible pain was a real fighter. Now everything will be fine. And he quietly thanked the guy. The guy said that he had done everything in his power, as he had no antiseptic at hand. However, he hoped that there would be no blood poisoning. Taking a few things in his hands, the boy told the soldier that it was unlikely that God would help them in this, but there was still hope. The old boots that fell out of the bag showed that the soldier had a pregnant wife waiting for him at home, and he had to survive. The boy carefully collected everything he had poured out of the sack. He brought the sack to the warrior and asked him not to die, because he was waiting for him at home. The sun was already setting over the horizon, and soon the dark night would come. The guide dragged the survivors away from the danger, trying to gather his strength after everything he had been through. He was completely exhausted, because all this time he had been helping people without thinking about his own strength. He didn't understand why he got tired so quickly, because his new body was supposed to be much more durable. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps and thought that maybe someone else had survived the chaos. He got up and walked forward, hoping to find someone else alive among the ruins of this tragedy. He believed that there were others who needed help, and he simply could not leave them to their fate. He felt that it was no accident that he was in this body, and now his mission was to help everyone he could save. However, the danger was enormous, and if no one came to help, all his efforts might be in vain. Clenching his fist, he stopped the flow of negative thoughts, trying to focus and not lose faith. This is not the time to think about that now, he decided. I need to help the survivors first. He could only see one thing: to fulfill his medical duty and help everyone in need, even in his new reality. Thick smoke rose over the rocks, horrified by the situation that unfolded around them. The bodies of the dead were scattered all over the mountain range, and overturned chariots testified to the scale of this fierce battle. The young master went from one place to another where the dead lay, trying to understand what exactly had happened. He looked at their bodies and was disgusted by the amount of blood that covered them. The smell of blood permeated everything around him, and he was horrified at the thought of how much these people must have suffered. He looked at the woman with the deep-cut wounds, and the realization that he could not help her filled him with shame. Tears streamed down his face, and the thought that he was powerless gripped his heart. But when he looked closely at one important detail, he realized that the main thing in a surgeon's work is to be able to determine who can be saved, and those who are no longer saved. His first priority was to focus on those who still had a chance of being saved. He got to his feet and moved forward, searching the area for those who could still be helped. He dragged some of the wounded aside, laying them on a convenient slope, trying to create some kind of shelter. Out of the large number of wounded, only 3 had a chance of survival, and only they could be helped, given the scale of this tragedy. Only for them did he do everything possible, given the situation. His eyes rested on these people who were lying helplessly in front of him, and he felt heavy with what he saw. It was difficult and painful for him to realize how it all turned out for him, being in a hopeless situation. But he gathered all his will into a fist and tried to keep himself in check, despite his despair. He could only imagine that if he had normal medical equipment with him, he could have saved more lives. Now in the middle of the forest, he felt powerless with only his own hands. Looking closely, he noticed a handkerchief under one of the wounded. He picked it up, unfolded it in front of him, and saw that it had strange hieroglyphics on it. The hieroglyph meant flying kite, which was drawn on this piece of cloth, mysteriously glistening under the sun. It was clear that this was an escort carrier, an organization that transports people or goods for a fee. Such transportation companies are often found in martial arts novels, and the young owner realized that he had moved right into one of them, and the wounded were probably the guards who accompanied this caravan. If so, a rescue team should have already been sent for them. However, there was no time for delay. The boy found a sharp sword in one of the bodies and pulled it out. He sat down on a hill, stuck the sword in the ground, and began to sharpen it on a flint, preparing to make a fire. All of his efforts were directed at getting the fire going, and soon the flint began to spark. After a while, after many attempts, the fire finally caught fire, and the boy was happy because his military knowledge was finally useful. He started collecting firewood and carrying various materials to set up the camp, but as he worked, he realized that the body he was reborn into was very weak. After a while, he managed to create at least some kind of shelter in the area. Soon everything was ready and the place looked like a campsite. The guy fell to the ground, exhausted after a hard day's work, next to the people who had been unconscious all this time. From his tent, he looked up at the sun, which was bright red and slowly setting behind the clouds, illuminating the sky. He didn't understand, but he couldn't stop thinking. Why did he think that someone would come to rescue them? But before it got dark, he had to go down to the foot of the mountain to check the area. The people who had a chance of being rescued were warming themselves under a tent and were safe at least for the moment. The guy looked at them again, gritted his teeth, realizing that he had to act because their lives depended on him. His main task had always been to help ordinary people, and he could not leave these sufferers to their fate. He thought about his difficult fate, fell to the ground, and was overcome with sadness. Despite the fact that he is a doctor with full medical training and all the privileges, fate has prepared him for a difficult test. He did not come to this profession to carry the wounded on the battlefields of Murim's lands, but he could not escape his duty. He chose the profession of a doctor not out of altruism, but for the sake of making a lot of money to be able to support himself and his family. Although helping people has always come first for him, the financial side was of great importance to him. He had been poor and unhappy all his life, having grown up as an orphan, and this feeling of lack had always haunted him. He devoted his adult life to fighting his own suffering, considering every step towards a better life and achievement. His life turned upside down when he decided to become a volunteer and found himself in such a horrible situation where he sacrificed himself, covering civilians, and died from multiple gunshot wounds. How could this have happened at all? He did not understand it. A sudden loud sound filled his ears, and the guy paid attention to it, feeling threatened. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he assumed that it could be wolves who were probably going to attack them. After all, he was in the ancient world, where wild animals like wolves had existed for hundreds of years, and robbers for thousands of years. The boy picked up a flag with the emblem of the kite and began to cry, asking himself where the rescuers were. Why aren't they coming to help? But when he looked closely at the inscriptions on the flag, he noticed that the flying serpent transport escort was very familiar to him. He began to recall where he had heard the name, and suddenly remembered that he had read the novel The Greatest Heavenly Demon, where one of the characters was named Peklinson, and he was in a 3-generation medical institution in the Middle Kingdom. He was stunned by this discovery, but the ground under his feet began to tremble more and more. As he left the tent, he heard the sounds of a horse galloping from a short distance away. He grabbed the sword he had pulled from the body of one of the dead and began to wave it, hoping to attract attention. He had hoped that it was a rescue squad that had come to help him, and he was trembling with anticipation. However, he also had a strong suspicion that they might be robbers who had come to attack him. The first to appear were flags with various emblems fluttering in the wind. Soon the boy saw the main flag, the famous flying serpent. He breathed a sigh of relief and fell to his knees, realizing that he had finally reached help. These people had indeed arrived to help the lost squad, and the boy felt relieved to have survived. All the survivors, including him, would now be safe, because the soldiers had come to protect them. When the soldiers arrived, They were heavily armed, and their squad surrounded the boy as the only survivor of the horror. The boy noticed that the carts that arrived with the soldiers looked quite unusual. One of them looked like a huge first aid kit filled with medical supplies, and the boy remembered that he had already read about something similar. He recalled a passage from a book that described Pek Rik Insen's medicine cart, which was filled with medicines from top to bottom. And now he realized that this cart was the same one he had read about, and his eyes lit up with a spark of hope. The guy remembered the time when he was enthusiastically reading the novel, and how his colleague interrupted him, mocking the fact that the doctor was again immersed in a book about martial arts. The doctor did not care what others said because it was his hobby. His colleague then remarked that the greatest heavenly demon sounded boring, but the doctor was angry at this opinion and reacted sharply. The young master grabbed his head, not believing that the incredible was really happening to him. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it wasn't. When the soldiers arrived and saw the guy, they shouted joyfully that they had found at least one survivor. The guy had been kneeling all this time, waiting for their reaction, trying to comprehend what had happened. He was illuminated by the sunlight, and looking at the warriors, he could not believe that this was really the same world and the same master he had read about in the novel. The hawk flew like a wind over the mountainous terrain of Murim, the dry wind sweeping over the slopes, kicking up dust. The rescue team arrived at the scene and rescued everyone they could, including our hero. The boy looked at the person who saved him, trying to understand who this stranger was. When Chin was on his knees and the chariot stopped, a man who seemed strangely familiar to the young master approached him. The first thing he ordered was to check if there were any wounded and to thoroughly examine the entire area. After that, the man turned his attention to the young man who had miraculously survived the tragedy. The boy was standing and eagerly awaiting the reaction of the commander-in-chief of the unit. The man was approaching him with his huge steps, confidently standing in formation, demonstrating strength and authority. Standing over the boy, this stern man directed a penetrating gaze at him. The only thought that was going through the boy's mind was, why is this man so huge and powerful? He sat down next to the boy and asked him how he was feeling, looking at him with care that he hid behind his stern appearance. The man standing in front of him was called Hyun, and he was the head of the Flying Serpent. He asked the boy to introduce himself. The grimy and tired boy said his name, Ji Cheon. Looking at Hyun, he realized that he was much kinder than he had expected. The head recognized that the young master's name was quite beautiful and praised Ji Cheon, saying that he was a real good man, because not every adult man could show such resilience in a situation like this. But Ji Cheon could. Hyun's eyes drifted to the tent, and he immediately realized that the tent could not have appeared out of nowhere. It was made by this boy. When Chin reported that there were injured inside the tent, the head was shocked by this discovery. He looked inside and saw that there were indeed wounded people who had already received some medical care. A chill went through Hyun's body as he realized the situation, but he had to act immediately. He ordered his soldiers to provide emergency assistance and call Master Baek Rinsung as soon as possible. Chin hoped that he hadn't made a mistake because the guy in question was Rinsung. A carriage was rapidly approaching from the distance, and the silhouette of this hero appeared from it. The young master held his breath, feeling that something important was about to happen. It seemed impossible, but it was not a dream. When he turned his head, he noticed something incredible. The man who was getting down from the chariot was the same one described in the novel, Baek Rinsung, one of the doctors of the 3 generations of the Celestial Empire. Baek Rin got his nickname because of the color of his hair, which resembled the scales of a white dragon, and his figure was truly legendary. He looked like a magician, and his aura radiated incredible energy that everyone around him could feel. Although he was a man, everyone saw him as an incomparable beauty. The guy, seeing the silhouette, opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say because it all looked like a fairy tale. Everything corresponded to what he had read in the novel, and the world he found himself in was not just the world of martial arts. It was a whole universe from the same book that had once been just an interesting novel, but now had come to life right before his eyes. The story went like this. The young doctor had read the novel The Greatest Heavenly Dragon several times in a row shortly before his death. One of the important secondary roles belonged to Baek Rinsung. According to the plot, when the transport squad was attacked, it was he who saved the main character, Hae Ryun. After that, there were many events in the novel, and in the end, Baek died of a chronic illness in the 2nd volume. But now everything went off script, because the guy, standing in front of Baek, realized that something had changed. The patient Baek was supposed to treat had already been stitched up by Chin. Baek looked at the victim's body for a long time and saw a striking picture. A deep wound was sewn up with threads, and the seam was already beginning to heal. The suture was made with incredible precision and skill, Dr. Peck appreciated the flawless work he had seen for the first time in his medical practice. All he had to do was to treat the wound, for which he took out a special ointment and applied it to the wound with his fingers. By putting his hands on the victim, his energy was transferred directly to the patient's body, and the aura around him shone. The head of the detachment came to check on the doctor, as he was interested in how the important warriors Unpaidu and Kongsong Paisa were feeling. However, the doctor didn't want to talk about their condition and changed the subject to a question that bothered him. Pointing to the stitch, the master asked who had sewn the wound. All the warriors paid attention to this question because it was serious. No one but the young master could have done it. The eyes of everyone present focused on the little boy, and he felt a lump form in his throat because of the unexpected attention. Chin admitted, when asked, that he had sewn the victim's wound. Peck emphasized that the boy had extraordinary surgical skills for such a young man, and smiled at him to express his surprise. Everyone was shocked to learn that the victim had survived, thanks to this young hero's skills. Praise from Baek Rin-sung was the highest form of recognition in the society. They began to praise the boy, admiring how good he was, and could not believe that he was such a skilled craftsman who did not get confused in a critical situation. But the boy only wanted to help at any cost. Peck's face symbolized respect, and from that day on, Chin was accepted into the circle of confidants, which was very rare. The young master was left with the warriors who were to remain in place for some time. When he saw the chariot with the dignitaries leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Falling to the ground, he felt heavy in his chest. It was hard to breathe, and he could not fully accept the new reality. He realized that the gratitude from the flying serpent himself was incredibly valuable in this world. The warriors around him promised that they would definitely repay him for his kindness. However, he would have to live a new life in which he found himself in a new, important role. The chariot with the dignitaries moved quickly along the mountain paths. Everything necessary for life was in these chariots, but their speed was their main advantage. Inside the chariot in which Master Peck was riding, a fire was burning and a kettle was heating up to make fragrant tea. Next to Master Peck was a servant who helped him in everything, because Peck spent a lot of his inner energy to heal people. The servant understood that his master was a pearl of kindness, but he should not go there because it was hard for him. Master Peck lay in bed, having no choice but to fulfill his duty. He remembered how last year, the head of the escort, Un, had helped him escape from the threat that hung over his family. Today he saved his younger brother, thus repaying the debt he once owed. The servant realized that the losses associated with Un Pyongyang were particularly painful. He was very sorry that others had survived, and he had not, and when they arrived, there was no way to help him. Leaving this place, the young master had a clean soul, feeling that he had fulfilled his duty. Now he no longer owed anything, and his soul was no longer burdened by any burden. However, the servant realized that if Master Peck continued to behave like this, he might lose his strength completely. After all, Peck knew that the 9 yin meridians were not easy to restore, but what could he do in this situation? Master Peck knew full well that he did not have long to live, and if he lived to be 40, he would be considered a long liver. Although his servant begged him not to say so, Peck raised his hand, feeling that it was true, and called his servant Yuha. Removing his mask, he said that he had decided to take him as a disciple. No matter what contradictions Yuhu expressed, the master was adamant, and his decision was final. The master knew full well that his life would be even shorter if he began to teach the apprentice, but he made the decision anyway. The servants, no matter how much they tried to convince him, knew that he would not change his mind. However, one thought did not let Master Peck rest. When they were at that place, he saw a child who had done the unimaginable. This child had amazed the young master with his actions, and even the servant was amazed by the story. The servant clenched his fist but did not say anything to his master because he was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. This incident was truly incredible, and the servant decided not to contradict his master, although he still could not fully accept his decision. Chin was sleeping peacefully, not disturbing anyone, when suddenly a familiar smell began to wake him up, and memories of the medicine from his childhood appeared in his mind. For a moment he caught himself thinking that he had heard and seen this medicine when he was a child, and often visited the market where such herbs were sold. Then he decided to open his eyes. He noticed that he had woken up in a different place from where he had fallen asleep. The strong smell made him feel sick. He grabbed his heart and began to breathe heavily. Looking around, he tried to figure out where he had woken up. Despite the unpleasant smell of the medicine, he had to figure out what was going on. Warm air was coming through the thick window in the carriage. The rays of the morning sun penetrated the room, and he realized that the place he was in resembled a hospital. He saw the same legendary man he had seen before. But why did he come back again and stomp his boots loudly? The man only told him to stay in bed. Still not fully awake, Chin did not know what to say because everything seemed unreal. He saw Master Peck, surrounded by soldiers and his assistant, standing over his bed, and it looked like something very serious. Master Peck was feeling very well that day, and he had not gathered just to talk. The warriors stood around him on all sides, in straight lines, as if they were on an important mission. The young master could not imagine why they were all looking at him so closely. Next to him was the boy Chin had saved. He had survived, but what happened to the other two remained unknown. Chin asked the master where he was, and he replied in a light tone that they were in the Flying Snake unit. Master Peck said that the boy had fainted and slept all the way here, so he decided to let him rest. The boy looked at Master, and he looked like a real celebrity. He could not believe that Master was speaking to him so respectfully, and even on a first-name basis. Master Peck expressed his respect to the young man, saying that his skills and help had saved the lives of his people. Even though Peck had completed his treatment, saving other people was the young hero's undeniable achievement. Chin was only happy that he was able to help people, but he did not say anything. Master Peck said that he had managed to avoid complications, and emphasized that not only the kite, but also the Kongson family owed him a great debt of gratitude. The boy did not understand where the Kongsons came from. The master reminded him that the girl he was treating with a sword in her hand was the heiress of this family. She was one of the daughters of the Kongson family, a wandering warrior and heir to the position of Fosa in the Flying Serpent. The master once again emphasized that if it were not for the young hero, these people would probably have died. Chin, knowing a little bit about the plot of the novel, recalled that the Kongson family appears a little later in the story as an important part of the events. He realized that he had saved the daughter of the head of the Kongson family, not because he wanted to, but because it was his duty as a doctor. The young hero decided to get out of bed, not wanting to think that it was his merit. He tried to get up but felt a lot of pain and could barely stand. Master Peck's servant stopped him, supporting him with one hand so that he would not fall. Peck's servant, official Yuhu, who was accompanying him, only told the boy to be careful. It was just like in the novel, and Yuhu was also quite a strong character, known for his half-closed eyes, which he kept that way because of a skill he learned from his grandfather. The young master thanked everyone for their kind words, feeling grateful that he had been able to help. He was glad that he was able to contribute his modest help to saving people. The warriors around him, hearing the young boy's words, could not believe that he was so wise to speak out like that, being just a child. The boy understood that thanks to him, the Flying Serpent had repaid the debt to the Kongson family. But deep down, he felt that he could cause even more confusion in these circumstances. A minute later, Master Peck handed the boy a red box and warned him that it contained something special. The box contained a rare cure for internal injuries, which was a sign of great respect and gratitude for the boy. The warriors around them were amazed by this gift, because it was not just a thing. It was the legendary Huandan of the century-old pine tree, which cannot be easily obtained or bought. This medicine is extracted from a century-old pine tree that grows in ancient places. The resin released from the roots contains the vitality of this tree. This drug preserves the vital energy of the century-old tree, and its value is extremely high. Looking at this gift, the young hero did not understand why the master was giving him such a rare item. Everyone around him was also surprised by this gift. Master Peck looked at the boy and felt no regrets, because if it weren't for this child, they would have lost hope of continuing the Kongson family, which was nicknamed the Dragon Sword. The Kongson family may not even believe that the child saved their relative, but it is true. The master knelt down in front of the boy, recognizing that the rescued girl held an important position in the family, and perhaps this gift was not enough to express all the gratitude. Other people around who understood the value of this object could not fully comprehend its meaning. The guy looked at the gift for a long time, not knowing what to do with it. He still did not understand why he had been given this medicine and thought it would be useful to know its name. The master explained that if he took this pill, it would help treat internal injuries and relieve his headache. He noted that the boy was very exhausted, and that it was difficult for his body to recover. The master asked the boy to take the pill right now to feel relief. The boy understood that this was probably a miracle cure for internal injuries, and although he doubted its effectiveness, he decided to take it out of respect for the master. Despite his doubts, he obeyed the master. When he put the pill in his mouth, he noticed that it even began to glow. At first, he found it difficult to swallow it, but with effort he did so. After that, a pleasant chill spread through his body. His head felt a little dizzy from the effects of the pill. Yuhu handed the boy a bottle and asked him to drink the liquid to help him sleep, because he needed rest. The boy put the bottle to his lips and began to drink. Master Peck asked everyone to leave to let the boy rest. As the warriors left, they realized that this boy was much more unusual than they had been told. When they thought about their children, they didn't even want to imagine how far behind he was. He would have been a great example for them. The rumors spread quickly, because people love to gossip. In the evening, the master returned to visit the boy. He had been lying in bed for a long time and fell asleep quickly. Then Yuhu asked the master if he really wanted to make him his disciple. The master had no doubt about his decision, for no one would refuse to become a disciple of Heavenly Father Baekrin Seong himself. However, his servant was still worried. The bottom line was that the master was aware of the possibility that the boy might be a fake. To check this, he went to the bed and carefully examined an important detail. Pulling out the needle and holding it in his fingers, he asked the servant, "When sincerity is revealed, does it not touch the heart?" The servant looked at this and was amazed, and could not believe that the master was going to give such a valuable thing to this young man. The master raised the needle above the young master's forehead. He ran it over the young man's face, and it began to glow with his aura, as if the aura was embracing his body, filling it with energy. The boy's hand began to tremble from the effect. Peck looked him straight in the eye and smiled as he watched the effect of this procedure, while the servant looked on with envy. The only question left was whether to envy this guy or to sympathize with him, because now under the master's care, his life would not be peaceful and safe. At that moment, the boy had a strange dream. It seemed to him that he had become a butterfly and was in the hands of a madman who was piercing his body with needles. He clearly felt every impact on his body in the form of a butterfly, unable to do anything. The boy begged the madman to let the butterfly go, realizing that this was not normal, but the man did not listen. All the guy wanted was for this nightmare to end as soon as possible. Suddenly he woke up, opening his eyes with relief to see that the ceiling was the same as it had been before. Waking up, he felt like he was in a new body, as if his body had changed completely. There was only one peaceful smell in the room, which enveloped everything around him. The guy did not understand why the room smelled like something rotten, filling the entire space. He lifted his arm, feeling that it was a little numb. When he lifted his leg, he felt that he could not fully control his movements, and this confused him. Looking around, he saw that the entire room was shrouded in smoke. Another important fact was that he was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Naturally, very unpleasant thoughts began to swarm through his mind. What had happened to him again while he was sleeping? He started screaming all over the room because it was not normal anymore. We will find out what happened to him while he was sleeping in the next chapter. As soon as he started to worry, he saw Master Pecklinson standing next to him with his servant. The master quickly covered the young man with a blanket, and it was obvious that he had been in the room all night. But why was he personally looking after him, since servants are usually responsible for caring for the sick? Master Peck was pleased because, surprisingly, there was not much dirty energy in the boy's body. These words surprised the boy because he felt something stuck to his back. It looked like dried rubber, and he saw that he had a scar on his back. The master asked him what was bothering him, because his body looked good and he should be fine. The young master realized that this scar was the source of the bad smell. However, Chin felt much better and did not feel anything wrong, so he allowed the master to address him as you. He felt that it would be embarrassing if such a high-ranking person addressed him as you. The master understood his request and fulfilled it without any problems. The boy was glad to have such an understanding. The master looked at the scar for a long time and touched the boy's back with his hand, focusing on its condition. Chin could not understand what kind of unclean energy it was, because he had no internal injuries. When he felt the scar, the skin began to peel off, and Peck was sure that this might be useful to the boy in the future when he started learning martial arts. The course of treatment included a pulmosis procedure. Pulmosis is a term often found in martial arts novels. It is a stimulation technique that removes all toxins from the body through energy and medical cleansing. As a result, the guy's blood vessels were cleaned. It was great, of course, but Chin could not understand why the master said he would study martial arts in the future. Why would he want to do that? Peck called his servant Yuhu and told him to prepare a bath for the boy. Yuhu was already there, holding a towel. He quickly wrapped the young master in the towel and picked him up to take him to the bath. Yuhu walked along smiling, though he was hiding his thoughts. He knew that if Beck himself had done the cleansing, then this boy probably had even more potential than those who came from warrior families. The boy was in Yuhu's arms and couldn't understand why he was being treated so well. The smile did not leave the servant's face, and his behavior seemed a little strange to the boy. A few minutes in the bath would not hurt, but the boy was thrown directly into the hot water, which seemed too harsh to him. While taking a bath, he thought about all the events that had happened. The water getting into his eyes stung a lot, so he decided not to open his eyes underwater. He emerged from the large bathtub, which looked like a swimming pool. Looking around, he saw that the Flying Serpent's bathing facility was a luxurious place. It had been built as part of the unit that managed the waters of the Qianzi, thanks to the skill of Pecklinson. It's hard to find anything like this place in the world. The boy left the hot spring and headed for the place where Yuhu was. However, he had one serious problem. After bathing, he had a very bad headache. Various questions began to appear in his mind. Where was he really from? Who were his parents? What kind of family did he come from? All these answers would be normal for an ordinary person, but he did not know what to say. If there had been even small injuries on his head, he could have attributed his forgetfulness to memory loss. When asked by Yoo-hoo, he simply replied that he was suffering from amnesia. Meanwhile, Yoo-hoo rubbed Chin's back, finishing his usual duties. The servant told him that he had done everything he needed to do, and now the young master could take as long as he wanted, calling him when he was done. Chin dove back into the vat of hot water, trying to figure out why Yoo-hoo was so annoying. He was a really annoying guy, but it was understandable. Master Baek had used a polymorphic effect on an unknown guy. As Chin waded deeper into the water, he wondered what he should do next. He looked at the clear water and saw his reflection. It was unclear why, but he found himself in the body of a child in a novel he knew. In his previous life, he died nobly, saving a man. And in this life, he survived only because he also saved others. The situation seemed strange to him. Maybe he was just unlucky. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if hungry wolves had come instead of the kite squad. The guy would have been dead for sure. His memory brought back the events of his past life, as if it had happened only yesterday. A life in which he had no family, no relatives, not even a loved one. His life was quite boring, perhaps even aimless, just an existence. However, thanks to his efforts, he was able to survive and always wanted to move forward. But his previous life is over, and now he is in the body of a boy. He wonders how he should live his life. A few minutes ago, he heard from Yoo-hoo that the escort group was killed when they were attacked by robbers. Yoo-hoo said that those bandits were scoundrels and were on their way from Soju, the city where the secret unit of magicians is located. The boy remembered the book he had read several times and knew roughly how the story would unfold. He realized that the main character of the novel, a heavenly demon named Haryung, was recruited by the magicians through Soju, where he was constantly humiliated and tempered his character. However, there was another interesting character, an unnamed hero who died in the novel at the very beginning when the boy was reading it. And the most interesting thing is that the boy was reborn into this nameless character who died on the very first page. In addition, he is now an orphan again, just like in his previous life. His entire previous life was devoted to doing his best for those who had a family. And now, as he plunged into the water, he was overcome with a strange feeling. Perhaps he dreamed that by helping others he could find happiness. Maybe his actions would give him the right to start his own family someday. As he emerged from the water and grabbed a breath of fresh air, he realized that this was a real challenge. A chain of thought led him to the conclusion that in order to have a family and children, he would need a lot of money. In the world he is in now, Murim, human life is worthless. The only way out for him is to become stronger. There are many difficulties ahead of him, but he realized that he had to learn to stand up for himself. If he doesn't, then what kind of family can we talk about? In this world, if you don't defeat your enemy, you will simply die. The boy looked at his reflection in the mirror. He saw a weak boy, a child who has neither money nor strength, but has knowledge of what the future holds. He just wanted to find his way, to be a doctor, which was a bit like his previous life. Soon the guy appeared on the horizon, well-dressed and looking confident. When Yoo-hoo saw the young master, he was amazed at his appearance. He couldn't even believe that this was the same boy who had finally been washed clean. Now he looked fresh, and Yoo-hoo complimented him, telling him that he had made him a wonderful tea. All he had to do was follow Yoo-hoo to drink it. They walked down the deep corridors toward the tea room. However, the strange expression on the boy's face scared Yoo-ha. He seemed to be a rather strange child. This child, unlike other ordinary children from warrior families, had neither a noble background nor good fighting skills. Although Yoo-hoo's master treats him well, the boy sees this as a problem and does not feel anything special. He even feels jealous because he was accepted as an apprentice. You can see on Yoo-hoo's face that he feels bad because his master shortened his already short life because of him. Chin notices Yoo-hoo's behavior and recalls the time when he was just a simple intern. He recalls large Chinese buildings where people enjoyed fresh, fragrant tea. Yoo-hoo sat the young master down at a large table and began to serve him lunch. Looking at all these treats and drinks, there was no doubt that there was a reason why the young man was treated so carefully. If you recall the novel, there was not a single character in it on whom Baek Rin-sung used the pulmosis technique. It turns out that he himself is the reason why the master used this technique, and that's probably why Baek spent a lot of energy. If the boy really did receive a pulmosis, it could have a bad effect on Master Peck, because his internal energy helps prevent the development of diseases. Perhaps this is why Baek Rin-sung died in the first volume of the novel, sacrificing himself to save another person's life. It was not an easy decision to make. The guy knew the book's content from cover to cover, had some skills, and wondered if there really wasn't a way to help Baek Rin-sung beat his disease. But first, he needed to enjoy some tea and sweets. However, the sweets could have been poisoned with Sangon poison. The magicians were always cunning and resourceful. They sent a spy who poisoned part of the Flying Snake's escort, and then came to finish off the rest of them personally. The boy started eating cookies for tea, and they turned out to be quite tasty. He thought that he shouldn't refuse such good food, especially such tasty food, and wiped the cookie crumbs off his hands. The creak of the door spread through the room as a stranger entered. The guards immediately noticed the newcomer, and the young master looked up as well. Master Peck walked in, dressed in smart clothes, and with him was not only his staff, but also someone unknown. The person in the center was wearing a satchel, an Asian straw or bamboo hat, and it was quite difficult to tell who it was. However, when you looked closely, you could see that it was a girl. She came up, bowed to the guy, and began to thank him for saving her because she heard that if it wasn't for him, she would no longer be alive. The girl, as a member of the Kansen family, promised to reward the young master for his good deed. The boy began to remember what he had read about her in a novel. It was Kan Song-hyun, who had come to thank him for saving her younger relative. He refused to help her. However, she insisted because she knew that he had already been praised by both Master Beck and Inseong. But their family would not stand aside and would never forget his deed. The boy was embarrassed because he was not used to so much praise. He was embarrassed, and he began to make excuses that anyone in his place would have done the same. The guy began to insist that she should visit her relative, because it would be much more correct. Hearing these words, the girl was shocked and reacted with surprise. She apologized for her tactlessness, said goodbye, and ran to her sister. She ran out of the room so fast that everyone was even embarrassed by it. For a moment, she felt ashamed of her behavior because she had not gone to her relative first. Master Peck was watching everything that was happening and hanging on the boy's every word. Chin understood that Hyun was the only daughter in the family, and he knew that she was not good with a sword. Because of this, her older sister was disappointed because she had hoped that Hyun would inherit the secret techniques of the Kongseong family. The previously mentioned Kongseong-eun was their sideline relative. Although Hyun always compared herself to her younger sister, she still loved her more than anything else in the world. According to the plot that Chin read in the novel, it was said that at this point, Yoon was supposed to die. After her sister Yoon dies, Hyun, who treated her like her own, falls into an uncontrollable rage. When she finds out that it was planned by their family, she sets off a real bloodbath, eliminating all those responsible. And the doctor who happened to be in this storyline turns out to be the one who helped to avoid these events in the future. But all of these people are now following a completely different plot from the novel the boy was reading. According to the story, the prologue of the first volume is now taking place, when Bakrin Sung has to save Haryong from the Celestial Empire. It was in this chapter that one of the most terrifying events of the novel was described. Knowing this, the boy realized that he had to prevent the plot. Otherwise, he himself might die because of these events. Master Peck approached the young doctor and noticed that he was feeling much better, so he offered to discuss the events. Suddenly, the young man started coughing. It was obvious that he was sick, and everyone began to worry about his health. He explained that it was because of his throat, which had become sore after tea, although he had not yet fully recovered from the treatment. The master looked at his future student with interest. The boy realized that since he was in Murim's world, this pace of events would not leave him without interrogation and suspicion. His throat hurt after tea, and he tried to explain it. The master approached him and offered to take his pulse if he didn't mind. He lifted the boy's sleeve a little and touched his vein to check his pulse. When the master took his hand, the boy felt a strange itching sensation, as if something unusual was happening. He realized that he knew little about internal energy, but he could feel his body reacting to this unexpected thing. At that moment, some kind of energy connection arose between him and the master. The master abruptly pulled his hand away and said that the problem was that the inner energy was scattered. The head could not understand how this was possible, because the guy did not show signs of being proficient in martial arts. Our hero did not understand anything. He just watched and was shocked by everything that was happening. However, Master Peck knew that the energy was due to a miraculous medicine sent by the Kongsen family. In addition, he had given the boy some pulmosis techniques, and in this case, it was not so important. The master reassured himself that almost all of the energy would be removed and only a small part would remain. The head was not happy that the power of pulmosis of this level went to a child who had never studied martial arts. But he hoped that it would help the boy better absorb the medicine he received. Master Peck realized that if people found out about this, many families would send envoys to him to do the same for their children. So he decided to hide the information, explaining that he had simply repaid the debt to the kite. In addition, his grandchildren will soon start practicing martial arts. If he was wrong, his medical skills were still on the level of a divine gift. However, the master did not want to be praised so much, and joked that he should not be overly exalted. The young master watched Master Peck's expression closely, and saw the real Peck Rinsen in front of him. He even thought about the grandson of the head of the escort. This man was a real doctor, and something strange happened at this table. The boy's inner energy dissipated. Most likely the reason was that the boy had taken Sangon poison. The head was shocked that someone would even think of giving Sangon poison to an ordinary child. Such an attitude toward children, especially toward the benefactor of the flying serpent, was completely unacceptable. But it remained a mystery to the master who had mixed the poison. The whole situation looked incredibly mysterious, and the motives of those who did it were unclear. Anyone could be suspected, for example, Yuha, who was simply silent, but his expression was quite strange. Returning to the servants who served the sweets and tea, they belonged to a prestigious class of paisa, and the soldiers were of high rank. It became obvious to the master that this event was a sign that someone had set his teeth on them and had hostile intentions. The master, realizing the seriousness of the situation, ordered to immediately get rid of the tea and sweets, as it was unknown who the traitor was, and they might be attacked soon. So we had to act quickly. This was not the first incident, and remembering the attack on the escort, the head realized that it was clearly part of a conspiracy. In a rage, he smashed the table with drinks and candy and exclaimed that it was no doubt poison. In his anger, he turned to Master Peck's-son and apologized for his assumptions, even though they were true. Roughly throwing open the door, he began shouting for the clan master to be called immediately, because from that moment on, things would get serious. The head was determined not to allow any more such arbitrariness, as it had already become a threat to his entire clan. The master asked his young apprentice if he knew that there was poison in the sweets, and if he knew that the poison was called Sangon. The young man thought to himself that Sangon is a poison that absorbs internal energy and has no color or smell. He tasted a little of each dish, hoping that he would be able to detect something suspicious. He was trying to feel the presence of poison, having not conducted experiments on experimental rabbits for a long time. And this time he became one himself. The guy recalled how he had justified his experiments in the past by saying that the development of medicine requires victims, and that is why he found these victims. They were his colleagues. There were many guinea pigs among them. And now, in this situation, he couldn't miss the opportunity to explore Sangon. Everyone in the clan was very tense, and it was no time for jokes. Master Peck realized that the boy was quite strange and might be hiding something. It was not just the boy's energy, but the fact that the poison was still poison. It was hard for the master to believe that the boy had deliberately eaten poisoned sweets. All he said to the boy was that if the examination showed that there was poison in it, the boy, not he, would be the savior of the kite. It was probably a joke, or at least it seemed so. Looking at the child, the master thought about how sorry he was that such a fate had fallen on his childish shoulders. However, he knew that when it was over, the boy would get a job. It was a job that Master Peck had personally prepared for him. When he heard about the job, he was not upset, because it was a great opportunity. This is an incredible chance to make money, and martial arts can wait. At the word money, a sly and greedy smile appeared on his face, because money was the most important thing to him. It didn't matter that he woke up alone in the middle of an endless plain. The main thing was to get as much money as possible. He did not remember his family, but he was happy to be useful to these people. Of course, such a statement did not impress the others much, but only caused mixed feelings. They even felt a little sorry for the guy because of his difficult fate. But it was all his manipulation. He knew that his handsome face played in his favor. The head, like a real father, bent down in front of the boy, patted him on the head and said that as the head of the escort, he was ready to help. The head tried to assure the boy that he would not be disappointed in his choice to live with them, because he had already become a real hero for them. However, this sentimental moment was interrupted by Master Beck, who put his hand on the head's shoulder and said quietly, "You can't." The head was well aware that the master had used the pulmosis technique on the young man. There was an awkward pause between them. They did not look into each other's eyes, and the tension was palpable in the air. The master just smiled and repeated, "You can't." The head could not understand what the master meant when he said, "It is impossible," and what exactly he could not do. It was a dark night over the village, illuminated only by the moonlight. Some kind of smoke enveloped the streets and houses, spreading a strange odor throughout the area. A strange energy vibrated in the air, and there was not a single living soul on the streets, except for the ninja warriors who were hiding in the shadows of different corners, invisible to the common eye. It looked like they were performing some kind of task, because they were moving around carefully and quickly, dressed in black suits. They looked around to make sure no one was following them. Only when they were sure that everything was safe did they start moving forward, about 5 of them. The warriors moved quickly, overcoming difficult defenses. As soon as the first group of warriors reached an elevated spot, they stopped, observing the surrounding area. Their colleagues immediately followed, beginning to surround the area. When they were convinced that there were no guards at the site, they began to enter their army from different directions. Since it was an unusual smoke or something similar to a sleeping pill, people were not supposed to wake up. Soon, the main ninja in this group was reported that all positions were taken. The warrior leader surveyed the area, checking to see if the sleeping pills had been mixed with poison to ensure that everything went according to plan. He put on his mask and breathed in the air to make sure everything was working as it should. They had come for the child, knowing that he had not yet developed internal energy, and no one would be able to detect their intrusion. However, during the mission, the warriors heard some rustling in the distance. The ninjas tensed up and drew their swords, preparing to confront a possible enemy. When they approached the main building and began to jump over the fence, someone was already waiting for them. The guard who was on duty began to shout at the top of his lungs, calling for the destruction of the enemy. The ninjas were, of course, amazed. They had not expected such a turn of events. Downstairs, a bunch of warriors with torches were already waiting for them, running toward them, surrounding them from all sides. The guards were in high spirits and enthusiasm, as if they were expecting an attack, and they were rushing at the enemies with determination. A huge number of guards filled every street running out of the main building. The main ninja watched this spectacle and could not understand how it happened that someone knew about their presence. Before he could look back, he saw the sword of a cold-blooded warrior near his face. It was the head of the guards, who already had the ninja in his sights. He looked him sternly in the eyes, making it clear that he would either tell the truth or lose his life. The ninja just screamed, asking how they even knew about their mission and what was going on here. The head decided to explain to the doomed ninja that their plans had failed because of the presence of a great doctor who had discovered the poison. The head was interested to know who had sent them and what their goal was. After a long silence, the ninja had a choice. Either he would say something or lose his head. It was impossible to delay. The fact is that all this was planned in advance, and no one knew that the great Dr. Peck was here. If it happened, the ninja was ready to tell everything. However, this was just a clever distraction for the head of the squad. The ninja suddenly broke through the roof, and everything began to fly apart under his feet. It was a trap to catch the clan leader and strike him. However, no matter how hard the enemy tried, it was in vain, because an experienced warrior would not fall for such a trick. The leader of the squad pointed his sword, which flashed with an incredible aura, and directed the valiant sword of Hongwan towards his enemy. No matter how hard the ninja tried to dodge, the valiant warrior was always one step ahead. After a quick exchange of swords, they found themselves facing each other, ready for the next blow. A cold silence enveloped the battlefield, and they looked into each other's eyes for several minutes, as if assessing every movement. The ninja did not wait long and decided to attack, because he had no other choice. His sword glowed with the red aura characteristic of their clan, and he pointed it directly at the head. It was a serious and fast blow that almost pierced the head of one of the valiant warriors, but the leader managed to dodge and deflect the blow with his sword, reacting in time. The ninja's sword almost flew out with his hand, but he was not going to give up so easily. Straining all his strength, the ninja rushed to attack again, decisively approaching his opponent. When their swords crossed, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of battle, as if the air had become thick and heavy. In the silence of the night, an incredibly powerful explosion suddenly rang out, shattering the peace of the area. The explosion engulfed and shook one of the neighborhoods that had never known such anxiety before. After this blow, the warriors felt each other's weaknesses and realized how to continue the battle. The leader looked at his opponent for a long time, but suddenly felt something happen to his hand. It began to tremble. Suddenly his arm began to break in different directions, as if under the influence of an invisible force. He realized that one of the insidious magicians was standing in front of him, and the sword of the bloody demon was hovering in front of him. However, the ninja did not say anything. Silence enveloped everything around him, creating an atmosphere of tension. A red aura began to fill the ninja's silhouette, dissolving it right before the eyes of the head. In a second, everything could have become dangerously serious as the head's vision began to dim. Like a bolt from the blue, the warrior magician slashed his red sword through the space in front of him. With incredible fury, he pointed his cold, sharpened sword directly at the leader of the squad. An incredible aura reigned on the battlefield as the two legendary warriors clashed with their swords pointed at each other. It was necessary to act immediately, because the demon's strength was extremely serious, and the blood demon's sword seemed like a death trap. To counteract this technique, the head used his valiant sword, the Hongwan, a symbol of world order. The two mighty warriors unleashed their powerful blows on each other, and only one of them was to survive. During the clash, the head realized that there was no doubt that this was indeed the sword of the bloody demon. He could clearly feel the bloodlust, regardless of whether these people were mages or belonged to another clan that used such techniques. For a leader, the most important thing was to protect his people, and everything else took a back seat. To a mage warrior, however, the head was only a fool seeking to protect something that was doomed. No matter how much they wanted to avoid this confrontation, their battle had reached a critical point of collision. For a moment, it seemed to the magician that his opponent had slowed down, and now his death was inevitable. It seemed that they were already only a few centimeters away from the demon's cold sword, which was about to end this battle. But behind the clan leader, a storm began to form, filled with pure energy and a sphere of light. This storm fell upon the demon and enveloped him with its destructive power. At the moment when the demon's sword almost touched the face of the clan leader, it only left a wound on his cheek, passing very close. The second strike was for the clan leader as the demon warrior lost his attack, and the clan leader sent out his valiant Hongwan sword using the ascending dragon rising technique. The lightning-fast technique pierced through the demon, cutting through his mask, clothes, and himself. This technique was so powerful that no ordinary or even strong warrior could resist it. After a fierce battle, the head gathered his strength to survey the environment. Soon all the enemies were destroyed. The young master watched everything that was happening through the door, but it did not look like an ordinary battle. The warriors fought each other, destroying the attackers from the demonic cult. Although the forces were unequal, everyone knew that it would be a victory, and that was why they fought so confidently. The young master, looking at all this, thought for a moment about what was happening. If danger arose again, he would not be able to escape because his patient had not yet regained consciousness. He realized that he needed to close the door so that no one could enter and focus on one task. The guy who was lying in the ward still hadn't regained consciousness, and it was extremely dangerous for him. The young master realized that this guy had a dangerous future ahead of him, and he needed to cheer him up somehow. However, perhaps it would be better if he did not wake up in such a difficult situation. The whole group of demon warriors came for a reason. This guy was their target. They sent assassins to destroy him, and they will stop at nothing, despite the obstacles, and will fight to the end for their goal. For example, the warriors of the Flying Serpent, although strong, have not even learned about the poison. They believe they will still win, but it will require a lot of blood. And perhaps this will deal a fatal blow to the kite. If that happened, the escort drivers would revolt. In order to seize control of Yang Qi, they would start their fight, and the battle would only gain momentum. Qin realized that something terrible and inevitable was ahead of them. He sat down opposite this child. It was hard for him to watch everything that was happening. But fortunately, the boy was at least sleeping soundly at such a moment. Everything was relatively calm until the boy started making strange noises. He started snoring loudly across the room like a madman. This snoring resembled the cries of wild animals in the forest. The young doctor, of course, did not like it, because the boy began to behave like a real animal in a human body. Qin had no choice but to try to wake the boy up, but no matter how many times he tried, he failed. He had been watching him the whole time, and everything was fine, but now the guy was snoring as if he had gone crazy. Perhaps it wasn't caused by nightmares. Perhaps the smell of blood from outside began to penetrate the room. He began to rummage through the boxes that stood by the boy's bedside, trying to find something that might help. Qin realized that he hadn't just gone through the boxes for nothing, because there must be some fragrant herbs somewhere. After a short search, he found the wrapped items and realized that they might be what he needed. Greedily and with joy, he began to unwrap the items, hoping that they were fragrant herbs. By lighting a scented candle, he tried to neutralize the smell of blood coming from outside. However, one candle was not enough, so he decided to light 3 candles at once. Although he was not sure what herbs they were, he was sure that they would help to destroy the smell because he did not want to anger the Death Star of the Sky. The Death Star of the Sky is one of the 2 stars of the Milky Way that governs people's lives and is considered a bad omen. The smell of the herbs began to fill the room, and the guy who had been sleeping so restlessly finally began to calm down. After a few minutes of inhaling this aromatic smoke, he stopped snoring. It was a real relief for the young gentleman because at least it was no longer pressing on his ears. As his friend lay in bed and finally fell asleep, Qin felt lighter at heart because he felt responsible for him. Qin understood that he was the protagonist of a novel, and no matter what his role was, he needed to be treated with the utmost care. However, it was somehow uncomfortable to fall asleep when there was a battle going on around him. It was a really bad idea. He decided that it was better to stay awake that night and stay alert. All the while, a fierce battle between the 2 factions was going on outside. But after a while, everything quieted down. There were no more screams or the smell of blood, which hinted that things might be coming to an end. The guy decided to look outside to see what was going on. When he put his eye to the crack in the door, he saw medics running from different directions because there were many wounded, and everyone rushed to help. This made him realize that the battle was finally over. The guy was amazed because he managed to change the course of events in which many people were supposed to die. Now that everything is calm in this place, he closes the door. And he begins to doubt what to do next because the plot is now changing. He has 2 options, either help them or just watch what happens. If he stays on the sidelines, no one will know about his abilities, and he will stay safe. But if he is called to provide medical care, he will not know how to answer all the questions. However, with his knowledge as a doctor, he could help people on the verge of death and save their lives. However, doubts plagued his soul because his own safety was still more important. In addition, the local methods of treatment might seem rather strange, and the guy might even be suspected of spying. He walked around the room, not knowing what to do, from one side to the other, and decided to do nothing for now, but just live and help the kite as much as he could. Remembering the past when he had tried to save many people, he relived that moment. Perhaps he could remember the time when everything seemed to be fine. He remembered how the soldiers from another unit broke into the camp and started shooting everything around them with their machine guns. The doctor rushed to cover the guy with his body, trying to save him from enemy bullets. It was a difficult moment. He sacrificed his life, but the question remained. Did it really help the child survive? Why did he save them at all if it had no effect? Perhaps he should have just left them all behind and fled, saving his own life. These thoughts plagued him, for he did not know what was good and what was evil in this world. A loud scream came again from the novel's protagonist's bed, like a beast that started screaming loudly. He was just screaming and not breathing, which was an alarming signal. The boyfriend began to wake him up, shouting, "Hey, Haru, wake up!" But he just gritted his teeth, scrunched up his face, and it was obvious that he was getting much worse. The young owner realized that the situation was getting worse. The boy began to have trouble breathing. It seemed that he had been holding his breath for more than a minute, and it looked very dangerous. Then the young master began to shake him with all his might to bring him back to life. After a while, his breathing resumed, and he opened his eyes a little. However, it was clear that he was not happy to be woken up in the middle of the night. The young master began to realize that he needed to run away, but he didn't have time. Haryung abruptly grabbed him by the neck with his right hand, as if with a spoon, and lifted him up. As he lifted him up, Haryung asked him furiously who had sent him, looking at him with such fury that it seemed he was about to strangle him. His eyes blazed with fire, and he was ready to destroy the one who had woken him up. The young master felt that things were bad, but he had to get out of it somehow. Otherwise, this rascal would just strangle him. Haryung lifted the boy up like a toy and began to strangle him, despite the fact that he was kicking his legs in the air, trying to escape, and was suffocating. Chin was shocked, because the protagonist of the novel turned out to be a real madman. And because he was strangling him, Chin couldn't even say a word. Haryung's cold gaze was directed directly at the man he was holding, looking at him like a small insect. He only coldly said that it didn't matter who it was, as he would find out later when he saw his corpse. After that, he squeezed the young doctor's neck even harder, and he began to sweat from the strain. Chin began to recall one of the reasons why Haryung became a heavenly demon in the novel. It was the blood of the Death Star. In general, the Death Star of Heaven is a demonic creature that can kill people, and the more it kills, the stronger it becomes. Its abilities are so unusual that even those who study martial arts and have innate talents cannot resist it. In other words, this killer, who came straight from the sky, was extremely dangerous, although he still had weaknesses. Later in the story, Haryung will fall into madness due to the influence of the Death Star of Heaven. However, as the protagonist, Haryung will not be able to inflict fatal harm on him. Over time, he will become omnipotent, and his power will increase day by day. However, in such a difficult situation, there was no time to think about the future. Haryung had used too much force trying to strangle the young master, and he realized that he had to get out somehow. He had only 2 candlesticks on the table at hand. He could only try to use them as a maneuver. As Haryung was choking him with all his might, burning with demonic energy, Chin grabbed one of the candlesticks. The candlestick fell to the floor, and a red light engulfed the entire room. When the candlestick landed, it began to ignite everything around it with its fire. After a minute, everything caught fire, and it seems to have gone according to plan. Haryung, seeing the fire, started to panic. Haryung regained consciousness very quickly, and his demonic figure seemed to disappear. His face took on normal features, returning to its normal state. He calmed down, and the young master did not see any more aggression. However, all of this happened for a reason. He was being controlled by the Death Star of Heaven. Haryung looked around, not realizing where he was. But when he looked at his hand, he saw that he was still holding the boy's neck. It was an incredible moment for Chin, because he would finally be able to break free. Soon, Haryung's grip loosened, and he let go of the boy's neck, which was not his fault. He threw him to the ground with all his might, trying to somehow maintain his balance. The guy couldn't understand how everything had changed so quickly, but at least no one was strangling him anymore. This crazy Haryung started falling asleep on the spot, as if nothing had happened. But even if Haryung wanted to fall asleep, the fire was engulfing everything, and there was no time to waste. Chin held onto his neck for a long time, trying to catch his breath after this terrible incident. Finally, he let go, but something went wrong again. After a while, Haryung's eyes turned red again, as if they were even more heated. It was unclear whether it was anger or the flow of blood that caused this. Perhaps the bloodlust was intensifying his desire for destruction. But everything was happening just like in the novel. Having dodged Haryung's punch, Chin noticed that he was going to attack him again. He had no choice but to try to calm this cold-blooded killer down. The guy started to dodge, climbed on the table, looking for a way to escape. But seeing this ferocious beast in front of him, it was hard to think of a way to resist it. But the young master remembered one important point, and at the very moment when this rascal was rushing at him, everything changed. He realized that all the events were like two sides of a sword, and he waved his hand as if to deflect a blow. Finally, Haryung stops, his eyes returning to normal. Haryung looks around and realizes that something is not going right. He's standing over the boy, waving his hand, but he doesn't remember how he ended up in this situation. It is not known whether this maneuver worked, but the result was obvious. The attack stopped. The young master looked at him and hoped that Haryun would finally come to his senses, wondering why he had woken up this idiot in the first place. Watching his eyes, the young master recalled the legends of Kangho, where people compared fate to the two sides of a sword. In any case, the shedding of blood was inevitable, but these words were rarely taken seriously, especially when you see the suffering of others and how close people fall victim to senseless conflicts. And when you see the suffering of your loved ones, your heart is filled with hatred that encompasses everything around you. All of these people will go on with their lives, but after this incident, their lives will never be the same. All this suffering causes tears to fill the faces of the children who survived, but they are no longer the same as they were before. In the novel, it was said that Haryung's mother was the only family he had, and to stop him, the young master used the last words his mother had said to him. It was no doubt a great trick that few people knew about, but it stopped the boy on a subconscious level. Haryun finally came to his senses, and his eyes were no longer filled with hatred. The young gentleman put his hand on Haryung's shoulder and asked him if he had decided to join the Magi, or if he thought it would be safe there. He continued to wake him up, saying that Haryung was exposed to the smell of blood, which like a parasite filled his body and made him a puppet. Haryung finally regained consciousness, and his common sense began to emerge. He accepted this little guy's words and finally realized that they were right. He abruptly stops the hand that was aimed at the young master, as if restraining himself. Rising above him, he asks only one thing. "How do you know all this?" The young master explains that now is not the best time for a long explanation of what he knows about magic. But despite the fact that the building is on fire, there is still time for a short conversation, and he decides to share some facts. He keeps his hand on the table without raising it, waiting to tell us what is on his mind. Anyone who joins the mage clan gets a blood parasite, and it doesn't matter who that person is. It's a rule without exceptions, he explains. The blood parasite devours the body from the inside, and it is difficult to fight it because it is a very dangerous creature. Within 10 days of infection, you need to take medication. Otherwise, the parasite will lay eggs in the body that will explode. The fire only added to the tension of their conversation, but the young doctor began to explain that there was a way to get rid of this parasite. Looking at Haryun, he asked, "What would you do in such a situation?" Haryun persisted. "If that's the case, how do you know all this?" The guy starts avoiding direct eye contact, realizing that no one knows who he really is or how he has this information. But this is not the main thing now. He knows very well that Haryun has his own intentions. This is no longer a joke. If Haryung is going to move forward, he has to be on his guard. They exchanged glances, and Haryung asked directly, "Is the Meiji clan hunting you, Chin?" When asked about his background, the young master remained silent. He realized that after hearing this, Haryung might think that he belonged to one of the 8 great families in the Mahe clan. The children of these families are often said to be excellent spies. The only question left was whether he should confirm or dispel these suspicions. The fire was consuming the building, and almost everything was already on fire. The boy decided to say something about the escort and told Haryun that he was here alone, without adults, and hoped that he would take his hint. The young master turned his back and picked up a board that was usually used for... The boy quickly locks the door, closing it firmly, but the fire is already burning behind it. This does not stop him, and he decides to continue his plan by blocking the only way out. Haryung starts to get nervous because there is no other way out, and the young master's actions seem strange to him. However, this is part of the young man's cunning plan. He insists that this way, Haryung will make her choice faster. At this moment, the sounds of soldiers begin to come from inside, asking if anyone is in the room. The smoke and flames grow even stronger, and the soldiers try to enter, thinking that there might be people inside. However, the boy blocks all these sounds, and Haryung's face turns stone as the tension reaches its peak. The soldiers were knocking frantically from all sides, trying to open the heavy door as quickly as possible. They believed that behind it were 2 important young masters. Our hero offered Cherian 2 options. Either he would entrust it to Chin, or he would die in this burning room. Cherian, in turn, could simply stun him and run away. But the situation turned out to be more complicated. As soon as he was left with a mark from the blow, the young man would scream that Cherian was a magician's spy, and one would only wonder who would be trusted, he or the young doctor. This accusation came as a real shock to Cherian. He made contact, remembering that it was Chin who had saved him and cured him. For a long time he thought it was a dream and could not come to his senses. However, everything turned out to be real, and what's worse, It seemed that Chin had his own plans for him. Our hero found himself in a dead end. Smoke was filling the room, and the young owner did not know what to do. He did not realize that the heavenly demon actually wanted to save him. But now he had to make a choice that would determine the further development of the whole plot. He bit his lips so hard that he almost chewed it off. Rage filled his soul, but he decided to trust this young man. Despite the fact that he did not like Chin's expression at all, it seemed that he could kill for that look. Although the young doctor hadn't killed anyone yet, the soldiers shouted, demanding that the door be opened, and tried their best to break it down. Inside was a child. Not one, but two. Time was running out, and everyone was trying to hurry. Finally, the door opened. Chin jumped forward with tears in his eyes and begged to be rescued. He pretended to be very scared and begged his mother to take him in her arms. All the soldiers thought that the door had closed by itself, but the young man could not even open it. They searched for carrion all over the neighborhood, and eventually he was found. Against the backdrop of flames, the soldiers rushed to him to save another young man and ensure his safety. Chin winked at him, telling him that everything would be fine and that this was part of their plan. The remains of Denmark had burned to the ground, and now there were only ashes that were slowly settling to the ground. The warriors decided to clear the rubble, as there were many dead, both from the mage clan and from their side. Some could still be saved, but others had to be carried away as dead. Everyone tried to carry the bodies and help the wounded. Support was vital, and everyone worked together to treat wounds and provide aid. The young master had access to the most modern medical supplies available in their medieval times. He did his best, working tirelessly to heal the wounded. The doctors who watched him from the sidelines were amazed at his dedication. The guy was constantly thinking about his patients. Some were in stable condition, others needed organs to be saved. He also had to think about infections, but there were no antiseptics or other anti-infectives. He searched through all the chests, but did not find any effective medicines. Finally, he came across one strange object, filled a bowl with it, and decided to try it, because there were no other options. The local doctors were watching the young man, and did not understand what he was doing when he took the alcohol and soaked a rag in it. It seemed completely unacceptable to them. However, the young man knew that in this way he could cleanse the blood and remove contaminants, although it was not enough. Alcohol could disinfect the wounds from bacteria, but there were still many other problems. He took the bloody rag and wondered what else he could do in this situation. He was not sure if he could do it right, but he relied on his own knowledge and experience. He began to put pressure on the wounded warrior's body, using the skills he had acquired in his past life. The young man turned to the powerful energy of this world, hoping that it would help him, although he was not sure if it would work. Taking the needle in his hands, he thought about what to do next, looking for the best solution. The doctors continued to watch him, not fully understanding what he was trying to achieve, but their curiosity only grew. Soon he started making sutures that were an order of magnitude more complex and sophisticated than those that existed in the medical field. At that moment, the chief doctor, Master Peck, appeared. He is informed that there were 35 people with light injuries and 12 with severe injuries, of whom 6 did not survive. Master Peck turns his attention to the same guy who has been working on the seriously wounded all this time. There was a warrior on the table with his light sword pierced through his lung, and the situation seemed critical. The young man realized that he urgently needed a scalpel, and there was no time at all. In the box, he found only a dagger, although it was too big, but there were no other options. The soldiers just watched, realizing that the chances of saving this man were minimal, but the guy took the throwing knife and started to act. Chin exclaimed irritatedly that they were only talking and doing nothing, begging them to help in any way. The young master, looking at the severely wounded man, asked him to apply the Chomkel technique, a method of immobilizing the enemy by striking certain acupuncture points, which also helped to stop the bleeding. Chin knew about the existence of this technique because he had previously read about it and studied it. Gritting their teeth, the soldiers dared to try the technique, hoping that it would stop the bleeding and give them at least some chance of survival. Master Peck stopped the boy, not understanding his actions, and scared him, sure that it would not help. The boy carefully pulled the dagger out of the wounded man's chest, trying to control the bleeding. He looked at Master Peck, realizing that he had to continue despite his doubts. With great effort, he pulled out the dagger, and blood sprayed across his face. Everyone around him held their breath as they watched this tense moment. Suddenly, a huge jet of red liquid burst out of the wound, splashing everything around. Everyone saw an incredible amount of blood pouring out of his lungs, with no chance of salvation. Everything around him was covered in blood because of the young master's maneuvers. Master Peck, standing next to him, could not understand why the boy acted this way, because it was not just the bleeding. Finally, the dagger was pulled out, and Juha was asked to help, even though the young master did not understand why he was there. In response to the situation, Juha directs his energy to the event, trying to take control of the situation. The blood that was rapidly gushing from the wound began to stop right before our hero's eyes. It seemed that the blood was swirling in space under the influence of a technique that filled the void with matter. A martial art that allows you to connect and move objects through the power of energy. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because he had never seen such technology before in his life, and he wasn't sure if it would work at all. However, there was no time for admiration. He looked at the situation and realized that everything should work out. Taking the dagger in his hand, he began to control his actions, realizing that everyone had already recognized his medical skills. He skillfully stitched the wound, which was still very open, and in the end, everything went well. He wiped the sweat from his face because the situation was too tense and exhausting. Master Peck had never seen such a worthy candidate for apprenticeship in his life and was impressed by his skill. After a while, the statistics appeared. Who survived, who was wounded, and they could summarize the results. The squad leader asked if they had managed to save anyone. The statistics were disappointing. 2 out of 7 could not be helped, and 2 more had just died. However, it was not the end, and some people survived. The commander thanked Master Peck for his help, saying that he had done a good job. However, Master Peck asked him not to thank him, because he was only present at the end of everything that happened and did not see the main part of the events. All the treatment was done by a young man whose skills were simply incredible. The commander was also amazed, feeling that it was like a dream, not believing in the possibility of such a miracle. The girl looked at this young hero, and at that moment he had already fallen asleep, although he had been standing up just a minute ago. He had tried very hard, and a lot of events had happened that night. He was exhausted, and Master Peck asked him to take him to bed. Yuha took him on his shoulder and carried him to a quiet place so that he could rest well. After that day, the entire campaign started talking about Jung-hee's exceptional medical skills. The next day, in the clan's territory, the warriors discussed the prisoners they had captured from the Maji clan. These people were extremely fierce and would not make contact, and if you talked to them, it was pointless anyway. They were silent, and as soon as you turned away, they were already trying to commit suicide. The soldiers lost hope of learning anything from them. Even torture did not work. They were stubbornly silent, but they decided to call the masters from the Gate of Hao, hoping that they could untie their tongues. The mages did not admit why they came and attacked. Probably their target was the young Mistress Conson, but they did not see much point in it, because they had nothing to steal. All this time, Chin was hiding in the rooms, eavesdropping on various conversations. Being small in size was very convenient. He could crawl in anywhere, hide anywhere, and watch anyone. Sitting behind the door, he ate delicious cookies and listened attentively to the soldiers' conversations. The rumors were that Kong Song-hin probably came because of her hatred for her younger sister, who remained alive even though she was thought to be dead. She allegedly came to avoid arousing suspicion. All these rumors were false because the soldiers did not know anything, so they gossiped. In fact, Hin loved her younger sister more than anything else in the world. In addition, she had a strict upbringing, and such gossip scared her very much. But then the soldiers' conversation turned to that boy, and Ching held her breath. The soldiers were gossiping that they had found marks on Chin's neck that looked like strangulation, but that everything seemed to be fine. They said he was sleeping next to the child when he had the nightmares. The soldiers could not understand how the boy could do this, because Chin had done so much for their escort. He seemed kind and sensible, so no one believed that they were deliberately covering up for him, protecting his actions. Our hero continued to eat the cookies, happy that the soldiers were on his side. Even the commander decided to find an ointment to heal Jung-hee's neck. However, his nightmare was not caused by the child, but by something sinister. It seemed that people suspected Hyun of having a malicious intent, and moreover, they believed that she wanted to kill her cousin. However, they didn't know anything for sure about her, and it was unknown. They planned to pass on the position of the head of the family to her. Moreover, Hen had probably already started looking for those robbers. Suddenly, someone approached the place where the young master was hiding. The door opened, and finally the person they were looking for appeared. It was Haryun. He had been looking for the young doctor all this time, not realizing where he had gone. They went far away from the city to discuss what exactly the young doctor needed from Haryun. Chin sat down comfortably on a rock and said that he did not need anything. However, if Haryun understands, he saved many people who were on the verge of death, discovered the Sangun poison, and prepared the escort for the attack in advance. He took care of Haryun during the battle all this time. Showing the scar on his neck, Chin opened it up, pointing to the dent that remained as a token of his gratitude for his help. Haryun, of course, did not like this demonstration and asked what else Chin wanted in return. The young doctor changed his mind, realizing that he could not trust Haryun. But if Haryun was expecting change, he was wrong. Chin simply looked at him, making it clear that he wanted nothing from him. However, after that, Chin agreed and said, "Okay, starting tomorrow, you can call me big brother or older friend by age." Of course, Haryun was not happy about this, because he didn't want to get closer to him as a brother. Even though this boy had saved his life, He was very afraid to call him his older brother. The young doctor wondered why Karyon thought this way and why it scared him so much. Since he considered himself to be the older man, he should be the older brother. However, Harun thought that only a fight would determine who was older. The young doctor realized that Haryon wanted to fight a peaceful civilian who did not even know martial arts. When asked why Haryon was so cruel and scared of the weak man who had saved his life, Haryon decided to back down. However, the young doctor still intended to make him call him his older brother. But if Haryon hit him, he would automatically become the younger brother, and the doctor encouraged him to try to do so. Haryon was shocked at the ridiculous situation before his eyes, and the young doctor kept insisting that he call him his older brother. Haryon thought for a long time what he should do in this situation. In the end, resigned to his fate, he reluctantly called the boy Big Brother. However, the young doctor did not like the tone and asked him to say it more clearly, more distinctly and louder. Haryon shouted Big Brother at the young doctor and started calling him that. However, the young doctor asked him to say it more clearly and better, as if he were training him. Eventually, after some time, Haryon safely began to call the young doctor his older brother. Chin was pleased that he had finally trained Haryon like a dog, and thought that if it had happened earlier, it would have been just perfect. But they were not alone. A girl was watching them, and she was amazed by what she saw and did not know how to react. The woman approached them and asked what they were doing. The guy said hello, but the girl was more interested in how the little savior was doing. Chin, hearing his new nickname, was amazed at how silly it sounded. This charming girl was picking flowers for her sister, and asking if the boy was a doctor, she wondered if he knew what herbs were needed for healing. The boy was reluctant to help, explaining that he had not studied these herbs properly. But the woman insisted that he help her anyway. Soon they decided to go in search of medicinal herbs that were useful in the Murima world. Of course, Haryon didn't feel comfortable in Chin's presence, but he had something to hide. The woman was glad to be helped with such a difficult task. From that moment on, the young doctor and Haryon became brothers. After they had collected various herbs, they talked to sisters Hyun and Yen, who were not only friendly but also energized everyone who talked to them. One of them gave the young doctor a very valuable herb sample. It was a dagger-like object, and it was called Wind's Click. It was one of the famous indestructible blades. Its dark blade did not reflect light, making it ideal for covert missions. When the blade was in his hands, the boy felt unworthy of it and did not want to take it at first. However, this was unacceptable to the girl, as it was her gratitude for saving her sister. The guy explained that the family had already thanked the young owner, but she wanted to do it personally. The fact is that this dagger was not suitable for the girl because of her abilities, so she was going to return it to the family, but she really wanted the young doctor to use it. She would be very pleased if the boy accepted the gift. The boy finally decided to take the blade, but on the condition that he would be shown how to use it. Soon it was time for training and self-improvement. The sister stood on the training ground, ready to demonstrate what the blade could do. The young master was eagerly waiting to be shown the Kansen technique. When the girl pulled the sword out of its sheath, a bright flash resembling lightning was heard around her, and its light instantly illuminated the entire combat perimeter. In the Kansen family, the most important principle is the speed of movement, which made the master of this family powerful and invincible. Swordplay in this family is based on the elements of water and wind, which gives the movements incredible fluidity and unpredictability. Everyone who watched her sword movements was fascinated by their grace and precision. The girl trained with this sword without feeling tired, embodying the image of a young genius endowed with extraordinary abilities. All these maneuvers were not just a demonstration. They had a specific purpose and strategic importance. The swordsmen of the Kansen family always inflict maximum damage on the enemy while expending minimum effort. The boy watched with admiration at her unique abilities and sword technique. Her movements were so perfect that it seemed as if she was dancing in a martial dance, completely immersed in her art. The principle of the Kansen family's technique was extreme speed and powerful counterattack, making it almost invincible. Her smooth movements were like the swaying of the wind in the pines. Her sword moved with precision, and her strikes cut through the air with incredible speed, reaching their maximum. It was a moment of comprehension of technique that could not be achieved simply without a deep understanding of the art of the sword. The sword technique was so exquisite that it was impossible to look away, and it seemed to open up completely differently with each movement. This charming girl, against the backdrop of the shining technique of her sword, performed incredible movements that fascinated everyone around her. When everything was quiet and the air cut by the sword began to slowly settle, the moment of realization of her skill came. Her sister supported her, recognizing that this was a real blessing for their family, because this maneuver was the pinnacle of skill. A smile formed on her sister's face as the soldiers began to congratulate her on her achievement. It became even more pleasant because it was a remarkable event that everyone wanted to share with the rest of their community as soon as possible. The girl had become a true swordsman, and it was worth celebrating. All of these words sounded like honey, but it was Chin Cheong-hee who helped her reach this level. and whose advice proved to be decisive. The soldiers were amazed to the core, and the young doctor himself could not believe what he saw. He began to make excuses that it was not his fault, and that he owed a great debt to the girl for giving him the wind blade. However, everyone assured him that he should not be modest, because such help was more than just a simple gift compared to the technique of the Kansen sword. After these words, the girl suddenly felt sick, and everything began to spin before her eyes. She fell unconscious, which frightened her sister. The sister did not know how to provide first aid and did not understand what to do in such a situation. When the girl fell to the ground with the sword, the soldiers were ordered to pick her up, but her sister decided to try to handle it herself. Everyone understood that this sword was unusual. It was a sword of self-forgetfulness that required complete dedication. Obviously, the girl had to use all her strength to comprehend the technique she had just demonstrated, although her stamina was much higher than that of an ordinary warrior. Even this did not become an obstacle for her to reach the technical peak. Like every human being, she too had her own limit to physical exertion. The sister hugged her mistress Yen with all her strength, sympathizing with her exhaustion. But Yen was very tired, and she urgently needed to regain her strength. The young doctor watched all this and realized that everything in this world and the novel is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. The soldiers left with the sisters, and the younger sister carried her tired mistress in her arms. From that moment on, the Kansen family began to recover, and the young master had to find Harem. We move on to the busy market in the transportation escort area, where people were bargaining and trying to bring down the price. Recently, some people were lucky. Many girls appeared in the market, but the elder was annoyed because he had nothing to pay with. And since the young master had bought something for Hyun, he had to try anything. When Haryeon heard about the gifts Hyun was giving him, he was amazed. He did not expect such a course of events. But they agreed that from now on, Haryeon should call him Big Brother, and he bought him food, which was a gesture of a big brother. The young doctor looked at Karyeon and asked him about this gesture. And Harun in turn ate and silently looked at his older brother with some distrust. The young doctor was walking through the streets and noticed a fruit and sugar on a stick. Excited, he ran to buy them. The future heavenly demon watched with some indifference, but suddenly he felt someone's breath behind him. The stranger grabbed him and pulled him away with all his might, without explaining his actions. When the young doctor returned with 2 sticks of fruit, he saw these strangers dragging his younger brother away. He was only distracted for a moment, and a conflict had already started. The strangers were saying that this boy was acting like a child, and that it was absurd to argue with him. The young doctor just watched what was happening, amazed at the absurdity of the situation. One of the big men started swinging his fist at Karyeon with rage. He called Karyeon a lousy person, but the young master intervened and deflected the blow. Although the man called him an insolent man, the young doctor was able to stop him and disarm him. The man's colleague, who was watching the fight, was amazed and could not believe that anyone but him could be so strong. He also rushed at Haryeon, trying to stab him with his sword. However, the young future heavenly demon possessed incredible strength, and when his gaze swept over these scoundrels, the situation changed. He delivered powerful blows in their direction, knocking down these bastards who dared to disturb him. The men fell to their feet, not believing that they had just been beaten by a young man. One of them wanted to tell them to stop, but how could a boy who had just defeated his elders stop? Demonic fury was reflected in Haryeon's eyes, and like a demon, he began to attack these scoundrels mercilessly. Soon, their teeth began to fly out and fly in different directions, mingling with the ground. The bodies of the attackers crashed into the benches and tables, which were shattered by the force of the battle. People watching from the side were shocked, amazed by what they saw. They all realized that the child had just defeated 3 attackers known as the 3 Dogs. Everyone wondered what family this young man was from, because these legendary warriors, who were real brawlers, kept the entire market in fear. The young doctor was glad that his brother had defeated these scoundrels, and now they would be quieter, because they were just a gang of bandits. He offered Karyeon a snack, expecting that now there would be no more problems. But things were not as good as they seemed. Haryeon felt the power of his demonic nature, and it was beginning to scare him. When the young doctor offered him a snack, Karyeon suddenly knocked the delicious fruit ice out of his hands. The situation needed an immediate solution. The situation was getting worse as Harun couldn't stop himself. He was possessed by the same demonic worm that wouldn't let him be himself. His uncontrollable attacks led to the fact that instead of simply answering the villains for their attacks, he began to beat them brutally and ruthlessly, with such fury that the people around him did not know what to do or how to help, because everything was out of control. Karyeon's cold, demonic gaze became so sinister that he seemed to turn into a beast. Soon, everything in front of his eyes turned red, and people did not know where to run away from this horror. The guy had become a real beast in the flesh, and the situation required immediate intervention. The young doctor was frightened by what was happening and realized that he had to stop it somehow. However, Karyun continued to beat the villains incessantly, as if he had lost control of himself. He sat on one of them and beat him mercilessly without stopping, bringing him to death. It was only when his fist turned blue from the blows that Karyun suddenly got up and stopped. He turned around to see who was running toward him, and his eyes glowed with bright red fire. The young doctor ran up to Karyun, realizing that this was his true nature, which he had long forgotten. He started screaming, asking what was wrong with him and why he was doing this. But the fact was that the thirst for battle and the blood effect of the Death Star of the sky had taken over him. The doctor offered him fruit ice on a stick and quickly told Karyun to take the treat and leave. However, Karyun replied that he was not finished yet and refused the treat, because the guy used martial arts to insult weak people, and he deserved to die as a punishment for his actions. The young doctor didn't know what to do, but he knew he had to calm this angry Karyun down and make him try the treat. The ice on the stick had already begun to melt and drain, so time was running out. The doctor literally pushed the treat into the mouth of this demonic young man, trying to calm him down. And when the young doctor swung it like a stick toward Karyun's teeth, he bit the candy like a wild animal. Finally, he began to calm down, and the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. It was his true human instinct. To get out from under the influence of the deadly star of the sky, he had to provoke a different reaction. And it was good that the child fell for the sweet, because there was already enough destruction and problems here. After Karyun calmed down, it was necessary to wipe the blood off him, because he could not just return to society in this form. If he wanted to earn the trust of society and have dinner tonight, he would have to follow the rules. However, when Chin mentioned society, Karyun did not understand him. Then the hero realized, why should a heavenly demon worry about social life and understand anything about it? After all, if he could just hit the one who bothered him, even this thought made his hands tremble. Suddenly a man appeared behind them who was glad to see his master in these parts. They were representatives of the Baekdu escort, the carriers of the Ungesan kite, who, frightened by rumors about the events in the market, came to find out if they were all right. The young doctor assured them that everything was fine and explained that they were just a little bit out of sorts. They also noticed that a baby in the arms of one of the brothers was present at the scene. The younger brother said that it was his son, and that while he was away, the child had already grown up. The kid grabbed his finger, and the soldier added that such a story was not uncommon in their family. The father began to tell his son that Chin Chung-hee was a benefactor who saved his life. In gratitude for the young doctor's actions, he decided to name his son in his honor. The child, feeling this closeness, recognized his father's savior and reached out to him in his arms. The boy, of course, took him in his arms. He hugged the child to him and felt how strong he was, assuming that soon the baby would probably start walking. As he thought about it, he realized that children are a real miracle, and this baby looked so happy that he became attached to the joy of parenthood. All this became possible because the young doctor saved a soldier, and this trip ended well for him. Now he is retired and stays with his community. In fact, Hanim had been planning to make this warrior the head of the escort for a long time, but the warrior had a lot to regret because of his past, so he traveled and was under surveillance. Finally, everything fell into place, and now that Chin had saved his life, the warrior decided to dedicate his life to others. And thanks to Chin, he could now be with his son. The baby started to play and stretched his hand toward Karyun, as if he wanted to play with him. The child grabbed Harun's hand and started playing with him, although Harun did not understand what was happening at first. But when the child grabbed his finger, he felt some kind of lightness in his soul, and the child's gaze directed at him made him feel warm. The young doctor was amazed to see this scene, because he did not expect that Karyun not only did not reject the child, but also took his hand. The future heavenly demon's eyes were surprisingly kind at this moment, but despite this pleasant moment, the warriors had to continue their journey, so it was time to move on. The child waved goodbye, not wanting to leave, but her father took her away. The young doctor smiled and wished the child good health and a happy future. Karyun remained silent, and no one knew what was on his mind, because his eyes remained mysterious. As they were returning home at sunset, Karyun suddenly said that Chin deserved to be called his big brother after all. Even though the warriors of their clan only learn to kill, their training leads to one goal: victory in battle. Karyun always thought that it was easy to deal with bad guys, and that life itself was just a beautiful phrase that covered up murder. But the young doctor saved him and that uncle, showing him that it was possible to act differently. He saved not only the life of a warrior from the Kansen family, but also others, such as members of the Flying Snake clan. Looking into the young doctor's eyes, Karyun thought that things could have been different, but he would still continue to kill, because he had no other way, and someone else's death made him feel alive. Because of this, he believed that the young doctor was more deserving of the title of Big Brother than he was. Chin smiled at these words and joked, asking Karyun to repeat it again for fun, because it was nice to hear. After the repetition, the young doctor thanked him and told him he was good, laughing at the sincerity of the moment. The story of the heavenly demon in the court of mage showed that he had never been given the opportunity to live a normal life. But now he felt the taste of simple happiness, although he continued to humiliate himself by calling himself a murderer. However, the young doctor believed that such a life could also be cool. When they decided to rest and talk, the young doctor asked Haryun how soon he was going to leave for the mage clan. Haryun's gaze became wary and filled with contempt, but he still thought about it. He said that he would leave as soon as the next transportation appeared, but the journey would be difficult, and perhaps the best option was to change his mind. However, Haryun had nowhere else to go. He saw no other meaning to his existence. He asked why the doctor was even asking about this, and if he knew anything about the Magi clan that Haryun himself did not. Chin looked away, not knowing what to say, because only the future heavenly demon could resolve this situation, but there must be a reason for Haryun's question. After this sentence, Haryun looked at the doctor carefully, trying to figure something out. He asked when Chin was going to share the information he was hiding. The young doctor carefully watched Haryun's facial expressions, considering when it would be best to tell him everything he knew. But the fact is that the pressure from the future and what he might say will make him look like a madman. Chin promised that one day he would tell Haryun what he was hiding, but for now he decided to discuss something else. How to get rid of the bloody parasite that was tormenting Haryun. It had to be done before he left the doctor. The guy was happy to hear this, because it was a great opportunity. After exchanging information, they left at dawn the next day. Haryun decided to leave, packed his things, and set off. The young doctor had done his best and passed on all the necessary knowledge. Now all that was left was to wait, because everything was in the hands of Haryun, who is the main character of this story. When the future heavenly demon disappeared from sight, the young doctor could not even imagine what he would do now. He was overcome with boredom, and even regretted that Haryun had left. All this time the struggle for life had been going on in Murim's lands, but now the doctor felt as if he had lost the meaning of this struggle. His thoughts were interrupted by Master Bake, who suddenly appeared. He had been searching for the young doctor all over the neighborhood to tell him something important. The fact was that Master Peck came to the boy for a reason. He had an important and personal conversation with him. The boy did not understand what was going on, but he opened his mouth in surprise. When Master Peck told him that he wanted to make him his disciple, he was seriously impressed. As Master Peck poured him some tea, he didn't understand why he was so surprised, because it was quite obvious. But it was an incredible moment for the boy, and he almost burst into tears at this honorable moment, because the novels he had read had nothing to say about discipleship. Pouring himself some hot tea, Master asked him again why he was reluctant, but he replied that he was very much willing. It was a great honor for him. It was just unexpected. Master Peck was pleased with this answer, but he wanted to know why he had decided to teach him everything he knew. Master Peck's answer was clear and without any doubt. He was not joking and really wanted to pass on his knowledge. Master Peck could sense that the young man was a little hesitant, for the young doctor's pulse showed mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was lucky, but on the other hand, it could mean that Master Peck would die soon. Since Master Peck had no children, all of his achievements and property would most likely be inherited by his student. Master Peck suffered from an unusual disease, a phenomenon often described in martial arts novels. As Chin sipped his tea, he couldn't help but wonder if there really was no way to cure him. Raising his glass of tea, Chin asked the master to promise him one thing. Peck didn't understand what the guy was saying, but the phrase, "hold on for dear life," seemed rather strange to him. Chin already knew about the master's illness, or rather about the peculiarities of his body, but he still believed that there was a way to cure him. Suddenly a strange aura enveloped the room, and the tension began to rise. Behind the master stood Juho. But why did he suddenly become angry? His eyes were filled with hatred, and his appearance became so frightening that it seemed impossible to understand the reason. Yuho was a minor character who was mentioned only a few times in the first volume. Chin couldn't understand why Yuho was behaving in such an obscene manner, and it raised serious questions for him. The atmosphere in the room was so tense that no one knew how it would end. Master Peck told his servant to behave properly and stop this behavior. In response, Yuho exploded with aggression. He didn't like the way the young doctor was talking to the master. Chin looked at the master, realizing how difficult it is for a patient with advanced cancer to hear about the possibility of a cure and a chance for healing. Hope was more painful than despair because it makes people cry and feel helpless, especially when death is inevitable. But is it really worth telling the truth in such situations? It is not always a doctor's duty. Life is a chance, and it must not be lost, and one must not give up, even when it seems that there is no more hope. Over a cup of tea, the boy continued his conversation with the master, trying to convey his thoughts. In the master's opinion, he was not going to take treatment and did not plan to give up. He would just die peacefully and accept his death. The young doctor began to get angry at the master's words because he believed that there was a way to save him. For the master, Chin's words were completely absurd, and he asked the young man to stop talking. It was not a good topic for jokes, and the master had been acting seriously and calmly all along. Earlier, he had seemed unpretentious and had won the love of others, but now the atmosphere in the room had changed. The master's face looked completely different, as if another person had entered him, and his true appearance began to manifest. Turning away from the boy, not quite believing him, the master decided to listen to him. However, if it turned out that Chin was just making fun of him, the master would take back his offer to become his student, and they would never see each other again. The young doctor realized that Master Peck's distrust was incredible, and he was not used to it. Leaving the building, he plunged back into the beautiful world of Murim. He continued on his way, thinking about how to prove everything he had said. After all, something had to be done since medicine in this world was very weak. Juho asked the master if he believed the boy, because if nothing worked, death from this disease would be neither beautiful nor easy. And he would not be able to die peacefully as a famous person. He would fight for his right to live and fight the disease to the last of his strength. However, the very presence of this guy did not give the master peace of mind. His words about how all people are doomed to fail, but at least once you have to try to win, deeply affected the master. That is why Peck decided not to give up and not to give up, because he had something to fight for. The boy's question sounded harsh. Is Master Peck ready to fight for his life? This question haunted him for a long time, but the master could not give a clear answer. No matter how well he healed the Murim warriors, they kept getting wounded in battles for valor, love, or hate. They seemed to resemble butterflies flying straight toward their death. If he healed them once, what would happen next? What was the point? This thought haunted the master for a long time. But all this time the old demon of the heart had been hiding inside him, and it finally broke out. He felt relief and emptiness, because this demon of the heart is a demonic being that sits deep in the human soul and whose existence is usually unaware. It manifests itself in the form of suffering when a person achieves awareness during meditation. Since then, young Master Peck had felt sympathy for Chin at first sight. Now he likes him even more, and he is determined to make him his disciple no matter what. Perhaps one day Master Peck himself will learn something from this boy, and in the future they will even switch roles. Juho did not believe Chin's words because he believed that no one could cure the master. However, Peck had no guarantees, but he was sure that there was always a chance, and it was true. Throughout this time, Master Peck had never allowed the thought that there was a cure, but now he realized that the search would be time-consuming and difficult. However, if a cure was found, he would be able to continue living. However, Juho looked strange. His face was upset. He still didn't like this guy and didn't believe him. Juho was convinced that Chin would simply not let the master die in peace, and he thought he was a tactless person. He spoke as if he was dealing with someone from a noble family, and it seemed that if he had the will, he would have cut off Chin's head long ago. Willpower is the most important quality for becoming a disciple of young Master Peck. Harem did not see himself as the person Master Peck saw him, and he thought that if he were not that person, Master Peck would not have shown interest in him. The next day, they met by a lake in a rocky area, and Haryeon's mind kept hearing Master's words that he would not let him die in peace. But before he began training, the Master asked Haryeon to promise that he would be a devoted student, because being a disciple of Master Peck would not be easy. He was well aware that he had a lot of hard work ahead of him, and that training would be a difficult process. The master looked at his new apprentice carefully and squinted his eyes, preparing to demonstrate his abilities. Energy began to radiate from his hand, which seemed to grow into his fingers, merging into a single force. Soon his palm was filled with pure energy, and the surrounding aura was felt in every movement. The incredible power that Master Peck possessed began to manifest itself, and the young doctor was amazed at what he saw. His eyes almost popped up on his forehead in amazement, and he had a very strange feeling from this power. When he looked around, he saw an impressive picture. The master's palm was filled with powerful energy, which, like a laser, struck the stone next to him, shattering it into pieces. The flash of energy that came out of the master's fingers was simply incredible. It was not easy to do, and although it was not a spear or a knife, the power was at a high level. Simply amazing. The master told his student that he must become strong for him. He had to use his skills in medicine with the same precision as the master uses his martial arts. Once again, the sphere of energy began to spin in the master's palm, and this impressive feat left the boy stunned. The strike of pure energy fell on the stone again, and everyone around held their breath. The master's second strike was so powerful that it pierced the stone completely. The radius of the blow became even larger, even piercing a huge hole in a nearby tree. This time, the master aimed more effectively, concentrating all the energy in one finger, and this was not all of his power. The master said that the training would be different from the training in warrior families, because he would pass on his knowledge and power from the Chagall family, one of the noble families in the Murima world. The boy tensed up, realizing how many obstacles would be on his way, but despite this, he was ready to do his best. Every day of his life would be filled with strength and desire to please his master, as well as to benefit the future world of Murim. However, there was one more important detail that the master could not ignore. He asked his disciple not to let him go to the next world just like that, but to do everything to save him. The young man was shocked by this request and did not immediately know how to respond. But could he keep his promise? Tension gripped them, and it was unclear what the boy would say. A warm breeze blew through the place where they were training, and the tension was relieved when the boy promised with all sincerity and gave his word that he would do his best to fulfill the request. The master accepted this answer favorably, and it was a good sign. He asked the disciple to bow down before him 9 times. It was a rite of passage that symbolized the making of a great vow. The boy waved happily, realizing that when they met again, he would be a different person. Sometime later at the estate, the sisters asked the young doctor why he was leaving so soon. He replied that he was temporarily leaving the escort because of urgent matters. The teacher was nearby, and as soon as he finished his business, they would be on their way. The girls looked at the young doctor with a bit of envy, because he was the first student of the great Master Peck. Chin continued the conversation, asking how they were feeling and whether the girl who had been practicing with the sword could walk around and feel good now. She replied that she was feeling fine thanks to the young doctor's help and care, but that she still needed some time to recover because she had back problems. The gifts that the young doctor received from the chapter were luxurious, but he was saddened by his imminent departure. Sister Yen realized that all the warriors were looking for Master Peck, and he did not have long to live. Therefore, he decided to pass on all his knowledge to the young master Chin Chul-hee, and this young man could become the next legendary doctor like his master. For their own benefit, the sisters decided that they should treat Chin well in order to maintain a good relationship. After all, when he grows up, all families will turn to him, and it will be too late to try to establish a relationship. They need to be friends with him now, while there is still time. The young master was invited to the hall and a box was opened in front of him, offering him to accept the gift. The young man was embarrassed when the bright glow of gold shone in his eyes. He asked the hostess to address him as you, and did not take his eyes off the box. His surprise did not leave his face for a long time, because the gift looked extremely expensive. When he opened the box, he saw an incredibly valuable gift. It was Cheon Sondan, which means 1,000. It was something similar to a guandan, but made of a 1,000-year-old pine tree. It was a real treasure, and one of the sisters even envied the boy, because this object is especially useful for treating internal wounds. The descendants of the Kansan family have very few such things left. Mrs. Hyun gave this valuable gift with understanding and asked the boy to eat it and show it to his teacher. The boy was extremely grateful for this gift and considered it a real treasure. He looked at the box and saw many prospects in front of him, not even thinking of refusing. Soon the young doctor said goodbye to his sisters, wishing them a good journey. He thanked Mrs. Hen once again for the wonderful gift and promised to use it. Chin promised to show the result to his teacher before he ate the valuable gift. Mrs. Hyun also emphasized that he should use his blade and promised to come to see how it would look in his hands. She hugged him from the bottom of her heart, thanking him for his work, and saying that he did a great job. She also congratulated him on becoming a master. All those present watched this hug and the farewell ceremony closely. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Master Peckrinson for his work, especially the head of the squad. The doctor was happy, but he thought that he should not be so happy. He was just glad that fate had brought them all together. Soon the carriage was off and speeding toward its destination. Little Master Ching looked out and waved as the carriage quickly disappeared from view. The head of the squad watched and realized that the phoenix must grow under the wing of another phoenix. All the people who saw the young master off hoped that they would soon see this young man surpass his teacher. This was the beginning of a great story that could never have happened, because it did not exist in the novel at all. It was a completely new plot. A few months later, interesting events took place in the mountains in Master Peck's medicine yard, not far from the Flying Snake unit. There were endless landscapes around the area of the extinct volcano. Every morning the boy woke up early and began to study martial arts. First, he had to walk all the steps, starting in the morning, to fetch water. With each step he got closer to his goal, because it was not easy with his body at the beginning. He needed to strengthen his external energy, which is called Donggong. Donggong is a type of Qigong, and Qigong is a set of health and trauma exercises. He repeated the same technique and movements to increase his internal energy. During the exercises, he also needed to practice proper breathing, and his gait was no less important. To start learning martial arts, he had to stand firmly on his feet because he had to become one with the ground. The master constantly emphasized that inner energy was the strength of the Chahal family, and that external physical strength was their weakness. His family arrogantly believed that external energy did not matter against the background of strong internal energy, but this was a mistake. The master decided to teach the boy in a completely different way, and he would master the new technique. He will become an unbreakable vessel of vicious power that no one can break. After the exhausting exercise of carrying water up the stairs, the boy felt tired. The master told him that when he mastered his inner energy, he would become completely self-sufficient. The master appeared unnoticed, and the boy was amazed that he had not noticed his presence. Watching him, the boy promised that starting tomorrow he would carry 4 water cans. The master looked intently at his disciple's face and realized that he was bluffing. However, the master's smile was almost angelic, and he did not show any mercy and said nothing. A few months ago, when he had just arrived here, he was shown the location of the master's residence and office. This residence was known to people as the Peckrin Medical Palace because of its large size. The boy remembered that he had read about this palace in a novel, which was located in a mountainous area, and now he realized that this was the same place. It was a huge area where many patients came to receive treatment. Even though Master Peck did not accept disciples, this place was known as the infirmary by itself. A few minutes later, they arrived and had to unpack all their belongings. Everything around looked ancient and old-fashioned. The flying serpent seemed empty and abandoned, but this place was filled with comfort. While the master was away, Juho checked on many postal pigeons, but they never got through all the letters. Watching this, the boy was fascinated and realized why pigeons were often mentioned in the novel. Postal pigeons were common birds that delivered letters and parcels, and seeing this with their own eyes was something unusual. The official was told that everything was fine, but at the same time, pigeons from Suramun and Chainin appeared, both messengers injured in a martial arts competition. Yuho wondered what had happened, why the conflict had arisen between them, and what kind of trouble had happened, because now they would all have to solve it. Both wounded warriors were to be treated by Master Peck. To find out what was going on, Master Peck decided to check it out for himself and see for himself. He opened the letter and began to read that Prince Samon had a simple sword wound and would recover soon. Prince Suramun, however, had a more serious problem. Suramun had used the Toki Munchiol technique, and although his case was more complicated, the local doctor would be able to handle the treatment. The young man watched Master quickly draw conclusions, and he was impressed. Master Peck decided to send a reply with recommendations, to prescribe bed rest for one of the wounded, and also provided prescriptions for puncture and internal wounds. He noted that the composition of the medicines was simple, and everything needed could be found in local pharmacies. The letter was written, and they had to decide who to send a reply to first. Since Princess Chang's condition was moderate, and her wound was more serious, although it was sustained in battle, Peck was afraid that their house would be angry if they sent the letter to the others first. It was an incredible display of wisdom on Master Peck's part to foresee everything in advance. These were the first instructions the master gave him upon his arrival at the workplace. He took the boy for training. He gave orders to all his servants to prepare answers to the letters and act according to the situation. It all happened very quickly, and the letters were sent so promptly that it was just amazing. It was like telemedicine, to put it in modern terms. It is not for nothing that Peck Rin is among the medical palaces of the 3 generations of China. No matter how long humanity has existed, people continue to live, and therefore to get sick and injured, especially in the world of Murim warriors, where battles take place every day. Because of this, the need for hospitals and medicines is constantly growing. That's why it's so important to share information between hospitals and keep in touch in case of important events. Master Peck took his student to one of his rooms. It was his private room. Everything looked quite minimalistic, and it impressed the boy. The master asked the boy to sit in the center of the room, next to the stove, as it is often shown in Chinese movies and TV shows. There was nothing superfluous in the room, only what was needed for life, no jewelry or dishes. It was a rather modest room for a rich master. Infirmaries exchange information and various knowledge among themselves, but this does not apply to medical skills. Just like in martial arts, doctors cannot teach their skills to anyone. For this reason, an organization of doctors, similar to the Murima Union, has long been established to regulate their activities and the transfer of knowledge. The medical palace, which was the true center for doctors in the district, played a key role in supporting the medical community. The master put the tea on the stove to warm up in the middle of the minimalist room. He continued to talk about the Doctors' Alliance, explaining that several clans were under the leadership of the medical palace. The doctors' offices exchange information through this palace, keeping in touch and coordinating with each other. Chin listened attentively, even though he knew all about it from reading it before. But he couldn't just show that he knew everything, because in the event of war, the doctors' union would meet in the palace, and that was important. The young doctor recalled that during their conversation, he did not even think about how to install a water heater. He thought that research was being done in the medical wards, and he might have to clean up the mess, especially if the heater was going to be running all day, and he had to think about how to deal with the draft through the open window. It was necessary to open the window to keep carbon monoxide from accumulating, but what to do in the winter to keep the heat out? The boy was so absorbed in his thoughts that he stopped listening to the master. The master was talking about the district hospitals and doctors who continue the family business. But he noticed that the boy was not listening to him at all. All he could think about was how he would have to live without underfloor heating, because it would be difficult to install and he would not be able to use it in the near future, so he would have to make do with the stove for now. He also needs a large window and a temperature regulator for ventilation to keep the room warm. The master began to yell at his apprentice, calling him a rascal for thinking about something completely unrelated. Chin apologized for his absent-mindedness, admitting that he was just thinking. The master asked him, since he was so deep in thought, what exactly he was thinking about. However, was it worth asking such a question at all, because a student is first and foremost a patient, and his thoughts may be related to treatment? The young doctor replied that he wanted to create a favorable environment for the master's treatment, especially for the treatment of problems with an intermittent pulse. After all, in his opinion, the master was freezing, and his blood pressure was spiking due to improper heat exchange. The master was amazed because it was true, and he confirmed the student's words. He explained that when one is cold, the heat is actually leaving the body, and if one replenishes the missing heat, one can mitigate these complications. Chin drew attention to a very important detail that could affect the master's health. The master liked Chin's approach. His story was unusual, and he supported the apprentice's point of view, but he wondered what solution he was proposing. Chin suggested that the first step was to arrange the room, since the symptoms had not yet worsened. But the question arose, what kind of room would be suitable for Master Peck? Chin began to think. Because doctors are very sensitive to the environment and always pay great attention to hygiene, one of the main causes of illness is repeated infection. In the modern world, everyone knows this. But here, no one is aware of it yet. The guy suggested forgetting about medicine for a moment and thinking about architecture, because it is important not only to treat, but also to create the right atmosphere for recovery. However, we should not forget about the balance. The room should not be too cold as it is now. It lacks an oven and a large stove needs to be installed. But it could be life-threatening, although Chin wasn't exactly sure why. He observed people and noticed that some of the symptoms were similar to those of carbon monoxide poisoning. He began to think about how to avoid the risk of poisoning due to improper room heating. After talking to the master, Chin thought about how to properly arrange the space to avoid the danger. The cause of all these problems was the carbon monoxide that was produced by the stove. In their world, they did not know about the existence of carbon monoxide, although they understood that oxygen is needed to breathe. However, the air also contains other gases that can become dangerous under certain conditions, such as rising temperatures. A lack of oxygen produces carbon monoxide, which becomes toxic if inhaled for too long. Chin explained that the effect of this gas on the body is similar to the feeling of drowning, but not in water, but in air. Master Peck didn't answer, just listened to his student in silence, amazed at how he could make assumptions so quickly without basic knowledge. He began to realize that his student was a true genius. After the conversation, the master poured tea for everyone and put the kettle on the stove. He wondered how such a young boy knew about these complicated things. The fact was that Master Peck's family had been collecting all sorts of knowledge for a long time, but what Chin was saying was new and unfamiliar to him. This was the first time he had heard of such things, and it was amazing. Now these secrets were coming out of the mouth of a boy who was only 12 years old. Even for the master himself, this information seemed very strange and unusual. Tension arose between them, as the boy could not explain his knowledge precisely. He only said that if he told more, the master would not believe him and would probably consider him dangerous. But looking at such a serious teacher who was also teaching him, Chin realized that he could not lie. After all, he was not a simple man, but Baek Rin-ik-sung, the genius of this novel, and a good man. Another important fact was that the novel mentioned how Baek became determined and even cruel in his mission, which made the master realize that he was not just a child. He accepted Chin's assumptions and decided that if the boy didn't want to answer, it was okay. He would accept him as he was. Chin was a little embarrassed by these words. The master took his student outside where they continued to drink tea. He thanked him for his advice on the arrangement of the room. Chin was given a special room where he could practice and study. This place was ideal for him to develop his skills and further his education. Chin began to plan how to set up the room and what he would need. It was difficult for him to get used to the local writing tools, so he dreamed of something like a pencil, which would be easier to draw and write with. Juho, who was an official at the medical palace, was given full control by the master to organize the work, and now Chin could turn to him with all his questions. Now, with everything he needed at his fingertips, Chin could show his medical skills to the fullest. Thinking back to the Korean underfloor heating, he thought it wasn't something that could be implemented here, but he remembered everything he had seen before and started thinking about possible solutions. He began to draw sketches of the ideal heated floor and heating stove, sketching out ideas that could help create comfort. Realizing that he had every opportunity to realize his ideas, He worked on the project with a pencil in hand, drawing and refining his ideas. After a while, the plan drawn by the young doctor fell into Juho's hands. Looking at it, Juho was amazed and did not understand how they would be able to make it happen. Underfloor heating seemed like an unheard-of luxury to him, and on the second floor with a stove, it all looked simply unrealistic. However, the young master assured him that the smoke would not get into the room, recalling that in their classrooms they used stoves for cooking and heating. There were no heaters here in the training schools, but it was quite possible. At first, the boy's words seemed ridiculous to Juho, but now that he had the plan in hand, everything seemed logical. Another detail surprised Juho. There were no windows and glass in the plan, but the guy argued that when it was cold, it would be difficult for the teacher to go outside. In addition, good lighting is essential for physical and psychological health. All this, of course, was impressive and reminiscent of the Western style. They will need professional help, and the costs will be considerable, but it is possible. For example, it will take a day to install a stove and windows, but the installation of underfloor heating will require the approval of a master. It will take a lot of time to set up a new home for the owner. Apparently, the preparations will take longer than they originally thought. The guy was happy, realizing that his master's condition would improve significantly. He believed that floor heating and sunbathing would help prolong the master's life for at least 10 years, given his well-developed internal energy and ability to make medicine. The builders worked quickly enough, and the new house was completed. It seemed incredible because the builders did not have modern tools, but they were able to do everything very quickly. Chin noticed that the work was already complete. The stove was installed, and the owner was now in the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he was struck by the temperature in the room. The temperature was extremely high, and the room was very hot. In winter, this room would be very warm, and the windows were very light, which reduced the negative health effects. When Master Peck saw his student, he was happy to see him and invited him inside. He was amazed at how beautiful the design of this house was. He could not imagine that it would be so comfortable with the windows closed and the stove on. However, the guy emphasized that it is important to check the system from time to keep it safe. Chin asked how the master was feeling, and he said that although he had been coughing all day, he was feeling much better today. He said that the furnace was a great idea, and he was impressed with the boy's concept. The master praised his apprentice and invited him to sit down. He emphasized that Chin was an extremely smart guy, because no one else had ever thought of glazing windows. But our hero was thinking about something else. How did the secondary character Yuho get such a talent? He was able to install the glass windows in just one day, and even set up the stove. Juho looked like a real magician. Chin decided to follow Juho more closely and find out what he was hiding. Although he was a dedicated teacher, something about him seemed suspicious. Master Peck, as the head of the Namgun family, was proud of his heirs, but Chin's talents were unsurpassed, and even his descendants would not be able to surpass the boy. Chin was glad to see the master's condition improve and was happy about it. Meanwhile, Yuho was spying on them. He was unhappy to see how the master had become fascinated by this boy from the first meeting, and now he was acting like a fool. The master used to smile only when the situation or work required it. Every day the situation at the medical palace was getting worse, and a depressing silence reigned. With the appearance of Chin Chong-hee, the master's smile did not leave his face, because the boy was mastering the skills so quickly that he was able to find a solution to the problems associated with the loss of heat and the intermittent pulse of the ninth yin. The master began to calm down, realizing that this boy was no ordinary child. He realized that Jung-hee could really save his life. Yuho decided to help the boy with all of his endeavors, even if it would cost him his life, no matter what the consequences might be. He was determined to support Chin regardless of the possible consequences. In the evening, the boy left the master to his room, leaving him to rest. Juho stayed by Master Peck's bedside and watched him closely. He asked the master how his energy channels, which carry the inner energy, were feeling. The master replied that he felt fine, and thought that he only needed to prepare Nikki's medicine, and did not even realize that he should have started with creating a new home. That was his omission. Juho noted that such things were not the doctor's job, but the drawings that Chin had drawn were incredibly talented, and he conveyed this idea to the master. It even seemed to Juho that there was a Western influence in Chin's drawings, although this was probably just an illusion. After all, their inventions were much more advanced, but nothing could compare to the talent of Master Peck's student. Juho kept up the conversation, recognizing that the student was indeed worthy of attention and telling everyone about him, but it was not just that. Juho spoke to the master about what was already known, how he praised his student in letters that would be sent next week. The whole of Gangho would be on their ears, trying to figure out who Chin Chong-hee was. It seemed to Yuho that the master was overestimating the boy and not acting quite right, but he didn't care anymore. The master simply said that he wanted to go to sleep and Yuho could be free. In addition, the master joked that maybe Juho was jealous of Chin and was envious of him because of that. When the master lay down on his comfortable bed and breathed in the warm air, he was neither cold nor hot, and he felt great. He was glad that he had no pain today. Mr. Juho looked at the evening sky for a long time. He remained alert to make sure that Master would breathe peacefully that night. It was the first time in a long time that Master finally fell asleep soundly. He ordered everyone in the neighborhood to be as quiet as mice that night, and not disturb him. The next day, the master took his disciple for a walk, and began to tell him about Chagal Liang, their ancestor. After a while, they began to call him Kanmen, because he created many laws and founded various disciplines. Now, all of his descendants continued to develop and benefit from his legacy. Initially, the master planned to adopt Chin to continue his family line, but changing his surname is not so easy. The boy was upset, realizing that it didn't matter to him what his surname would be. The master explained that for now, Chin would remain just his student, but he realized that even Juho, who was quite unpredictable, could become his adopted son. Later on, Chin might be able to take on the surname Siegel. However, for now, everything will remain as it is. The master hinted that when he said later, he meant when Chin grew up, and it seems that he meant that this would happen before his death. The situation was quite complicated, and it put pressure on the boy. The weight of these words weighed on the young master's heart, causing a sense of responsibility and anxiety. Soon they reached one of the training grounds. The boy looked around and was surprised to see what awaited him. Opposite him stood a mannequin designed for training. It was an ancient doll for their training, and today the master planned to show him a real master class. The boy was amazed. Was he really going to learn martial arts? The ancient dolls are here for a reason, and today is the big day. In the next chapter, we will find out what happens next. Their lineage is based on the study of the art of shimbap, which helps to develop memory, has a positive effect on thinking, and reveals human emotions. The master stretched out his hand again, and this movement was familiar to the young master. As before, his hand shot out with a fiery aura like an arrow. Exploding with his power, the master struck a powerful blow toward the dummy, and a huge sphere of pure energy hit the dummy's chest. This was an important lesson as the master showed the key points of using this power. Then he demonstrated the Chunin point, and the next was the Octane point. The whole spectacle was fascinating and left a great impression on the young man's mind. It was simply incredible. With just a flick of his finger, the master could hit the named points on the body. During the next strike, he only lightly hit the dummy without piercing it through, and it seemed impossible to the boy. He could not even imagine such power, but for the master it was just a game. The creation of such a pistol with enormous firepower that could be precisely controlled impressed Chin with its incredibility. The master asked the boy if he was impressed by the demonstrated power. Another person might have asked why the master did not pierce the dummy through as he had done before, and why the impact was so weak. But the young doctor realized that the master had demonstrated impeccable control. He had not even damaged the dummy or removed the paint. This was the first lesson, and the boy proved to be an excellent student. Their kind used brain power in this way, achieving great success, which put them ahead of ordinary warriors. However, the roots of their pride were the source of their problems. But the boy will learn to master this technique, so don't worry. The knowledge he will gain will be much deeper than that of his ancestors. Finger Flash is the main martial art of the Chagall family, and for the master, it is almost child's play. In the past, the great power of the Siegel family was manifested in sword techniques, as well as the art of wielding the fan, which was their main weapon. Of course, that was not all they possessed. Over 10,000 weapons and techniques, which was a rather terrifying feature of their lineage. The boy's eyes shone with delight. He was amazed because these masters were using weapons that he had never seen before in his life. It was just incredible. The master was impressing him more and more with every passing moment. But there was only one question. Could the boy have reached such heights with another teacher? However, looking at his master, he had no doubt that in the future he would also be able to become an almighty warrior who would surpass all his enemies. His heart grew confident that he could achieve this through training. The master leaned over to his student and asked him if he wanted to master all the martial techniques of their family and become his successor. But there was one important but. The boy realized that if he became omnipotent, the heavenly demon would target him to kill him. After all, to become a leader of the Magi, you need to prove that your art is of the highest level. Even now, while he is still young, the demon provokes fights and threatens to destroy anyone who gets in his way, because this was his destiny written in the novel. In the novel, the heavenly demon Yonghyun pursued the Almighty all his life, going to his goal and destroying powerful enemies. He did not know any obstacles and was obsessed with his desire to win. There were no obstacles for the heavenly demon, and all this time he was achieving his goal. This is clearly described in the novel. And now Chung was asking himself whether he should strive for omnipotence to be ready to fight him, because sooner or later the heavenly demon would come for his head. Standing on the training ground, he asked his teacher why he should strive to become omnipotent. After several minutes of thought, Master Peck could not give a clear answer. Watching him, Chung wondered why Master didn't pay attention to the fact that so many people in Kanho were training for this goal. However, no one would give him a medal or a certificate for becoming omnipotent. On the contrary, he will have a great responsibility, although many will consider him an idol. Once he becomes omnipotent, he will have rights that are not available to other people. And yet the master asked his disciple, what does he want to become? Without hesitation, the boy replied that there was no point in striving for omnipotence. Then the master asked him what he really wanted to become. The student replied that he wanted to become an omnipotent doctor like his teacher. Peck looked at this wonderful child and was very happy to have such a purposeful student who had a noble goal. It was a good goal that promised to lead him to a wonderful result. The master knew many of the Seagull clan who aspired to become omnipotent, but this was the first one who wanted to become an omnipotent doctor. The master thought that the student was special, and he thought that the boy had been sent to him by heaven. Looking at his disciple, the master felt proud to have such a student. Standing with the master and looking at the sunset, the boy realized that his path was to devote himself to medicine, even if the heavenly dragon became the ruler of Mage. In the novel, the protagonist never killed the doctor, and the boy decided that this was his meaning in life. His heart was racing at this thought, because his path was decided. He would become a doctor, and this path would not be easy. But it was his goal, and the cycle of life. And no matter what happened, no matter what obstacles arose, he would certainly come forward and heal his Master Peck. Master Peck realized that this student who gave him warmth was being kind for no apparent reason. He could not even imagine that he would ever have to ask himself such a question. The high-ranking master could not leave this boy to his fate. He was now his debtor. That's what the valiant Chin Chung-hee had become to him. They continued to train until late at night, and the most important thing was to learn to concentrate the energy within themselves. No matter what happened, the young student was not to move when the master applied his technique. He told him to sit in the lotus position and concentrate his power. This was an extremely important moment when the young disciple had to be filled with the power of his master. When the master put his hand on the boy, their breaths synchronized. The energy around them began to fill every drop of air with crystals of its power. And at one point, feeling the energy of his master, the boy seemed to have an epiphany. The master channeled his energy and moderately filled the body of the young disciple. The teacher's energy, sweeping through the room in an incredible way, filled every particle of air, striking with its power. But the main thing he was telling his student was whether he was focused on his energy. And suddenly, streams of green, pure energy, like a green mist, began to flow through the boy's veins. The circulation that took place in the body is called the Great Celestial Cycle. This is the inner energy that is present in every person, and it can be awakened. The guy felt it inside him, like an electric charge spreading through his body. It felt cold and heavy, although this was not due to the influence of the ninth yin, which is responsible for the intermittent pulse. When the student moved his hands forward, the power began to flow out of his hands. Meanwhile, the master closed his eyes and concentrated on the process. Suddenly, the energy circulation broke, and the master filled the space with his own energy. In the area of the abdominal cavity, where most of the energy is collected, the boy began to feel a hardening. It was the same Tanjong that was mentioned only in legends, the energy that accumulates in a century-old Huandan. The inner energy was absorbed by the miraculous medicine, and now it became part of his essence. Filled with this incredible power, he will be able to control it. When the effect became even stronger, the hardening would turn into a life force that would become like a resin that was constantly renewing itself. It was difficult for him to get used to the new, depleted essence, and perhaps because of this, he never fully understood it. Now he has imbibed 100-year-old Huandan, and next time he will try a 1,000-year-old one. He realized that he shouldn't try to learn too much at once. Today had already been very effective, and the master was tired. He allowed the disciple to open his eyes and proceed to the next step, learning the basics of Shimbop. The young man realized that this was a breakthrough in his career, the path to becoming a great doctor. Continuing his studies, the Chegel family's Shimbop was based on the 5 elements that shape this world. They were fire, water, wood, metal, and earth. The master instructed his student to breathe as he was taught, and try to control his inner energy on his own. The boy began to circulate his breath and concentrated on it. The master continued teaching. Water nourishes the tree gives power to the fire forms the earth creates metal, and the metal purifies the water. Suddenly, the boy felt a stream of energy moving inside him, and everything was exactly as the master had described. It even seemed funny to him. The basic principle is the cycle of the 5 elements, and it is through this cycle that the god of the 5 elements, Seagull, combines with medicine. It is important that the internal energy does not conflict, does not mix chaotically, but moves harmoniously. No other energy in the world is able to heal internal wounds and stimulate life cycles so effectively. The boy asked what would happen if the energy started moving in the opposite direction. The master replied that this is a deadly combination. When everything goes the other way around, water meets fire. Fire goes out. When fire meets metal, metal melts. Metal cuts wood, and wood becomes part of the earth. Was it bad? Of course, there are cases when it is necessary. For example, when a person falls into a state in which he loses control of his own body and abilities, becoming a demon, this deadly combination is used to restore balance. The cycle of the 5 elements in the deadly combination can be compared to medicine and poison. In modern medicine, this is called a side effect. Well-known examples, such as sildenafil or Viagra, were originally intended to treat cardiovascular diseases. But during clinical trials, a side effect was discovered. Treatment of dysfunctions became its main use, although it was originally intended for another purpose. There are other cases where the drug is used to treat obesity or diabetes. The master explained that any substance can be a medicine or a poison. It all depends on how you use it. The same applies to the 5 elements in the world. Tanjong begins to move faster, and cognition does not come immediately, but gradually everything comes in its own time. Cheon was a gifted child, and the saying, "When a bard learns a new chord, he writes 9 new songs," accurately described him. After all, he was a student of the master. The master realized that they would probably have to recognize the boy as the second best doctor in China, because they had a new talent in front of them. This was a serious statement, and everything had to be carefully considered before proceeding. Everything went quiet, and the boy went to his room. After a while, Juho brought him a miraculous pill to take. This pill contained 5 kinds of huandan: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. The boy looked at them, and it seemed very strange to him. Ordinary huangdang usually had a cool fragrance, but these had no odor. The young master asked Juho if he should take all the pills at once. However, Juho looked down and said that he only needed to choose one, the one he wanted. The boy could not imagine what kind of test he was facing. Perhaps it was some kind of exam held to test his knowledge, and the boy's fate could depend on whether he chose the right pill. He had already taken a century-old huandan, born in deep villages and forests before. Therefore, he needed to choose one whose properties matched his inner energy in order to enhance it. The guy noticed one important detail. He remembered that according to the principle of the cycle of the elements, it is important to choose the right balance. That's why he chose huandan, which belongs to the element of fire, because the energy of wood enhances the energy of fire. And so Juha gives him this pill. It fell into the hands of the young disciple, and a sweet aroma began to emanate from this huangdang. The boy inhaling this smell was amazed that he had never smelled it before. It turns out that the huandan of the 5 elements are 5 pills, and each of them has its own role. If you take them in order, you won't need any more energy, because the cycle of the elements will start naturally. In order to create the cycle and start the cycle of the 5 elements, it was necessary to assemble the base of the 5 components in their purest form. The guy told Juho that he would not take just one pill. He decided to take them all one by one. Juho was incredibly surprised by this statement, because it did not fit their scenario at all. He expected the guy to pass the test and be easier to deceive, but it turned out not to be the case. He was a strange guy, but in the end, he supported our hero's decision, and his words even made the guy a little upset. The guy was much smarter than he even thought. He continued to explain that if he had chosen only the fire huandan, the owner would have already considered his answer correct, and asked how long it had taken he to think of it. He clearly explained that it was all about the smell. Yuho realized that it was the smell of the fire's huandan. At first he thought it was strange that none of them had an odor. However, as he watched, he noticed that each huandan had its own scent. They are so harmoniously combined with each other that when mixed, the smells disappear completely. Then he remembered the basic principles of the 5 elements. And then it was easy to guess the right answer, because it literally just came to him. After this conversation, Juho praised he, saying that he was really very insightful, and his efforts were not in vain. Yuho then added that he would tell his master his answer when he was packing up the pills. On his way out, he asked he to take the huandang without haste. Hiei held the pill up to his eye and looked at it carefully. Then he swallowed it. The fire huangdan had a very pungent aftertaste, which he felt in full. Before he knew it, a whole week had passed. He activated the cycle, and it seemed to him that he sometimes confused whether he was a human or a huandan processing machine. Juho told him that they had already arrived at the place. This was the place where the medicine was made. He did nothing but look around, amazed at the size of the room. It was huge, more like the Pekrin Palace, one of the 3 generations of medicinal palaces in the Middle Kingdom. A medical palace was a larger structure than a doctor's office, which was much smaller. In other words, the Pekrin is one of the few palaces in the country that can be counted on one hand. It specializes in the manufacture and sale of huandan. It was mentioned in the novel, but he had no idea that it was so organized. Yuho continued to explain and said that some people believe that palaces also practice Chinese food therapy, which is better, but this does not lower their status. They produce a lot of miraculous medicines, each of which belongs to a certain class, from the highest to the lowest. The highest grade medicines are produced only 2 times a year. And although every student who has received inner energy from a master can easily handle such medicines, you may not be able to, warned Yuho. He advised taking a lower grade Huandan once every 3 days, and if the body can absorb the properties of the pills, then he will receive as much internal energy from one as long training would bring. He just closed his eyes and told himself that he would have to try. In the novel, the students received energy from the teacher, and the descendants of noble families took miracle drugs from early childhood. He began to wonder if he was lucky. By the way, he seemed incredible. He managed to do so much that Yuho didn't even understand how he did it, assuming that the boy didn't sleep well because of his training. But he just smiled in response, saying that compared to what happened during the internship, it was nothing. He constantly recalled what was happening then. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. If slavery hadn't been abolished, it would now be called a specialization for medical school graduates. He would have done everything, but he heard insults all the time. Patients, caregivers, professors, and ordinary passers-by all did not hold back and insulted him. His constant companions then were sadness and anger, and later even these emotions disappeared. It was then that he learned what emotional exhaustion was. But here, all the doctors praised and supported him. He felt their love and respect every day. He wondered if this was real life, or was it the influence of the man from the Baekrin Palace? After walking through the palace, they went outside and met the teacher on the way. As usual, the teacher was smiling, and his eyes shone with a blue light. Coming closer, the teacher asked he what he thought of the drug manufacturing department. "It's an incredible place," he replied. Coming even closer, the teacher took he by the shoulder, and Juho thanked him for showing him around. The teacher touched his shoulder for a reason. The teacher began to feel he's inner energy and noticed that he had already reached the first level. "You did it very quickly," the teacher said. But he warned him not to overexert himself and asked him to rest. He immediately understood the teacher and agreed that he needed to rest because it wasn't work. So he wasn't going to argue. After that, the teacher suggested going out to eat and telling he where he would be living. Soon the construction of the new house was completed. They hired a lot of workers and the time frame was shortened. On one side, there was a large glazed window, underfloor heating, and a stove. He was overwhelmed with emotion when he saw his new home. The inside of the house was lined with wood and the walls were covered with clay. He was fascinated by this. A house with such thermal insulation was different from the typical Chinese style, and this house spoke volumes about its owner. The thermal insulation showed the teacher's willpower. The teacher was wondering if the bed, which was lying directly on the floor, would be suitable for he because he would have to sleep on the floor. Since the floor was warm, this only made he happy because it was good for his back. The teacher, on the other hand, was worried about whether it would be too hot. It seemed like they were in a bathhouse. Juho explained that the stove had been deliberately loaded with wood to the maximum to test its maximum temperature. The teacher thought that one stove would have been enough, but the whole system was simply amazing. While they were talking, he was excited about everything he saw around him. Juho noticed that he was suspicious, especially about how he knew so much, and asked the teacher about it. But he reminded him that they had decided not to ask such questions. One day, he would tell them the secret himself. The teacher began to realize what kind of person he was. The teacher came a little early, as did the boy who also came early. The underfloor heating was a real godsend for the teacher, and every day he felt better and better, as he repeatedly told the young student. This made the boy smile slightly. The time had come to comprehend the divine help of the 5 elements. The teacher asked the boy to concentrate the energy in the tangent and direct it to his fingertips. He repeated this several times to make him feel calm and confident. The student closed his eyes and began to concentrate. All attention was directed to the breath to receive divine help from the element of fire. When he opened his eyes, everything around him was ablaze with bright flames. The energy he had just awakened was incredibly powerful. The wind that rose from his power tore leaves from the trees. When he touched one of the leaves, Pen burned it with a single touch. This amazed the boy, but he was even more impressed that he had done it himself. Rising on one leg, the boy heard from his teacher that he had succeeded. True, he hadn't managed to set anything else on fire, but it was still a great result. The teacher noticed that the boy was learning much faster than the others. As the boy's level increased, the teacher decided to give him a new task. He took out a fan and opened it in front of his face, causing his hair to blow in the wind. It was the first time the boy had ever seen a teacher use a fan. But as soon as he began to wave it, everything around him changed. The fire began to swirl along with the wind coming from the fan. This was the true essence of fire. Destruction. The teacher stood on the tips of his fingers and rotated around his own axis. As he spun, he spoke quietly to himself, "Neither wood nor iron nor air." And when he swung harder, the tree flew into the air and split in half. This blow to the tree was like a sharp movement of a sharp blade that encountered no resistance. There was a slight rustling of leaves as the tree fell to the ground. The boy saw it with his own eyes, but he could not believe what he saw. A huge tree in just one swing. How is this possible? The place of the cut was burned, but the tree itself did not catch fire. The teacher asked the boy if he liked what he saw. Then he added, "The next thing is the energy of the wind," and he started waving his fan again. But this time green energy appeared around him instead of fire. The stump that remained of the tree began to rise into the air. The teacher continued to wave the fan more and more. The boy just covered himself with his hands, trying to protect himself from the gusts of wind. The energy of the wind was incredibly powerful because its essence was movement. It lifted the tree into the air with its power. A dull thud was heard as the trunk collided with the trunk. The teacher returned the felled tree to its place. It seemed that nothing had happened to the tree. It stood exactly where it had been cut. The boy noticed only a thin line at the place of the cut. But the teacher explained that the fire had already damaged the bark of the tree, and it was no longer alive. "Now it's your turn," the teacher told the boy. The teacher then asked the boy if he could harness the energy of the water. The boy just stood there, swallowing his saliva at the experience, having no experience with this element. He looked at the tree and timidly asked if he should try it on it. His task was to save the tree from death, because water is life. If he succeeded, he would consider his first task completed. Pen wondered how long it would take the boy to do it. The teacher left him alone, and after a while he came back with Juho, who thought that the teacher was in too much of a hurry, because it was almost impossible to reach the 3rd degree in the first lesson. Juho was convinced that no student could do this in the first year of study. "Then why did I spend so much time explaining the theory to our boy?" the teacher replied sarcastically. "When it comes to education, it's hard to find a more demanding mentor. The teacher may be taking care of a new student, but you can't expect him to be lenient. Although, if you think about it, isn't success the most important thing? This approach will make the boy stronger." It started to rain outside, and it seemed to him that even the weather was against him. He could have hidden, but the thought of how to heal the tree with the energy of water did not leave his mind, even though he was at the first level. He managed to collect a pea-sized drop of water, but it was not enough to heal the bark. He knew that the teacher was well aware of this, and he began to doubt why he had given him this task. Did he want him to get discouraged? If so, the method seemed extremely questionable. It seemed to him that in such a situation there was only one way out: death. If he had simply cut the tree, there would have been a chance, but he burned even the cambium layer with fire. The roots were intact, which meant that the tree was not yet dead. He decided to start treatment with the lower part of the tree and then restore the upper part. He was not going to give up the fight, so he sat down at the roots of the tree and watched as the roots absorbed the water that had once made the tree bloom in the rain. The tree gave birth to fire, and the fire brought it back to the earth. The earth was connected to the metal that was connected to the water. And it was at that moment that he realized the answer was found. The boy was sure that this was what the teacher had meant. It was necessary to increase the amount of energy, as is done with the load on weak patients, gradually. But the question was, would it work? After all, he only needed the energy of water. Would he be able to put the divine help of the 5 elements into practice? It is dangerous to use a technique that you are not trained in, but there is no other solution. If he fails because of the tree, he will be remembered as a rare failure. First, he decided to start with the calmest and most stable energy of the earth. He could literally feel the amount of energy increase when it was combined with metal. So far so good, and there was no reason to worry. Now he had to combine the metal with water. At this point, the guy felt that the energy increased more than 8 times. All this powerful energy rushed straight to his hand. Rays of blue light from this energy even fell on his face. The bark of the tree began to grow together, and it seemed that everything worked. But the boy realized that this was not the end. The energy dissipated around him, and he just looked at the trace left on the tree. Then it occurred to him that he should start with the energy of the tree itself. He would pass the energy through fire, earth, metal, and water. This means that the energy will increase 32 times as 2 to the 5th power. In such a situation, quality is more important than quantity. Because of this, he was offered to take the 1,000-year Huandan a little later. The essence of the divine help of the 5 elements is mutual exclusion and harmony. If one energy suppresses the other, he will fall into a state of Chuhuaima. But the boy decided to take the risk, because no one held him accountable for his failure. At that moment, Pen was walking with Yuho, talking about he. The teacher began to wonder if he should have given the child such a difficult task. Maybe it was better to choose something easier. If the requirements are too high, it can have a negative impact on the student. But when he approached the tree, he looked at the bark in amazement. At first, he couldn't even believe it was the same tree, but there was a small mark on it. He was amazed that the boy had completed the task. When he looked closely, he saw that the bark had grown together unevenly. The trace of energy was also clearly visible. Juho, who was standing behind him, said, "This is undoubtedly the work of Jung-hee. He did it on his own without any help. Did he really do it?" He was truly impressed. The boy did it in just 1 day, maybe even half a day. He easily mastered the third element during the first task, where he had to combine, expand, and concentrate the energies of all the elements in the right direction. A child is usually not capable of this level of control, but this student was. Then Peng thought about it and said that perhaps the boy would become his successor. Such talent is rare not only for him but for the whole of Kanho. Oh shit, Yuho thought as he listened. The teacher was already eager to tell everyone about his student. When the owners of the doctor's offices found out about him, they would start making claims against their students. Juho thought the teacher was being too hard on the other doctors. The teacher was looking forward to the morning meeting to tell everyone about his student. Morning came and he slept the whole day. He felt 100% as if his body had become completely different, almost supernatural. All of his senses were sharpened to incredible limits. He started jumping for joy because he felt that this was just the beginning. Just the beginning. And his inner energy was already getting stronger. His abilities were developing. He felt as if he was no longer an ordinary person. Martial arts seemed like something natural to him, and he believed that he had already matured. This was probably the result of the miraculous medicines and techniques of the Seagull family. If things continue like this, he may be able to become stronger than the heavenly demon itself. It's unlikely, but he possesses the deadly sky star and knows various techniques. However, he is still far from being a heavenly demon, but one day he will definitely come to the medicinal palace. Until he becomes a real heavenly demon, he will need his help. Suddenly, he heard sounds behind him. Instantly, he turned his head to see what was going on. There was a loud sound that made he immediately run to see what happened. First, he decided to open the window to get a better look. It seemed as if the sound was so loud that the house was about to collapse. Someone was making a mess at the entrance to the palace, and the commotion was such that it seemed like they were being attacked. He couldn't remember a single moment in the novel where something like this happened. The doctors quickly lined up in a row. The demon archer asked one of the doctors for permission to meet with Baek Rin-sung. Meanwhile, he came closer and tried to understand what was happening. The source of the noise seemed to be a man who was screaming at the top of his lungs. On the man's back, he saw a child about his age. Was this child sick? The man kept begging to be allowed to meet Peck at least once. Then he realized that he was an archer trying to save his daughter, and he looked like a poor man. However, the archer pointed his arrow directly at the doctors. He was desperate and begged to be brought to Peck immediately. If this man is able to attack from a distance even without a weapon, then the guesses may be true. He was Jung Sanjikan, neither Jung Paik nor Safa. He is a mercenary who does not hesitate to kill and attack even prominent martial artists for money. In simple words, the main enemy of this world. The doctors explained to him that they only treat those who have been notified through pigeon mail. The palace receives patients who could not be helped in the doctor's offices. They explained to the archer that he had to bring a statement, and then they would be able to help him. But the archer held an arrow pointed directly at them. What kind of statement? He asked them again, barely containing his rage. After that, he began to lower the bow down. He seemed to have calmed his temper a bit. At that moment, the memories of the novel began to return to the boy. Some of those who had attacked him had killed his daughter, after which she died, and he was on a slippery slope. This child on his back is the same girl. If his memories were correct, the girl would die right there, and he decided that he could try to save her. Archer began to explain to the doctors that they had tried to get treatment at the main unit of Hua's hospital, but they were only refused, saying they could not issue a discharge. He has been trying to cure his daughter for 10 days, and it took him 5 days to get to Baek Rin Hospital. He was running out of time, so he decided to apply directly, and Hua-ju, like Sun, said he couldn't help because the archer wasn't a Jonpa. They can't just leave her to her fate, he said. As the boy listened to this conversation, he tried to remember the name. Hua-ju, like Sun, treats only those who belong to Jongpa. How difficult it is. Because of the lack of some papers, a child is denied help. He also said that he had been walking here for 5 days. How did she not die on the way? From a medical point of view, this has no explanation. The archer knelt down and put the girl on the ground. He said he tried his best. He sold his property to raise some money and begged the doctors to save her. The doctors did not know what to say, but they felt very sorry for this child. Seeing something like this live is not the same as reading about it. Only a teacher could solve the situation. So he appeared, approached the archer, and asked permission to examine the child. The doctors immediately told the teacher that this man had made a real mess of things. The archer looked at him and thought, "Is this Baek Rin-seong?" After that, the archer began to beg Baek to help his child, kneeling down in front of him. He explained that she had been attacked by 7 people in Sun's doctor's office, was examined and told that her internal organs were badly damaged and was given medicine, but it did not help. Peck came closer, sat down next to the girl, and began to examine her. He immediately started taking her pulse to check her condition while he watched from behind the doctors. "It's a miracle," Peng said, "that the girl is still alive." Then Peng added that it was too late to treat her and that he could not help. This began to irritate the archer. He got angry, ran up to Peng and shouted, "What did you say?" Pen repeated. It's too late. These words from the doctor's mouth enraged the demon archer, and he began to form energy on his arm. Everyone watching was terrified. Had he gone mad? Or perhaps it was just desperation. Yuha grabbed his tense hand, asking him to stop. He tried to calm him down, explaining that this was the territory of the Baekrin Medical Palace. The novel says almost nothing about Yuho, but he looks very strong. The teacher remained calm, showing no fear or anxiety on his face, as if he was indifferent to everything. The demon archer, clenching his teeth, could barely keep himself under control. But Juho made him let go and take his hand away. The archer asked them if they were acting like this because his money was earned by illicit means. He then called them hypocrites. His anger grew, a real demon archer. At this point, he did not know what to do. The situation seemed hopeless. Armed men appeared to calm the demon archer down. But this made him even more angry, because it seemed that the whole world was now against him, while his daughter was on the verge of death. The doctor's palace was impressive. Part of the Murim clan, fighting warriors, it was definitely not weak. Peck continued to say that the girl could not be helped and that it had to be accepted. The archer looked at the girl and then at the teacher, not knowing what to do. In complete desperation, he asked to kill them both right there and said that he would kill them all himself in the hospital palace. He added that Sona Hospital, which refused to help, would suffer the same fate. Oh, things are getting worse, and these two are acting like nothing happened. Ping even said to the archer, "Your will is your own, but in this case your corpses and your daughter will rot in the marketplace in front of everyone." Hearing this, the archer's body was already completely covered with energy, and he was ready to end it all. Because of these events, he could not calmly watch the little girl die, and he managed to convince everyone to put her on a stretcher. It was not easy, but he did it. It seemed that if not for this, the demon archer would have simply killed Peng, and everything would have ended horribly. But after a while, there were no traces of aggression on the archer's face, only the calmness that was characteristic of a caring father. He watched this with the hope that things could still be fixed. When it comes to the life of your own child, pride takes a back seat. The archer apologized, admitting that he had long lived a dishonest life, and that his powers of observation had become dulled. Then the demon archer looked at he with such an inhuman look that the boy could not understand who he looked like. He couldn't figure out what was so unusual about that look. The demon archer couldn't figure it out either, because his face looked beautiful and feminine, like a mask that hid his true emotions. It was as if he was frozen in place, even if the demon archer decided to kill everyone around him except for he. He realized that his teacher really appreciated him, and it was obvious. To reach heights like Sung means to see many more deaths than an ordinary warrior. The boy knew that Sun was a bit mysterious, and a mere mortal could not understand his strange nature. But Dawn at least looked like an ordinary person, which was confusing. What annoyed the demon archer the most was that Sung always shied away from conflict in every situation. Putting his hands on He's shoulders, the archer apologized for raising his hand to his teacher. Then he began to beg to save his daughter, repeating his requests over and over again. He recalled his anger and desperation, as well as the energy that filled the air around him, stronger than any poison. Even though it was a different world, he, though a child, felt it was time to act. He decided to get down to business, because it was exactly the same hospital as in his past life. While in the operating room, they checked the girl and wondered if they could cure her. He was not sure, because without a CT scan or magnetic resonance imaging, it is difficult to see internal injuries. But in the world of martial arts, one of the most amazing things for he was the ability of Qingyi, which resembled an ultrasound but was much more accurate. After the examination, the three of them gathered together and the teacher was about to say something, but asked that what he was about to say remain in this room. The attacker was using a very strong negajitsu technique, and his fighting technique was quite peculiar. It was the so-called fist-fighting technique. This may mean that the enemy belongs to a certain clan, in particular to John Fa, the Pecto Union. This is exactly what the teacher told them. John Fa is an association of 5 unions. But why isn't Safa behind this crime as usual? It doesn't matter what started the conflict. Attacking a child is unthinkable. In the novel, the archer never found the culprit. If the attacker is a member of John Fa, he will never confess, no matter how horrible the crime. He gathered his courage and decided what he would do next. The archer's business is his concern, and ours is to save the patient. Hearing this from he, the teacher saw real courage in him. Children are not characterized by such an indifferent attitude, and it reminded the teacher of his own negative character trait. However, this knowledge could be useful to them, so the teacher agreed. It was time to begin. They got closer to the girl. The girl had suffered necrosis due to a ruptured intestine, and surgery was possible but risky. There was a question of whether she could survive the operation, and they needed to get the consent of a family member. He told the teacher and Juho that he would take it upon himself. When he went outside, he called the girl's father for a conversation. He explained that there were 2 options. The first option is a painless death, Sleep will hold the session and ease her suffering by reducing the pain until the moment her breathing stops. The second option is to fight for her life to the end. An operation could be performed, but in case of failure, the body would be impossible to restore, and the procedure would be very painful. The father could not hold back his tears, but he realized that this was 100 times better than the first doctor's statements about guaranteeing a cure. For this man was a stranger, and he was seeing his daughter for the first time. So the decision was up to the father. Only he knew his child better than anyone else. At that moment, the father began to recall her constant smile and how she loved to play overcoming obstacles. She was a very energetic girl, and he never had time to tell her what he was really doing. She still naively believed that her daddy was a wandering warrior named Kanho. Once she even told him that she wanted to follow in his footsteps, study martial arts, and become a strong warrior. But now, it seems that her dad was too late. And then, when she was beaten, she told him that she would never be as strong as him. Barely able to speak the words, she added that she still fought well. At that moment, the archer felt like a real liar and a coward. He didn't want to see the condemnation in her eyes and live in poverty. He blamed himself for everything, considering himself a bad father. Kneeling before he begged her to cure him. With tears in his eyes, he asked for help for his daughter. Then he knelt down and asked, "Why should an innocent child die instead of me?" His pain was felt in every word, and he saw how much this man was suffering. After a while, he returned to the operating room and said that the conversation was over. He also added that he had explained all the options and their consequences to the archer, and he had chosen to continue fighting. Immediately after that, it was decided to act quickly. Juho began to prepare everything necessary. There is nothing beautiful in hospitals. There is constant anxiety there. Relatives are worried about the lives of their loved ones, and the hospital staff is worried about everything going well. After a while, all the necessary tools were prepared. The medicines that he had asked for were also in place, and he himself rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. All they had to do was not give up. Examining the girl, it was found that she had a liver rupture. The liver had crumbled like tofu, and the well-known Qigong technique had punctured her intestines. Unusually, her ribs remained intact. How did she manage to live for 15 days in this condition? Perhaps it was due to her inner energy and her father's miraculous potion. One thing he realized was that the girl was extremely strong, and the painkillers seemed to be working to keep her alive. After that, they went out to consult whether it was enough for the operation. As he had asked, Juho tried to do everything as quickly as possible. After handing over the tubes to Juho heard his words of admiration. Unbelievable. Only Joho could make them so quickly. The more he watched, the more questions he had about this blood transfusion invention. It took him very little time to create the tube. "Are we going to use this device to give blood?" the teacher asked. He explained that the girl would not survive without a blood transfusion. Blood could be taken from her father by simply connecting their veins with a tube. The father was ready for anything if it would save his daughter. After a while, they stood by the bed where the girl was lying. He was going to perform a posterior lateral opening of the chest cavity. To do this, the patient had to be laid on her side. Then an incision was to be made between the ribs to provide a good view. At Murima, the incision is made with a kamgen, and then everything is fixed back together. The result promised to be promising. Modern medicine could not match the accuracy of local methods. The teacher just watched he work. The teacher saw in his movements the skill of a man who had performed operations hundreds of times. It was not just amazing, but truly impressive. Not only the teacher, but also Juho noticed that his skill level was extremely high. They had never seen anything like it, and thought that his knowledge did not belong to this world. It came to him from above, so the teacher and Juho thought. At this point, he was completely focused on the operation. Now it was time to make an incision to minimize bleeding. With the help of Hogan's somas, blood, toxins, and other fluids were absorbed from the body. The demon archer decided to pass his Qingyi source to his daughter to save her life. During the prolonged transmission of Qingyi, the teacher will strengthen the targeted effect by replenishing her vital energy. They all gathered here to save one child. Soon, all that was left was to connect the tissues back together. But the teacher noticed that the pressure began to drop. Why? Although there was still not enough Qingyi, it had already begun to penetrate the body. Suddenly, he put his hand right into the incision on her body. No one realized what he was doing, but suddenly he opened his eyes. It was expected for him. He told the others that his spleen had ruptured. Only now did they realize that they had been too focused on the liver. It was difficult to notice the tear, because it was in the area of the hypochondrium. The liver is recovering. You just need to be careful. There is still a chance for salvation. However, without the spleen, her immunity will be significantly weakened, and she will have to spend the rest of her life in a safe place, constantly taking care of and monitoring her health. And this operation means the end of her dreams of becoming a warrior. However, it was important to understand how serious the damage was, so they decided to try to do without surgery. The teacher asked he to rely not only on himself, but also on others, because although he was weaker, his name was known to everyone for a reason. The teacher could help by using his technique, which he had previously shown to he, but only on a tree. Inserting a needle into the girl, he began to transfer internal energy to her, and her pulse recovered. The gap was small and occurred in a favorable place. However, this did not diminish the fact that Peng was the best doctor in the martial arts world, and his reputation was well-deserved. But he had to focus. This was no time to get carried away, because the operation was not yet complete, and he had to act quickly. The needle was already sewing up the wounds. These were the final touches of the operation. After that, he, the kid, literally fell to the floor and exclaimed, "Finally finished!" During the operation, he did not even keep track of how much time had passed and felt completely exhausted, like a squeezed lemon. When the teacher came up to him, he immediately praised him, calling him a good man because he had saved a child from death, which was worthy of praise. But he replied that he should not thank him, but the teacher. In response, the teacher said that he shouldn't, because someday he would be able to use this technique even on him. The problem was that the archer had also used up all his strength. He had also risked everything he had to save his child. He had lost all his energy. At that moment, the teacher said that he also needed to lie down, and he began to fall. "Master, wake up! Master!" he was asked, shaking his body, but he fell down and even his mask flew off his face. The cold and torment were like an icy knife blade cutting into his heart, tearing it to pieces. He screamed loudly, begging for help, but no one could give it to him. However, he had already begun to get used to this feeling. He was told that his life would be short, and asked if he had thought about how he wanted to live the rest of his time. The medicine contained poison, but was used as a strong painkiller. It was the only thing they could offer him. The relatives of patients who had a short time to live were not concerned about the use of such drugs, perhaps because they dulled the pain a bit. Once, he felt nothing at all as he stood on the ruins of his home, swearing revenge on those who burned down his house and killed his family. It was his destiny to be the first in his family to die, but it didn't happen that way. This was the story of a teacher. Juho threw the unconscious teacher on his shoulders and started running, asking everyone to get out of the way. He ran as fast as he could, pushing everyone out of his way. He was fascinated by him at first sight. Juho had something that he lacked. Perhaps that was why he admired him so much. No, it was definitely not envy. It was admiration, or a feeling similar to admiration. He instantly started running after them to help as soon as possible. The moonlight was coming through the window, its rays flooding the room with their light. After a while, the teacher was already lying in bed. He began to open his eyes and noticed that he was at home. He immediately asked what time it was, but no one answered. He got up and noticed that he was sleeping right on his bed, sitting on a chair with his head on the bed. Has he really been there all this time? The teacher thought, looking down to see the boy's hand resting on his arm. At that moment, Juho came into the room, who had also been waiting for his master to wake up for a long time. The teacher immediately asked Juho, "Why is he here?" Juho replied that he was resisting and making up absurd reasons to stay. He said that he wanted to cure him with the help of the 5 elements Shimbop. The teacher stopped him with his hand outstretched and asked him to stop making excuses. After that, a slight smile appeared on the teacher's face. He looked at He and realized that it was like trying to pour water into the sea. The small amount of Qingyi that the boy was able to give the teacher hardly helped. However, the pain subsided a little, perhaps because he tried many times to restore the disturbed balance in the teacher's body. It was important that the boy used a lot of fire, metal, and wood energy, but he was still learning, so the effect was weak. Peng told Juho that He's temperament was very similar to his, but their energy was different. At this point, the teacher began to use his energy to help He, although Juho asked him to stop because he needed to rest. However, the teacher was sure that there was nothing to worry about. Despite the imbalance in his body, he would be able to transfer some of his energy to He. He held He's head, transferring the energy. Thanks to this boy, for the first time in a long time, the teacher had a desire to live. He wanted to see He grow up and become a part of Kanyo as soon as possible. After a while, they were both on their feet, and He brought the teacher tea. The teacher was laughing as he discussed the situation in which he had fainted, glad that everything had turned out all right. He was very scared and very worried about his teacher. This was an understatement. Rather, he felt a real universal emptiness. Chai stood by his teacher's bedside. Although he often had to deal with the deaths of patients, he had never experienced such a deep emotional shock. He felt as if he was losing his father. In such a short period of time, he began to see his teacher as a family member. Perhaps the reason was that he grew up in an orphanage and always felt that something was missing. It was like a thirst that could not be quenched. Perhaps thanks to the teacher, this thirst was becoming weaker. At this point, the teacher brought up how strange this feeling was, and said that he was sorry that he was making others worry. But at the same time, It was nice to see that someone cared about him. Now the teacher understood why clan elders become weak in front of their students. The old man grumbles in the hope of attracting attention. Pen did not even think that it would affect him. But it all happened because he had a student. Suddenly there was a loud cough, and all the food and tea flew away along with the tray on his lap. He instantly jumped up and saw blood coming out of the teacher's mouth along with the cough. The teacher put his hand over his mouth but could not stop the bleeding. Scared, he asked him to hold on and told him that he would bring Yuho in a moment. Yuho and Cheon rushed forward like the wind, not stopping for a moment. Yuho begged Cheon to keep going until the end. Cheon tried to run even faster, but he felt his strength gradually leaving him. Their goal was getting closer, each step bringing them closer to the decisive moment. Very soon they would reach their destination. They flew into the room where their mentor Peck was sitting. Without hesitation, they ran up to their teacher, anxiety evident in their eyes. Juho gently supported his mentor, holding his hands tightly. At the same moment, medicinal pills spilled onto Bak's palm. Cheon begged his teacher to come to his senses and eat the medicine. They began to gently pour water to make it easier for him to swallow the pills. Cheon watched the teacher hopefully, waiting for him to regain consciousness. After a while, they came back to him, hoping that he was feeling better. Peck slowly opened his eyes and said in a tired voice that he was fine. The boys were a little relieved, but they realized that this was probably not the first time their teacher had been in this state. In reality, everything looked much more serious than described in the novel. The description of the events in the novel did not evoke much emotion, because although the character was incredible, he still remained secondary. Besides, he died at the beginning of the novel. At this point, the teacher's breathing began to gradually return to normal. Juho noticed that the teacher needed to rest and decided not to disturb him. The teacher reached out to Cheon and told him that it was time to learn how to measure the pulse of a Qingyi, because he would not find such a patient anywhere else to practice with. Besides, he and the teacher had a homogeneous Qingyi, so even if he made a mistake, there would be no serious consequences. The teacher asked him to sit down, and Cheong pulled up a stool, ready to begin. He already knew the theory, so it was time to hone his skills in practice. The teacher asked him to close his eyes and focus on Kugel, which meant controlling his internal energy. Kugel is a comprehensive method of controlling the body, breathing, stances, defenses, and attacks. During the process, they could neither open their eyes nor talk. Both of them immersed themselves in the practice, and energy began to form around the boy's hand, which held the teacher's pulse. Cheon closed his eyes and went deeper and deeper into his sensations. He began to feel many different sensations. At first it reminded him of ultrasonic waves. He was able to feel his body from the inside. His inner power gradually moved along the Kimeg, and his pulse and Qingyi, the pathway through which energy circulates, became tangible, indicating that he had acquired Kigami. It was easy to understand how serious his condition was. After that, he had to follow the Kigami and carry the energy through to the end, as the teacher told him. Cheon closed his eyes and focused more and more on the inner energy. When asked by the teacher how things were going, he replied that he had no idea how bad things were. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from the teacher. But with a clenched fist, he firmly promised the teacher that he would cure him. At first, Peck thought the boy would be afraid, but now he realized that his resolve had only strengthened. Yuho stood by and watched the scene closely. Cheon was ready to cure the teacher no matter what, and the teacher, seeing this, said, "Okay, let's try together." A few days later, the following happened. There were sounds of a conversation outside the door, where a father was talking to his daughter, not believing that she had survived. He was hugging her, blaming himself for what had happened, sitting by her bedside. He could not hold back his tears. But his daughter did not understand what had happened and begged him to explain. And he was crying and squeezing her so hard that she could hardly breathe. And then the girl could not stand it and screamed loudly to her father, asking him not to let her go. But he was overwhelmed with emotion because of how happy he was. It was very strange for the girl to feel the changes in her body. There was much more Qingyi in her Tenjong than before. She even felt that she had become stronger. At that moment, Cheon came into her room with her teacher, and was happy to see that she was feeling better and could stand up. Her father immediately jumped up and ran to them. In a moment, he was on his knees in front of them, thanking them for helping his daughter survive. He repeated the words of gratitude over and over again. Even the girl began to ask her father to stop crying, because she was feeling much better. But now she was worried about her father. But when asked how he was feeling, he said that he probably wouldn't be able to use his old movie anymore. However, his daughter was alive, and that was enough. The current movie will be enough for him. This may be due to the fact that he used to use a congenital Qingyi, and his appearance has changed significantly since then. This is understandable, because innate Qingyi consists of human vital energy and has a different power than ordinary Qingyi. By the way, an ordinary Qingyi would have been enough to heal him, but now the demon archer had become a lower-ranked warrior. After that, He remembered what the girl had said earlier about her Mui becoming stronger. Nothing else pleased him as much as this news. Peck decided to go over and check his daughter's pulse again. Sitting down next to her, he put his hand on her pulse and asked her to sit still. Then he closed his eyes. Feeling the pulse clearly, he began to count. Some time passed, and he still kept his hand on her pulse. Chong watched his teacher's actions carefully. The master who had reached the maximum capabilities of his power had become a government soldier. It was a touching moment, but in his current state, he could easily succumb to influence. Such thoughts arose in Chion's mind as he looked at the girl's father. Usually, in martial arts novels, the villains first demonstrate an impressive movie, which later becomes the basis for the protagonist's awakening of his powers. He could probably accept the role of someone who would sacrifice himself. A lot of killing has hardened him, made him stronger, but you never know at what point someone who was an enemy can become an ally. Negative characters can be annoying, but they are also considered the coolest. In the novel, he appears even before the confrontation with the heavenly demon begins. That is why Cheon could have accepted the role of a thief. In addition, he has lost his martial arts, and because of this, it is not difficult to involve him in the conflict. I'll have to try to avoid this scenario, Cheon thought. After a moment, Baek let go of the girl's hand and said that her veins were now open. These are also known as simeg, and her father was even more shocked to hear this. Jong listened carefully to what his teacher was saying. For 15 days, your daughter was on the verge of death. We kept her alive all that time with Qingyi, miracle medicines, and various techniques. Thanks to this treatment, she absorbed everything possible and then received your innate Qingyi. The fact that the simeg is open is temporary. If you leave things as they are, they will close again. So the teacher wanted to say that for 10 days you will need to supply the simeg with internal energy. The doctors will help with acupuncture, and after the 10-day course, she will be able to live with her semeg remaining open. It was great news, and the father was happy about it. The girl could not hold back her tears at that moment. She began to thank them and her father, putting her head on his shoulder. She survived all of this thanks to the help of teacher Baek and Cheon, the main character. Her dad didn't even know how to thank them for their kindness, which is what he said. Baek pointed out that his contribution to the case was not that significant. Then he put his hand on Cheon's shoulder and said that if anyone should be thanked, it was him. The girl opened her eyes wide and began to look at him intently. She got out of bed and stood up. A moment later, she was standing right in front of Cheon and said, "If it wasn't for you, I would have been dead. Thank you so much for saving me." In response, the guy laughed and said that her father had sacrificed a lot and he'd just helped. "But all's well that ends well," he continued, noting that each of them had done their part. Then he explained to her that she had held on for a very long time, and this was only possible because despite her age, she is very strong. Her capacity for greatness manifested itself at such an early age, because even as a child she was not a simple person. She was able to survive her first real battle with enemies who probably belonged to Kayantha. Now they are the same age, and Cheon is confident that if this girl continues to strive for heights, she will have a great future. Her name will soon be on the lips of every resident of Gangho. With one good deed, Cheon helped both the demon archer and the future goddess of the bow. After the conversation, the boy's teacher said that they needed to rest. The protagonist also advised the teacher to get more rest, and in his head, Cheon already has a plan to replace the demon archer with his own side. For some time they were walking in the middle of a bamboo forest, and the archer confessed to the boy that he did not know what to do next. He used to think that revenge was the best option, but now he was afraid that he might not have the strength. He had often seen warriors following Kano's orders turn from first-class masters into third-rate fighters. And the worst thing is what these people end up doing. And the archer also knew about this. He told the boy about all this during their journey. It is thanks to Cheon that things are not so bad for him now because his daughter is alive. What else does a father need? He doesn't need anything else. The only thing he wanted was to be with his daughter until she died. But as Cheon listened to him, he realized that now that the archer was weak, he was unlikely to be lucky enough to die his own death. The thieves from Ganjo could continue to pursue him. That's when what was described in the novel would happen. After being defeated by the heavenly demon Harayon, he lost his innate Qingyi, but he was not at all upset about it. He took it for granted, like the third-rate fighters he had just described. If the protagonist doesn't want to let this happen, he needs to act now. "Could you listen to one request I have?" asked Cheon. After hearing what he said, he immediately stopped and asked what kind of request he was talking about. "In the end, I would like to understand the principle of your Ungan," said Cheong. "Ungan means energy attack. Is this a tactless request?" he asked again, and the man replied that it was not, and explained that their family has a form of Tong Ugong that allows them to attack by performing repetitive movements. However, since he didn't have a bow with him, it would be difficult to show it to him. However, the guy assured him that he only wanted to see it, not learn it, so he could just show the movements on an imaginary bow. The man thought about it, because he had never tried it without a real bow before. But eventually he agreed and told Cheon that he would fulfill his request. "Because when else will we get to see this again?" he added. He only asked the boy for one thing: if his movements were clumsy, not to think that all archers are like that. He modestly described himself as a rather inept archer. "My technique is called the Divine Bow of Destruction," he began to explain to the boy. He said that their clan of archers originated from a Buddhist family that did not belong to the followers of Taoism. Their goal was to reach nirvana through the awareness that comes from selflessness. By repeating the same movements, you fall into self-forgetfulness and can use Ungon. The wind blew around them, intensifying the atmosphere as they stood there. The boy realized that, probably because the archer had lost almost all of his strength, the internal energy in his Tangon was almost non-existent. However, the archer began to make movements. He imitated taking out an imaginary arrow and then taking aim with an imaginary bow. His breathing remained calm. Concentration was at its highest level, and he closed his eyes to find balance. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was completely different, focused and determined. The kid watched his every move carefully and thought that maybe this would be his last Ungong right now. The archer stood motionless, not straining a single extra muscle in his body. And at that moment, the imaginary bowstring flew out of his hand. At that moment, the wind grew even stronger. It felt as if a real arrow had flown out and went straight into the bamboo. The archer reached for the imaginary arrow again, but this time a red bow made of energy appeared in his hands. "Did I imagine it?" the boy asked himself when he saw it. He could literally feel the bow colliding with the arrow. He could see the arrows flying through the air. The arrow was blue in color and cut through the air on its way, creating a whistling sound. You could feel its plumage and the strength of the bamboo it hit. The archer repeated this movement over and over again. He carefully adjusted his stance and controlled his breathing. This is what allowed him to perform the movement so clearly and over again. His breathing was rhythmic and his grip was perfect. The grip was followed by the draw, which he also performed perfectly. Although there were no real arrows or bows, there was only perfect movement technique around him. The result of all these actions will be the following. The result will be mental anguish. The expression on the man's face is unsurpassed when he feels that he is doing what he has been studying all his life. The movements that he has repeated hundreds of times have become a matter of technique. A technique similar to a prayer that you have recited thousands of times. A mental torment similar to wind and thunder. Wind and thunder that are destined to meet with a flash of lightning. The essence of the divine bow of destruction technique is endless giving. But when you give everything away, how can you accumulate internal energy? Cheon asked himself. The conclusion that Cheon came to after much thought was this. Archery, when you rely only on your own strength, is akin to self-depletion and is not the highest skill. At this point, the archer's eyes closed again. But when they reopened, Cheon's conclusion was the antonym of what he had thought before. What you really need to give away is your own soul. At that moment, he became even more convinced of his words and thoughts. And when he saw the incredible energy surrounding the archer, an incredible, powerful energy wave. In the novel, it was not described as vividly as in reality. The archer reached the highest level, the spiritual bow. It looked impressive, as if he was surrounded by yellow ribbons of energy mixed with red. And with each moment, they became more and more powerful. The energy was directed both upward and downward. And then an incredible thing happened. Thanks to this energy, he rose into the air and soared above the ground. Wow, he's floating in the air! Has Pugon achieved Samadhi? But in the novel, when he awoke, he never reached this stage. This means that the protagonist managed to do what he had no doubt would be successful. He couldn't wait to tell his teacher everything. That he had succeeded, and that he had revived their future ally, the demon archer. The boy's eyes lit up with joy. At that moment, a person with red hair stood behind the bamboo. Yuho said that he was indeed an unpredictable person. The protagonist did not expect to see him behind him. He came so close, but his presence was not even felt. At that moment, the archer was still in the air. Juho said that at first everyone thought that after losing his inner energy, he would soon become incapacitated. However, he gained insight, all his wounds healed, and judging by the fact that he is a Pugong Samadhi, he also grew in his skills. Excellent work. First as a Kansen and now as an archer. The compliment was nice, but why it sounded so cold seemed strange. Because of this, the protagonist remarked that Yuho probably didn't come here to praise him. She agreed and said that she had been watching him for a long time. She also added that she had been thinking about something, and it interested the protagonist. "Whether to kill you or not," she said. After that, her eyes, like cunning foxes, focused directly on the protagonist's eyes. The protagonist's pupils instantly dilated. This was because of the anger he felt when she said the word kill. Immediately afterwards, a loud sound echoed off the bamboo. A chill ran through Cheon's entire body. "Why do you want to kill me?" he asked her. She replied that her master was barely alive. She also added that since he had been with her, her master had been constantly outdoing himself. This is repeated over and over again and ends only with his death. Cheong understood all this. He knew that when a patient with a limited life expectancy takes on an apprentice, he agrees to die even earlier. No wonder the teacher almost lost his life this time because of the protagonist. Afterwards, Chang turned to the girl and said that if she killed him, the teacher would definitely not sit idly by. She replied that this was true, because he would kill her so brutally that it would be difficult to even offend him. Cheon then suggested that perhaps she would simply be executed. "Do you think the master is a very kind person? Do you think he will just let me die?" replied Yuho. She explained that he did not know his master well. Even the magi themselves were speechless when they saw how cruelly he could treat her. However, deep down, he did not believe that his teacher was capable of such cruelty. If Yuho had seen her teacher in a rage, why would she have driven him to that point? Cheon's loyalty remained in doubt. Yuho went on to say that it didn't matter how she died. If the master could live longer after Cheon's death, she would see it as fulfilling her duty as his confidant. After that, their gazes met eye to eye. Her eyes reflected the scenes of the master stroking Cheon's head. "But I have doubts," she continued. "Have you changed your mind about killing me?" he asked. She replied that she would just continue to watch him. After that, she started to turn around in the other direction. After she had taken a few steps, she asked Cheon if he knew the name of a feeling. The feeling when you feel indignation, gratitude, and joy at the same time. And when at that moment the desire to kill becomes even stronger. "That's klesha," said Yuho, and then disappeared. Explanation. Klesha is a strong contradictory emotion that intensifies when we are trapped in disgust and attraction. 3 hours had passed since the demon archer had awakened. After that, he stood in front of Cheon, arms folded, fist to fist, and one hand on top of the other. His hair had darkened again, and his skin had become elastic. He was significantly rejuvenated, his innate Qingyi and Qingyi of vitality fully restored. Unbelievable, so much for the thief. He thanked Cheon for helping him to reach the level of Hwagyan. Explanation. Hwagyan is one of the levels of martial arts proficiency in Murim. In the novel, every Murim warrior dreamed of reaching this level, but in Zhongyuan, only 30 people were able to reach this level. Cheong expected the archer to simply regain his vitality, but the actual result exceeded all expectations. Kneeling down on one knee, he said he remembers the moment Cheong reached out to him when he needed it most. Cheong not only saved his life and his daughter's life, but also helped him reach the level he had dreamed of all his life. "No amount of gratitude can express what you have done for me," the archer said. Cheon listened to his every word with a serious face, and then he thought to himself, "I'm hooked." Through the bamboo, words were heard asking his uncle to get up. Cheon asked him to get off his knee because he was embarrassed. The archer called him a benefactor and said that he could ask for anything he wanted. He promised to repay him for his kindness, even if it took his whole life. "It's unlikely that the payment for the treatment has already been received by the infirmary through the teacher," Cheon said, adding that he just wanted to see Ungon. But the archer asked Chung again to tell him how he could repay him. "Well, if you insist," the boy said. At that moment, the archer remembered that although Cheon had managed to save his daughter and helped him reach a new level of skill, he was still a child. He bowed again in front of Cheon, and then he asked for permission to serve him for the rest of his life and to repay him at least a small part of what he owed. "Do you agree?" he asked again, standing in front of the boy. And in fact, everything worked out even better than Cheon had intended. After a while, they were already in another place. Cheon told the archer that the teacher was going to offer him a place in the infirmary. He explained that if the archer worked there, the issue of finding a job would be solved, and he would not have to deliver medicines, herbs, and medical messages. Compared to other jobs, it is quite safe, and as a bonus, it will pay well. Now the archer understood why Cheon had asked him to demonstrate martial arts. "It's because of this," Cheon said. "I didn't realize he was such a sincere person with a deep soul." Archer gladly accepted the offer, and not just to repay Chong for his kindness. "I don't have enough experience yet, but please love and pity me," Cheon said, and the archer bowed before the boy and said that these were his words. Cheon couldn't wait to tell his teacher that they now had a scout who had reached such a high level in their infirmary. In addition, his daughter Wang Kagyung had discovered semeg all over her body, and now they could consider that they had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It's easy to see why the heavenly demon had to suffer with him. The divine annihilation bow is like poison to demonic martial artists, and it's not for nothing that the word annihilation is in the name. Soon, the little heavenly demon Ryun-ha will be promoted to the position of junior leader, and the bloodshed will begin, with other Seogyoju killing and dying, just as he remembers from the novel. All of this will involve many people from Janfa, Safa, and the infirmaries during the war with Magyo, which is just around the corner. They needed to ensure the safety of the infirmary, and preparations were gradually underway. Cheon was confident that he could protect his men. Meanwhile, the teacher was already sitting at the table with the archer. The archer greeted him because he respected him. Peck smiled back at him as well. At that moment, Yuho was bringing them food. It was dark outside, and evening was approaching. Jong sat deep in meditation. At this pace, It would take 6 months to reach the third element of the shimbop of the 5 elements. That's why if you try to do everything at once, you can't avoid side effects. You have to be careful not to overdo it. He also realized one important thing. Shimbop has a good effect on the mind, because the kugel he learned so long ago pops up in his head as if he had just repeated it yesterday. Moreover, by circulating the energy, he even manages to think about something else. He remembers how his teacher said that Juho is not capable of mastering the 5 elements shimbop. So he studies other martial arts. His ability to control blood and other bodily fluids in the human body most likely belongs to the demonic martial arts, which Janfa does not use. At the sight of blood, Yuho maintains a clear mind. It is quite difficult to stay calm during operations. But he is a very good assistant. Moreover, if something needs to be made, Yuho can easily complete the work in a day. The more Cheon thinks about it, the more he realizes that Yuho is an extraordinary person. The demon archer decided to officially become part of the infirmary, and they felt peace again. A few days later, it was raining outside. Yuho was very irritated, and asked Cheon if he didn't want to die young. Cheon asked him why he had said that to his master. You could read a trick in the protagonist's eyes. Let's recall what he said, Cheon said, sitting at the table. Yuho is going to study medical arts with me. He said he wants to improve his skills so he can save as many patients as possible. Baekrin was excited to hear this. He had always thought that Cheon would never recognize him, and he couldn't believe that the teacher had developed an interest in medicine. At that moment, Juho looked at the boy and asked himself what the hell he was up to. It's better to tell the truth and then lose my head than to learn the art of medicine from him, he thought. Cheon immediately told the teacher that he and Yuho had agreed to cure him. The teacher turned to Yuho and asked him if he had really decided to do so. A wide smile never left the teacher's face. It was the first time that Yuho had ever seen his master with such an expression. No matter how hard he tried, he had never seen his master so happy, and this boy had only said a few words. At the same moment during the conversation, Yuho reached out his hand to Cheon and told him that he could kill him with a flick of his finger. Then he asked him to explain himself. He asked about his motives and why he did it, recognizing that the guy was not that stupid. It seems unlikely to pull such a stunt for the sake of ridicule, he said, and asked Cheon what his goal was. He suggested that the goal might be to reduce his influence in the infirmary. Power struggles were common in such places, but something told him that the reason was something else entirely. Juho looked down at Chun's hands, seeing that they were shaking. He assumed it was out of fear, but still, Zhang dared to do so. Obviously, you have another motive, right? To this question, Zhang answered, yes, and then he actually asked Yuho to become an infirmary warrior for Beck. An infirmary warrior? What was that? Yuho couldn't understand what he was hearing and decided to ask again. The man didn't hesitate to explain that he needed an assistant, a nurse who would assist him during surgeries. The red-haired man did not expect such a turn. In this world, there is no such thing as a nurse or a nurse. Doctors are assisted by students who act as assistants. He warned that the time would soon come when he would be forced to pick up a scalpel and would need a reliable assistant who would work to the limit of his abilities. Juho laughed and asked if he was really offering to be his assistant, since they were enemies. Why would he want to keep Juho around? He replied that it was simple. He has abilities that others lack. The redhead was certainly pleased to hear this. First, Juho is tough. He spends all day on his feet following orders, working in the infirmary and doing the hardest work. Second, he is cold-blooded. When a patient is in critical condition, a quick response is vital, and he believes that Juho is capable of acting decisively in such situations. Finally, he will need medical knowledge, which is the most important thing. All in all, Juho is the perfect candidate. In addition, he wants to find out whether his technique belongs to demonic magic or is an ordinary martial art. Yuho once again asked if He's motives were as he described them. The last straw in this conversation was when he added that the two of them had to save the teacher. No matter how much he racked his brains, no one but Juho was suitable for this mission. These words haunted Juho, especially because he had recently been about to kill this guy. To make matters worse, he hadn't decided whether he had really changed his mind, but he knew that Juho would do anything for his teacher. He added that he himself was in the same situation and was also ready to risk his life if only the teacher would recover. At that moment, Juho was overwhelmed by a strange feeling. He could not understand why he was overwhelmed with emotions. It was hard for him to understand how this young man could suppress his will and now ask him to become his assistant. Juho was outraged and asked what kind of tricks he was playing. The situation became very unpleasant. He could not kill He because he knew that he had an influential ally, a demon archer who had reached a high level. And now this demon could look him straight in the face and smile defiantly. Yuho had to decide whether to meekly agree to become a nurse or take He's life right now. His hand shook as he realized the awkward position he was in. He was passionate about saving his teacher, but it bordered on madness or morbid attachment. What worried him the most was honesty. He seemed to have control over the redhead's entire life, including his decisions. All he had to do was admit defeat. At that moment, standing in front of Juho gave up and admitted it. Yes, it was a victory, and a smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He had achieved his goal. However, Juho was still laughing at the fact that he had received such an offer from a man who could kill him at any moment. But the protagonist was not trying to show mercy or say that he forgave him. He simply considered this option the most advantageous. He warned that in the presence of other people he would behave as usual. It was advantageous for him to be considered a little Chin-chong-hee. This meant that he would continue to bully him when they were alone, because Juho had threatened to kill him, and this gave him reason to treat him harshly. He will have a much harder job than what nurses and doctors do in South Korea. He will continue to save lives, and the red-haired man will have to learn a lot from him from this day forward. The main character told him another interesting thing. He warned him that if Juho had any complaints, it was better to kill him now before it was too late. On that note, he turned around and started walking away. This made Juho think about many things. Now he understands why the demon archer swore his allegiance to He. At first, Juho thought that he was just tempted, but now his opinion has changed. He realized that this guy was afraid, but he didn't run away and get scared. What's more, he managed to lure the enemy to his side. A new day began, and the sun had already risen in the sky. The pigeons spread their wings in different directions, flying in the air, flapping them over and over again. This day carried with it many different destinies, and for each of them it had its own meaning. It didn't take long for the news of Chin-chong-hee's treatment method to spread quickly among people. Everyone was amazed when they read the next message. Hee's method was written down and officially published, although, of course, some details were omitted. The general picture of the patient's condition and the treatment itself were described in general terms. What impressed people the most was the case of the demon's daughter, whose condition was critical, from liver to spleen, and who was saved thanks to this technique. Now it became clear why Peck cared so much about his student, even though everyone knew that he was still a child, not even 20 years old. It was hard to believe that he managed to cure such serious damage to his internal organs. Some people even wanted to return to Peck Rin to learn his method from him personally, and it was suggested that they send carrier pigeons there. The announcement from the Baek Rin infirmary spread like wildfire among the people of Gangho, stirring up the city. Because of this, it was strange why the archer demon's daughter was expelled from Hwaju. Perhaps the doctors simply did not have sufficient skills to treat her, and so they decided to abandon her under this pretext. Word of mouth spread, and over time, many families who had entrusted their health to other hospitals began to consider signing new contracts with Beck. Let's move on to the Hwaju hospital. Their panic rose to unprecedented heights. Questions were pounded on the table. What is this nonsense? What outraged them most was that Hwaju was inferior to Baek Rin in skill. Everyone was filled with fear as they watched the infirmary official. No one dared to say a word. They all sat silently and listened to him. He did not restrain his fury, and his name was Juma Jin. The conversation was about the demon archer, namely that he had been fulfilling orders for Jungpa. And wasn't it for money? He was kept in their hospital for 10 days to show Hwaju's good nature. The official could not understand this. He was told that this was something that ordinary people were discussing. But everyone knew that it was not the responsibility of the hospital to keep a patient with severe internal injuries for more than 10 days. The official's face was dripping with sweat. Others continued to say that if the Hwaju hospital refused to accept the demon archer because he worked for Sappho, then this needed to be clarified immediately. One of those present stood up and shouted that this was all nonsense. He believed that the Baek Rin infirmary was scheming because there is no room for rivalry in medicine, but their announcement looked like they wanted to show their superiority. The official listened carefully to every word. There was no mention of the Hwaju infirmary in that ad. It only gave minimal information about the patient's condition, so he couldn't understand why the rumors were spreading. Then they said that it was time to reveal the truth about Hwaju as a dream. The official was told that thanks to Keiban, they had learned that the patient was the daughter of the demon archer Wang Kog. But even after that, he did not understand why it was necessary to admit a patient who was almost certain to die. As a result, many hospitals are now in a state of panic. In addition, several clans had begun to show interest in the treatment methods of the Baek Rin infirmary, which irritated the official even more. But he still didn't dare to meet with Hwaju-san because he was convinced that it wouldn't end well in this state. Meanwhile, he continued to be told that the situation looked very strange, as Baek Rin infirmary was not known for complicated surgeries until now. The announcement praised the medical skills of the student, Chin-chong-hee, but there was a possibility that Baek Rin had used unofficially approved treatments on the patient. Hearing this, the official immediately looked at the boy. He realized that they had used the patient's body to test unofficial methods on him. Or rather, it was not clearly stated in the letter. The guy saw the official's expression change literally before his eyes. It was at that moment that the official asked to send several doctors to Baek Rin, especially those who can speak convincingly. All of this was to be done under the pretext that Baek Rin had endangered the patient's life by using unknown techniques. This happened on the 20th day, and the official believed that if they had 10 days, they might have been able to save the patient. The guy immediately understood the official. Even if the patient was not admitted to the infirmary, he could be treated in another hospital. But the demon archer did not wait and left. It was a great idea. They decided to say that their doctors had come to Baek-rin because they were worried about the patient's condition, so they wouldn't be kicked out. And what happens if they are kicked out? The guy asked the official curiously. Then it would be fertile ground for rumors to spread, and the official was going to use it in any way he could to keep the clans that had contracts with Hwaju Infirmary from abandoning them. It was necessary to prepare well, and it was at this point that the servant said he would do everything necessary and report back later. That was the end of their conversation. Cheon wandered through the forest with his eyes closed, standing right in front of a tree. His teacher's condition was much worse than he had assumed. He still lacked the inner energy and understanding of the Qingyi technique to perform the operation himself. That's why he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. He chose one of the most optimal options for training. He managed to reach a level where he could create and control the wind energy he had absorbed thanks to the demon archer. But there was still one more task to be done: learning how to use it properly. At that moment, he began to feel a flame in his chest. His power grew stronger and stronger, and he could feel the energy surrounding his hand. Eventually, he was able to clench it in his fist. The first step was to combine this energy with the energy of fire. He saw a tree in front of him, and he focused all his attention on it. He felt a good footing under his feet, and his fist tensed, clenching tighter and tighter. Cheon aimed his attack directly at the tree, and it hit the target like a hurricane of fire. Everything around him shone with a bright yellow-blue light. The leaves of the trees began to fly in different directions under the influence of the energy that crashed into them. The force of the impact was so powerful that it bent the thick trunk of the tree. Coming closer and examining the result, the boy was satisfied. This combination is capable of creating a much larger and stronger destructive force. However, when he looked at his hand from the other side, he noticed a red spot. No matter how careful his technique was, he still managed to burn himself. He realized that he should have foreseen this outcome. A second-degree burn could leave blisters if nothing was done. Fortunately, thanks to the 5-element Shimbop technique, he didn't have to worry about bacterial infection. The water energy was supposed to reduce the fever, and the wood energy was supposed to restore the skin. Although it was not perfect, the burn marks were significantly reduced. Thanks to his skill in managing the 3 elements, in 2 days the skin was completely healed, and the result was more than successful. Now he was ready to move on to mastering the 4th element. A warrior's training is completed when he manages to destroy something, and then the work of a doctor begins. Half a month has passed since the daughter of the demon archer Wang Kong received treatment. Now she sits in her room and meditates, breathing in deeply and exhaling slowly. Although the Qingyi Nijia technique provides the power of recovery beyond human capabilities, we should not forget that her wounds were far from ordinary. Until she fully recovered, she approached martial arts with great caution. She gave all her strength to recover as quickly as possible, using Yosan Gyo, who had been taught to her in the hospital. During her training, she kept asking herself how Santa Claus had brought her to this state. Her desire to find the bastard and tear him to pieces was great, but her memories of what happened were very blurry. She could recall some things, like that he was wearing a mask, which made it much harder to find him. Every time she woke up, her body was in pain. She constantly forced herself to remember that reality. It was so hard for her, as if there was a heavy stone on her heart. One day, she woke up and decided to go outside. Outside, she always felt better and could take a deep breath of fresh air. And today, the weather was especially beautiful. A real balm for her soul. She came up with a great idea to relieve her boredom. Take a walk around the neighborhood. Suddenly, she noticed doctors carrying a man in a panic on their shoulders. She followed them as they carried him into the ward, where they began to apply a towel to his chest to stop the bleeding. She looked at what was happening with her small eyes, and it reminded her of the harsh reality again and again. As she watched the doctor work diligently, she could not understand what strange feeling was squeezing her heart. There were instruments for treatment on the table. When she went outside, she realized that she had survived, but here in the ward, someone's life could end. Everything inside her was shrinking more and more. Her attention was drawn to the words that the master of the dream was approaching. She decided to go back to the same room where Baek and Jung were already standing by the man's body. Looking at the patient, Baek realized that the case was extremely complicated. He reached for the instruments to begin the operation. Next to him was Jung, who was eager to help. That was the first time the girl noticed that boy, Jung-hee. Together with their teacher, Baek, they began to treat the man, putting their hands on his chest. Their faces showed how hard they were trying. It was written on their features. The girl also noticed that Xion was handsome. Just looking at what was happening took her breath away. Is this really the ordinary life of doctors? After a while, the guy was meditating, practicing after a hard day's work, and the girl was spying on him, hiding behind a tree. She was surprised that he still found the strength to practice after such a hard day. In her eyes, Cheon seemed extremely diligent. How is it possible to work out all day without rest? He really was an outstanding guy, and even her father bowed his head in admiration. What amazed her even more was that he was taught very unusual things. After watching him for a while, she decided to turn around and walk in the other direction. Her thoughts were preoccupied with the question, what kind of person is Jong? She also didn't know how to make friends properly, and looking at the incredible mountain peaks in front of her, she thought about it. This girl hadn't had a single friend since childhood, which was understandable since she spent her free time on art. Sometimes she even had to pretend that she had friends so that she wouldn't feel lonely. For her father, she always tried to be a good daughter. But in reality, she was a loner who was doing her best to survive. The weather was magical. The sun was burning hot with its rays. Doctors were walking down the street, each doing their own thing. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning chores, Chang was thinking about how to plan his day. However, his attention was drawn to one of the men in the scrubs. He was telling the archer where to carry the giant sack he was carrying on his shoulders. This sack contained medicine, and the fact that he was carrying so much medicine amazed the guy. At this rate and with such a heavy load, his body might not be able to withstand it. It's real slave labor. It would have been better to wait until his daughter was fully recovered, but the concept of mercy was apparently unfamiliar to his teacher. The father worked hard in the infirmary, and his daughter practiced breathing exercises for days on end to circulate her internal energy. There was only one thing to say. Their family was not to be envied, and the protagonist was of the same opinion. That's why he decided to visit the girl. When she started addressing him as you, he asked her to call him by his first name. She didn't understand it because he was her savior, but they were both still children. Why such formalities? He brought her a drink on a tray and asked her to drink it, explaining that it would give her vigor. She thanked him for the tea, carefully taking the hot cup in her hand. He was a younger brother to the Kansen sisters, and Hyun to the little celestial demon. But who would he be to Wang Kagyeon? Cheon decided to ask her. He added that it would be great if she chose how to address him based on her desires. Her hands began to tremble with incomprehension. She could not decide whether she should take advantage of this opportunity. After a moment of silence, the girl, afraid to say the word, said quietly, "Friend." Then she asked if she could really call him her friend. This was unexpected for Cheon, and a slight look of surprise appeared on his face. Did she really dare to say that? It was her secret. She had always dreamed of having a friend, and now she decided to tell him about it. He was amazed that she had never had a friend. It seemed impossible to blush more, but his question made her blush even more. She began to tell him that because her father was constantly traveling around Kanho, she did not have the opportunity to meet children from military families. Her father lived on the run, hiding his status, and every day she had archery training. At that moment, the protagonist realized that she must have been very lonely. The demon archer turned out to be a bad father. Cheon's hand involuntarily reached out to her, and then he asked her to be his friend and to be on a first-name basis. It was a dream come true for her. She took the boy's hand and said yes, and said that she was willing. She also asked him not to tell her father what he had just heard. When Cheon assured her that he would not tell anyone, keeping her secret and pretending to be one of her many friends, she said that he was special and would always be. Scratching his head and smiling, he asked her if it was true. He could not understand why it hurt him to see a child who had to grow up so quickly. Then he suggested that she play outside, and she agreed because he thought that nothing bad would happen if he missed one day of training. When they went outside, they decided to play something that didn't require the use of internal energy, since she hadn't fully recovered yet. But it's not just that. Even after recovery, it will not be possible to overuse strength. The days followed each other, and soon the child turned into a teenager, and winter had already come into its own. Breathing in the cold air, it was hard to put his thoughts in order. The most surprising thing for him was how quickly the few months he had spent in this world had flown by, and how he himself had turned into a teenager. Every day he tried to outdo himself, not even noticing the passage of time. It was amazing how in a few months he could strengthen his strength so much. The place where he was now was filled with the principles of the 5 elements and yin-yang. After he mastered the 5 elements Qingyi and strengthened his body, he was able to achieve what he was striving for. He managed to achieve synergy, a result that is quite difficult to achieve. At that moment, he felt something dark that was releasing powerful airwaves. What the hell is that? He couldn't understand. The energy was so strong that he felt goosebumps. He abruptly jumped up, finishing his meditation, and looked around with a frightened face. From his expression, it was clear that he was truly frightened. But who could possess such a powerful energy? He walked around and it seemed that no one was there. But he was sure that he felt something in the direction he was looking. He even thought that he might have been mistaken. He tried to calm himself down by explaining that he was still a beginner, and so there was nothing strange about it. For 4 hours every morning, he practiced breathing exercises to circulate his inner energy. Now this energy has reached a good level. The miracle pills had completely filled him with energy. In addition, he took many different medicines, and continued to practice breathing exercises every day without rest, adding to this meditation practice and work with the 5 elements Shimbop technique. Because of this, his inner energy grew incredibly fast. In 6 months, it increased to a level that usually takes 15 years to reach. We can say that he is a unicum in Kanho. By the way, today is the day he officially became a doctor. Many doctors gathered in the courtyard of the infirmary. The 4 Tanjus who ran Bakrin's infirmary were present in one place at the same time, and he was watching everything that was happening. Yuho came up to him and asked him to follow him because the master was nearby. Since the protagonist was just starting to work in the infirmary, his official status had not yet been determined. In fact, the very fact that an intern was allowed to work in the infirmary seemed absurd. But according to Juho, there was one but. He told the protagonist why he was allowed to come here. He managed to save a patient whom even his teacher could not help, and also saved the life of the daughter of a demon archer. That is why a long meeting is to be held today to determine his status. Sitting at the table, he listened attentively to everything that was said. His eyes darted in different directions. He watched everyone sitting in front of him. He tried to understand everyone's thoughts by looking into their eyes, but it was not easy. There was tension in the air because the acupuncturist Sama Byung was sitting in front of them. Also sitting at the table was Toko Chunhu, a physical strength Tanju. Another person present was the massage Tanju Chudan Ha. And finally, there was Manfagok, the medicine Tanju. Most of all, he was surprised by the lady who gave him bells marinated in honey, dried persimmons, and many other delicacies. Yuho also noted that she had an excellent reputation, and there was no one in the infirmary who did not like her. She was an expert in making medicines, very frugal, and maintained good relations with many large traders. In addition, she had a gift for finding medicinal herbs that other hospitals could not find. Her kindness radiated from her, bringing smiles to everyone who looked at her. Suddenly, the door opened and Master Peck, who was, among other things, He's teacher and head of the infirmary, entered the hall. When he entered, everyone stood up and bowed to him. Without exception, everyone present did so. Step by step, he walked to his seat that had been prepared for him. His long white hair blew with every step he took, and then fell back on his shoulders. The head of the infirmary, Bakrin, took his place at the head of the room. He announced the beginning of the meeting. Yuho and Jonghi got ready because Yuho was to speak first. He picked up a sheet of paper and began to read. The first item on the agenda was an invitation from Murim in the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix Convention. The Dragon and Phoenix Congress is a Pimu martial arts tournament held in Murim, in which young rising stars of various clans participate. The scale of the event promised to be the same as last year. At that point, it was suggested that people from the medicines division help out, as extra hands could be useful. One of the women said that she had heard that there would be many young talents from the Tang family present at the upcoming Pimu tournament, which could make the competition very difficult. Then one of the old men asked what they thought of the Tanju massage. He added that if his people were needed, he was ready to provide them, as they could help with moving patients. Each of the Tanjus expressed their opinions, and the meeting went smoothly. However, Peck's face remained serious. Having dealt with all the current issues, it was time to discuss the most important thing. Zhang was already impatient to get to this topic. Juho began to talk about the next item on the agenda. This item was about determining the position of young Master Qin. Bak was the first to stand up and said that he should be the first to express his opinion. He was surprised that his teacher was the first to speak. Peck reminded him that everyone knew that their infirmary had started out as the Chagall family's infirmary. If the Siegel family had one more descendant left, perhaps the name of this hospital could have been preserved. However, only Baek remained of those with Chagall blood in their veins, and he noted that if they had not been helped back then, perhaps the Baek Rin hospital would not exist today. If not for the efforts of everyone here, Baek would not have survived to this day. Everyone listened attentively to the host's speech, hanging on every word, and they could hear the pride in his voice. He continued by saying that, looking at the situation as a whole, he had come to the realization that he needed to think about the future of their infirmary. That's why he decided to take this student, as this child turned out to be very talented and has medical techniques that are much different from theirs. Today, Peck gathered a council, believing that this boy's skill is at a level sufficient to create a new unit. His next words were, "I want you to express your views on this matter frankly." He turned to everyone and waited for their answers. The first to speak was the old man, who said that a teacher should be prudent in choosing his student, and the student, in turn, should make great efforts to take care of his mentor. He recognized the boy's wisdom and was sure that it was he who had cured the demon archer's daughter. However, the question was whether he was too young. His medical techniques are truly impressive, but many of them have not yet been officially confirmed. Everyone is responsible for the lives of patients, and they cannot just use unconfirmed medical methods. As for the creation of a new unit, this can be discussed when the young master's skills are finally confirmed. Listening to this, He couldn't help but agree, as in his opinion the acupuncture Tanju had put it right. At that moment, everything inside him tightened because it would take a lot of time to confirm his medical skills, which the teacher might not have. But another one made a remark that one important thing should not be forgotten. This is that no one has ever heard of the techniques that Cheong has mastered before. Even one of the oldest hospitals in the 3 generations, the Hikchong Hielseong no Gui Hospital, does not have such techniques. This raises doubts about who this young master really is. The teacher, Yuho, and Jung listened intently to these thoughts. Cheon wondered why he subconsciously didn't want to bring it up, but the situation did look suspicious. Suddenly, words came out in response to the last remark. I can give you my guarantee. It was Juho who said this, which surprised everyone because he was the new guy. Yuho said that he had his own methods and had checked everything, so they could be calm about Cheon. The young master's intentions would not harm the teacher. His speech came as a surprise to the others and to he himself. Since Yuho had acted as a guarantor for Cheon, the Tangju no longer had any reason to oppose him. Yuho's unit also no longer had any questions about their benefactor. In the eyes of the protagonist, Yuho had changed. Yuho's words were enough for the Tanju to simply drop the subject. Indeed, it seemed that Cheon still did not fully understand who Yuho was. Yuho's reassurance diffused the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. A little time passed, and the tension eased. Tanju Acupuncture also softened his stance and changed his mind about Chin Cheong-hee. It was time to summarize the day's results. The new surgery unit would begin its work. His Tanju, Chin Cheong-hee, will write books on surgical techniques to teach others. At the same time, he will prove his competence to other Tanjus. After saying this, Beck smiled. A fire of pride for his student was burning in his heart, and after hearing the other Tanjus say, "Let it be as I wish," this pride overwhelmed him. Explanation: Kakchu means master of the infirmary. A new day came and promised many interesting things. Cheon tried on his new position. At that moment, a teacher came up to him and greeted him. The teacher asked him how he saw the infirmary, and with this question he was taken by surprise. Cheon hadn't been in the infirmary for long, but during this time he had seen and even experienced something. Peck was curious to know what the infirmary looked like in the eyes of his student. Indeed, the size of the infirmary aroused curiosity even among Cheon himself. Yuho and the teacher were also eagerly awaiting the answer. The boy was thinking about what to say. After a pause, he said, "To me, it is like a watercourse in a river." This interested the teacher. Why a river flow and not a mountain or the sea? Together with Yuho, they began to listen to the explanation that a watercourse is a place where pirates gather and how important it is for life. Life can be compared to a stream of water that starts in the mountains and ends in the sea. Then the water evaporates, becomes rain, and descends from the mountains again. A river is a bridge between the beginning and the end, and pirates are villains who block its flow. Hearing this, the teacher laughed and said, "So the infirmary is the place where these scoundrels gather, blocking the flow of the river?" But that was not quite true, which he did not hesitate to explain. Pirates are those who seek conflict, trying to capitalize on everything that passes by. They demand money and jewelry. "That's right. Money and jewelry are important too," the teacher agreed. Moving closer to Cheon, the teacher put his hands on his shoulders. He said, "If you think that the infirmary is a watercourse, then by becoming one of the Tanju, you are now the head of the pirates." He meant that there would be much harder times ahead. Perhaps this is why the teacher had difficulty breathing during the meeting, and Cheon had similar feelings. And that's the way it should be. It's right. A doctor is only responsible for the life of the patient in front of him. However, a Tanju is different from a doctor. He is responsible for the lives of all the patients in the infirmary, and he must be firm and decisive. This may make him arrogant, but there is no need to flaunt it. The teacher also addressed Juho, noting that he still had a lot to learn. If he wanted to be called not just a master, but a benefactor, even in person, he would have to try very hard. Chung smiled and said that he understood the teacher. He wondered how heavy the burden was on the shoulders of a Yakchu, who was responsible for all the departments of the infirmary. Some time passed and evening came. Cheon needed time to sleep, train, and write books on surgery to raise the prestige of his unit. He had a lot of work ahead of him, and even more to do, and he needed to learn time management techniques to get it all done. In addition, he had to share his knowledge with his teacher at night, and he had to find time for that as well. It was a crazy schedule, but he was happy to have a pencil. A pencil allowed him to write much faster and more conveniently compared to calligraphy brushes. The brushes needed to be constantly rubbed with ink, while the pencil was easy to care for. In addition, he wrote perfectly on bamboo sheets. He had the idea that it would be useful to distribute pencils throughout the hospital. Much of his medical knowledge could only be described in a foreign language, and it would be difficult to translate all the terminology into the local language so that everyone could understand. Since there were no analogues to his knowledge, he decided to rewrite everything based on the sound of the words. He decided to do his best to cope with this task. A few days later, at the in-house training ground of the infirmary, Yuho and Cheon were in the waiting room. Cheon was about to have his first official training as a Tanju. The teacher and the physical strength Tanju decided to attend in person, and Yuho reminded Cheon that he had to do his best. Yuho helped tie the belt around Cheon's waist, trying to encourage him. If Cheon made a mistake, the physical strength Tanju could immediately take over his personal training. As he dressed further, Yuho added that it was unlikely that Cheon knew how much the 4th-generation Tanju wanted to take control of him. He was like sugar to ants. Then Jong said something that made Yuho laugh. He joked that at the meeting, the physical strength Tanju looked indifferent and was more concerned about the safety of the infirmary than the patients. Yuho then asked Cheon not to worry, assuring him that he could handle the warrior without resorting to extreme measures. In the infirmary, all units worry about their qualifications, and this manifests itself in different ways for each one. What Juho was saying was very interesting to Cheon. Perhaps it's because they are in Gangho, where even the doctors are endowed with combat power. And although they are not warriors, time does not make them cowardly. In general, Cheon liked it all. Everything the owner said reminded Yuho of his teacher's words. Cheon didn't even believe that he liked this devil's den, but he was more interested in the fact that his teacher had said the same words to Yuho before. Yes, he had once mentioned that this was the only place he liked, and even though he and his teacher liked very different things here, they still had something in common. The conversation dragged on, and Cheon asked how long he had to stand, because it was just a training suit that would get wrinkled anyway, so there was no point in worrying about it. It was true, but it was very important to Juho that his master looked neat. And in a moment, the teacher appeared in front of them with a Tanju of physical strength. An hour passed, and they were already on the training ground. Yuho stood opposite the young master. The teacher watched Cheon carefully. He was looking at how skillfully he kept his balance. Cheon looked very concentrated as he performed the exercise. Yuho also had his eyes closed. He had 3 stones in his hand, which he swung, and now they flew like bullets right at Cheon, who was standing on a bamboo stick. Each of the stones flew with an ultrasonic sound near his neck and head. The challenge was not only to dodge them, but also to maintain his balance. Yuho kept throwing again and again, replenishing the stones in his hand. Jong watched every movement carefully, concentrating his eyes. Then he skillfully dodged each throw, and he was more surprised that Yuho had never thrown so accurately and precisely before. Was Yuho really that serious? Cheon managed to dodge every single stone, and they both stood in front of the elders, waiting for their assessment. The teacher only said that it was a good job, and the Tanju agreed with him completely. This expectation made he a little nervous. Almost making a mistake, he noticed that in the eyes of the Tanju, it looked as if Cheon, using the Samjai step technique, was dodging attacks completely naturally, like water. Is it possible to achieve such a mastery in just a few months? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have been in disbelief. Tanju also noted Cheon's physique. Not that it was outstanding, but it was perfect for martial arts. He really wasn't remarkable in this regard, the teacher admitted, but what he had would be enough for training. Tanya wondered how Cheon managed to move like that and asked the teacher about it. The teacher explained that in martial arts, the most important part is internal energy. That's why noble families don't worry too much about physique. Are you saying that my approach is wrong? Asked Tanju after the teacher's words. But the teacher replied that this was not the case at all. A strong body helps to better accumulate internal energy, and this is a good bonus for the future family. It's all good. However, strength does not lie in the physique alone. This child, like no other, trained his muscles diligently. He especially focused on developing the strength of his leg muscles. The teacher praised Cheon and said that he seemed to have mastered the Samjai technique to some extent, and this made Cheon very happy. After that, it was time to move on to learning the blurred step technique. But this technique was not even close to the previous one. Now it was important to see if Cheon could handle it. He didn't even know what the blurred step technique was. He already knew the answer to this question from the books, but at times like this, it's important to pretend you don't know anything. The teacher explained and answered his question that it was the next level after Samya. The path of Samja, which originally consisted of 3 stages, reaches the phase of the blurred step and then diversifies even further. When you master the blurred step technique, you will make significant progress. And what comes after that? Asked Cheong of his teacher. The teacher explained that after reaching the 12th stage, one can begin the technique of the blurred step of heavenly energy, which can already be called the absolute teaching of divine power. There are not even 5 step techniques in the whole world that can approach the power of the blurred step of celestial energy. Although the blurred step of celestial energy is the highest level among all step techniques, the problem is that the blurred step technique that is the bridge to this level is extremely difficult. Because of this, Cheon asked his teacher if he could practice the Samja technique a little more. This was surprising, because usually students from martial arts families are eager to get to the next level as soon as possible. Back asked him in a surprised tone if he thought the technique was too difficult for him. Zhang replied, "Yes, the more I study it, the more difficult it seems." He answered yes because he knew that if he didn't fully master the samjay, he would not be able to do the blurred step. "That's right," the teacher praised him, adding, "The quieter you go, the farther you will go." It was time to take a break, and that was the end of their training. However, the training did not end completely because when he went out into the woods, he continued to practice his technique. After reaching the first stage, he mastered the second stage quite quickly. However, the third stage took much longer than the first and second combined. In martial arts novels, it always happens that something small can hide deep knowledge, like an iceberg. Even the demon archer, thanks to the shunyata technique, managed to achieve deep knowledge, along with the level of Haue Gyan. In general, it doesn't matter where you get your knowledge from. Small and insignificant things are still useful. This world is filled with such little things. It is important to understand an important thing. Together they are knowledge. The word samya itself means not just three directions. The truth is always on the surface. It is depicted as a dharma chakra that moves in different directions, and the steps form a circle. After that, they bloom like a mandala, a complex geometric structure that symbolizes the world order. After that comes the end of self-negation. The energy of gold protects the body. The energy of the earth maintains health. The energy of the tree absorbs the energy of the environment. By removing all impurities with the energy of water, they are burned by the energy of fire. This training was exhausting, and afterwards Cheon fell to the ground. He was incredibly short of breath from what he had just accomplished. Yuho came up to him and asked if he realized how funny it was to do tamsolmukin. It means to walk in the snow without leaving footprints, and is similar to the name of a martial arts technique for high-level warriors, Chocholchin. Yuho started to laugh at Cheon because by this term, he meant only the samjay technique. He still remembered the fright in the doctor's eyes and didn't understand why He's story about Tapsolmuhin had caused so much noise. What made Yuho laugh irritated Zhang. From that day on, Zhang He was known as Mr. Snowmobile. A shape was drawn on a piece of paper, but there was one mistake. It was a little too narrow. Recently, he has been busy writing his medical papers. In many aspects, of course, his teacher helped him, but still he had to make the final conclusions on his own. After the work that Juho had done, he was surprised when he looked at the sheet. Juho had drawn with a brush, but his lines were much more precise and clear than He's own. When asked if there was anything that Yuho couldn't do, he replied that he couldn't save his master. These words made He feel uneasy. However, Juho's devotion to his teacher was impressive, and it made him wonder if there was a reason for it. Putting down his brush, Juho replied that there was a reason, but added that it had nothing to do with He. After that, Yuho simply changed the subject, saying that He had a great talent for martial arts. Being in the fourth stage of the 5 elemental Shimbop, he already has knowledge of the freezing technique, which is the 5th stage. He immediately noticed that Juho was trying to change the subject. This annoyed him a little because that's what Juho always does, and this behavior only piqued his interest. He decided to ask why Juho was suddenly talking about him. Juho was not a villain, like the archer who terrorized the Sky Demon in the story, but a minor character who was not given any personal information. Yuho remarked that He's interest was too great and asked him if his threats were not enough to quench his curiosity, because there are people who like to be tormented. At this point, it seemed to He that Juho was taking him for some kind of strange type. Putting his hand on the table, He replied that his attempts to find out more were not related to his curiosity about Juho, but that he could no longer work. He was surprised, because this amount of work would normally be done by 9 people, but it seemed that Juho was too calm for someone who was supposedly tired. Juha is one big mystery. Where does he get so much energy to do so many things? He is Murim's first nurse. He is also a graduate student, a laboratory assistant, and the head of the infirmary office. In addition, Juho is an illustrator of medical books, and an engineer who designs medical devices. In addition to his main duties as an official, he is also a teacher's assistant. He was not going to let this issue go. After all, he remembered what Juho had done during the rehearsal for the physical strength Tanju. It was still fresh in his mind. He really wanted to know more about Yuho, not to give him more work, but out of pure curiosity, because his teacher had known Yuho for a long time. When he said this, Juho finally realized that this interest came from an apprentice following his master. After that, Juho added that perhaps it was also the curiosity of a doctor who wanted to help more in treating patients. In response, he said that it was neither one way nor the other. He was just curious to know more about Juho because they would have to coexist in the same infirmary for a long time. After exhaling and closing his eyes, Yuho calmed down and replied, "If you don't make any mistakes in your treatment, and I don't kill you for it, then of course you will live here for a long time." He could feel the tension rising as Juho, in his secondary role, dared to threaten him. "Are you really going to kill me?" asked he. And Yuho replied, Do you really expect to stay alive after giving me so much work? After that, Yuho suddenly declared that he was a bodhisattva, a person who decided to become a follower of the Buddha in order to save all sentient beings from suffering. And the fact that he allowed He to live in peace made him perceive his threats as empty talk. He told him to stop threatening to kill him because it would never happen, but all he could see in response was a smile on Juho's face. Juho was sure that he would continue to do this anyway because he didn't care about the overwork of others. Standing up, he asked, "Are you saying you wouldn't do anything to save a patient?" Juho agreed and replied that he would do his best. He added that he tolerated He only because he was just like him. After this conversation, Hai realized that if he continued to exploit Juho even more, he might do something unpredictable. After that, Juho brought up the topic that he had asked about earlier, namely his relationship with his master. He held his breath and listened intently, and then asked if Juho wanted to talk about it. Smiling, Juho replied that he didn't really want to. He just wanted to get rid of his intrusive questions. After that, Juho finally said that his master was able to calm the Mimel's anger. A Mimel means a person burdened with many vices. In other words, a worthless creature. People perceive a Mimel as a miserable creature, but even they are not without the ability to feel hatred. And it was this hatred that the master weakened with the help of his powers. For this word Mimel seemed like something that shouldn't be used for animals or plants. He couldn't understand why Juho would call himself that. A smile reappeared on Juho's face after this question. He put his hand on the table and started to get up. Then Juho asked He again, "Do you really want to know?" To which He replied, "Of course." Juho added with a smile, "Great. It would be ideal to catch some disease from the pent-up anger resulting from suppressing curiosity forever." He just gritted his teeth and continued to listen in silence, trying not to show his irritation. But Juho continued, saying that he could ask as many questions as he wanted, but he would not get a word out of him. He was evading questions more and more. It seemed to be his favorite trick. A little more, and he would have exploded with anger, so he decided to stop this meaningless dialogue. Words won't get through to him, he thought. So I'll have to make him work so hard that he grinds his teeth. Meanwhile, the book writing and teaching were going well. The assignments that the infirmary staff received opened up new horizons for them. If things continue like this, in a few days, he will be able to put all his duties on paper and pass them on to others. And also perhaps the Pekrin Infirmary will gain dominance in medical circles and become the best infirmary in the whole world. A few days later, amidst this beautiful winter weather, people were saying how cold it was. No one felt it more than he who was walking along the fence. He looked up and watched the snowbirds flying overhead. Then he reached out to the door to open it. Stepping inside, he was surprised to see that everything around him now looked like an operating room from the early to mid-20th century. Finally, he was ready to really start his surgical practice. Meanwhile, winter was getting harsher, covering everything with snow and frost. Today was an important moment for he. For the first time after treatment, he would perform a surgery. This time, the patient was admitted to the surgical ward according to a standard scenario, unlike the case of the demon archer who suddenly appeared, begging to save his daughter. He pulled surgical gloves over his hands. He looked a little funny in this costume, but everything was ready. On the couch was a patient with acute appendicitis who needed urgent care. Others were impressed by the operating room, because it was their chance to expand their knowledge of so-called surgery. But he could feel the room getting tighter and tighter around him. The tension was building. It was time to start the operation. All the necessary anamnesis data were collected. The teacher carefully watched his two subordinates. Juho was also serious and focused. He relied on the teacher and Juho, and when he was ready, he took action. Putting his hand on the patient's body, he sent energy through his body. By moving the energy, he could feel what was happening inside the patient's body. After his teacher showed him the principle of the technique, he practiced it constantly, but each time the sensations were different. Suddenly he felt something unpleasant, how serious the situation with the patient was. Usually it was extremely difficult to survive in such a condition without antibiotics. Surgery on the appendages of the cecum, or appendix, is performed in case of its blockage, which leads to the expansion of the cavity. As a result, the contents of the gastrointestinal tract come out, contaminating and infecting the abdominal cavity. According to the records mentioned by he, the patient began experiencing abdominal pain 5 days ago. It was difficult to say when exactly the perforation occurred. Despite all this, the patient's vitality remained stable, and thanks to energy, it was possible to maintain this condition. Here is the knife touching his abdomen. After that, he made a small hole for access. The smell was terrible as the stomach contents had leaked out through the hole in the appendix. He immediately ordered aspiration to stop the bleeding. The teacher immediately rushed to help. He put 2 fingers on the patient's body. After that, he pressed the necessary points several times. He also reached out his hand to help. He put his energy to work to help with the process. Those who were just watching noted their well-coordinated work. They had done an excellent job, and now it was time to remove the organ. He confidently led the way, already holding the intestine in his hand. It was necessary to continuously flush the abdominal cavity to get rid of the infection. Splashing around in the water, he did it with precision and coordination. Even the teacher was amazed, watching his every move. His hands were fast and precise. He's concentration was at its peak, which was evident in his eyes. The seam was perfect and no blood artery was hit. He even cut the sutures with maximum speed and precision. The operation continued and was nearing its completion. After it was completed, when the Tanjus went outside, they were only discussing how impressive the sight was. The operation in reality was much more amazing than any stories of others. One of the women even noted that Hyolsung himself probably could not have performed something like this. Tanju acupuncturist was amazed by the way the guy opened the patient's abdomen, flushed out the internal organs, and sewed everything back together. All three were impressed with his skill and work. Usually in such cases, the patient develops a fever and dies. The question arises, how will he defecate now if there is a hole in his stomach? It is only a matter of time before death. However, the suture on the wound was perfectly applied, and perhaps the sad outcome that was predicted will be avoided. All that remained was to watch. Medications for internal organ damage would not help retain heat, and doctors doubted whether the body could cope with the fever. But despite everything, the young man did his part. Meanwhile, the young man was resting after the surgery, but the thought that he was missing many things did not give him peace of mind. Especially he felt the lack of antibiotics and a surgical aspirator, which provides access to the organs, removing excess. Those who can use the Juho technique to fill the void with matter are very few and far between. Leaving the patient without antibiotics after surgery is also not an option. The inability to demonstrate even a quarter of his skills was depressing for he. There were a lot of problems, but the guy was worried about something else. He was most concerned about his teacher's condition. If he didn't prepare in advance, his life could be in danger, and it was scary to imagine what could happen during a rash operation. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice in the room asking if he was resting. A teacher came into the room and he told him that he was just lying down and thinking, adding that the surgery seemed to have helped him make some progress. The teacher came closer and asked him not to exert himself. Then he told me that the 4 Tanjus made a big noise like children, and he had a look on his face as if his whole life had passed before his eyes. One way or another, the thought of the teacher's life hanging in the balance made he anxious. It felt good when the teacher's large and cool hand stroked his head. He was ready to do anything to give the teacher warmth, but it would take a lot of effort. At this point, he told the teacher that he was going to create something important, but he didn't want to bother him. He explained that his goal was to cure the teacher before his condition deteriorated to the point of no return. The teacher closed his eyes and agreed, asking what exactly he wanted to do. He asked to lend him Juho for a long period of time. It was all in order to create penicillin. He didn't even know what was ahead of him yet, but already at that moment, a chill ran down his spine as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Over a cup of tea, they began to discuss this important topic. The teacher was curious what penicillin was because he did not know about it. He immediately explained that it was an antibiotic. He explained that it is a substance produced by microbes that has bactericidal properties and inhibits the growth of other microorganisms. Penicillin fights against bacterial infections that have entered the body. That is why he needs a team to grow penicillin. In his mind, he added, Yuha, you have become Murim's first nurse, and now you will be his first slave. Several surgeries later, he had a clearer understanding that energy is a powerful force, but it has limits, which was a concern. After explanations, the teacher agreed to follow up on his request. He was calm and thanked the teacher for agreeing to lend him Juho because he was an outstanding person. On the one hand, the teacher was happy, but on the other hand, he was a little jealous, because he would pass on a lot of knowledge and technology to Juho. If he hadn't been sick, he would have wanted to participate in the process with them. But he asked the teacher not to say that, because the most important thing for him now is to rest. They saw the operation on the Secum, and he realized that this method of treatment can be very dangerous. If the teacher suddenly had a seizure during the operation, he would be in a difficult situation. The ability to perform the surgery is limited by time. This problem is like a ticking time bomb, and the teacher's daily lifestyle does not play into his hands. The worst thing is that this bomb could explode at any time, in a year, in a week, or maybe even tomorrow, so the guy asked the teacher to take care of his health. The teacher agreed with his student with hope in his eyes. He promised his little doctor that he would try to take care of himself. After a while, he stood before Juho, putting him in charge of setting up a room to grow penicillin. They officially began work on its production. This, of course, did not please Juho at all. Penicillin belongs to the class of B-lactam antibiotics that are extracted from green mold. Mold is sensitive to temperature, light, and humidity, and it happens that even when all the conditions are met, it cannot be grown. Biology and math are completely different things. No matter how much time he spends preparing the containers for cultivation, without the necessary knowledge, nothing will come of it. It was more like a farmer growing mushrooms at home. The work was in full swing and everyone was busy. After a while, Juho reported that the containers were ready, and he stood in front of a large ceramic tank that looked pretty good. However, the doctors had to take responsibility for the lower fermenter as well. Using the wind energy of the 5-element Shimbop technique, it was necessary to ensure air circulation under the floor. Normally, this would have been done by a motor, but now this task fell on the shoulders of Murim's first-ever cultivation slave, Yuho. With his hands on his belt, Yuho said that although he had not studied wind energy, he could control it. Juho had the following question. What will happen after the fermentation stage? Doctors with ice energy would have to drastically cool the fermented liquid and start refining it. He assumed that 3 to 5 stages would be enough. Right now, the acidity of the liquid was roughly 2, but he didn't know how to determine this precisely in the future. He wanted to develop a method that would allow him to accurately determine the amount of internal energy and how to create refined water, although this was not an easy task. After removing the impurities, it was necessary to shape the medicine into pills and store them in the coolest place in the infirmary. The plan was in place, but there was always a risk that something would go wrong. Apart from the storage problem, the main difficulty was the unpredictable effect of penicillin on local people. The process of manufacturing the antibiotic went relatively smoothly. Of course, mistakes were made, but the first fruits of their labor began to appear before the end of the season. A whole month passed, and he stood in the cultivation room. With his head down in his glass, he noticed that the process was going better than he had expected, and he was prepared for the fact that it would take twice as long. Despite the lack of time, the quick results gave him strength. The 5 elements Qingyi was indeed a powerful technique, and it lit a fire in He's eyes. Training, research, and development had taken up the entire past month, and he was completely absorbed in his work. But his brain didn't even feel tired. On the contrary, his head worked like clockwork and his sleep became deeper. Unbelievably, he had made such progress in Shimbop inner energy despite his busy schedule. He was holding a glass of water in his hands, and there were only spots of water, indicating the success of the process. Looking at the glass, he thought about how good it is to be young. You recover quickly, your head works at full capacity, and you can see everything without glasses. It is said that when you become a master of inner energy, the aging process slows down. If you entrust your fate to the heavens, you can turn old age into a second youth. His teacher Peck was a great example of this. No one knew exactly how old he was, but it was clear that he was much older than the head of the Cloud Dragon Transportation Organization. It was a real miracle a middle-aged man, but he looked like a 20-year-old. At that moment, Yuho came in and asked if he was satisfied with the result. Looking at the glass, he asked if this was what he had been talking about earlier. Then Yuho asked what kind of medicine it was that required so much effort to make, and joked that it was like Western alchemy. He, curious, asked Juho if alchemy really existed in the West. Juho answered in the affirmative, but noted that almost no one knows about it. It's a bit like ancient Chinese chemistry, but in the West, alchemy is considered part of the knowledge of demonic arts or magic. This was interesting because the novels mentioned a neighborhood where foreigners live, but there were no details about it. Juho wondered how he could invent so many things without knowing about alchemy. But he, in turn, was surprised at how Juho was able to fulfill all his requests so easily in one day. After this question, Yuho no longer doubted He's skills and asked him to tell him more about the medicine. He looked down at the vial in his hand and began to explain. Based on the criteria of the current era, this medicine can be called a limited panacea. A panacea? Is it possible? Several questions immediately arose in Juho's mind. He asked to be skeptical, but assured him that after seeing the effect, Juho would change his mind. As for Juho's curiosity about why it was so much work, he would find out when the experiments gradually began. In the room, illuminated by the dim light of a candle, the protagonist sat deep in thought. There were pieces of paper in front of him, and the word syphilis caught his attention on one of them. It was known that syphilis could occur for various reasons, but the main one was a sexually transmitted infection. It is believed that syphilis first appeared on the islands of the West Indies, and it was Columbus who brought it to Europe. Later, the disease spread throughout the world. This is the version the protagonist was taught during his studies, but recently other arguments have emerged that prove the existence of syphilis in Europe even before Columbus. However, he was not interested in the truth of this story. His main concern was the method of treatment. In today's world, patients trying to find salvation take a powerful poison, mercury, as a treatment. They did not achieve any effect, but died one by one, suffering from poisoning. Now the protagonist faced a new problem, an incurable disease. The people who had just come to him belonged to the Hao clan, a group that included representatives of the lowest strata of society. He had heard of them only superficially. Yuho began to explain that the Hao clan ran brothels and taverns in Murim, and their influence was felt in many places. The clan is quite large because wherever people live, a bar must be built, and their base has always been located in a crowded place. As they say, even an emotionless chump opens his soul after a few drinks. The House make money by selling information, and send their spies to expand their influence. After these explanations, the protagonist remembered one detail. Most of the clan members were vagrants with nowhere to go. There was neither kindness nor honesty in the Safa clan, so its members were constantly at risk of dying at any moment, which made their lives different from those of ordinary people. The only thing that could be hoped for was that the case of the high-ranking official's concubine would be resolved quickly. After that, Juho reported that the syphilis patients Chin was looking for had arrived. Soon he was meeting with them. He noticed that their disease had become much worse. Their skin was so damaged that they were hiding it under a thick layer of makeup. Chin invited them to sit down, for which they expressed their gratitude. In addition, they were incredibly grateful that he paid attention to people like them. Chin planned to provide them with treatment in a medical office located under the mountain. He wondered what was the reason for their personal visit, and he asked about it. The woman asked, "Is there anything worse than human eyes?" Knowing that a thing is dirty and seeing it with your own eyes are completely different things. At that moment, the girl told the protagonist that he was a strange person to invite such disgusting creatures for treatment. He could not understand why they would be so rude. Of course, their position implied such an attitude, but Chin still thought it was wrong. He promised that he would do everything in his power to help them. There was no hint of joy on her face. All you could see in their eyes was fear of what was left of their lives. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her student, Baek Rin. She knew that he was considered a weirdo, and although it was hard to believe that he didn't despise them, his impartial behavior raised doubts about his true nature. She suddenly realized that she had forgotten to introduce herself and said her name. Manhwa. Her younger brother, Manhwa, was sitting next to her. They were representatives of the Hao clan. The owner was shocked to learn that they were both sick. When he asked them about it, there was silence at first. Then Manhwa replied that they had contracted the disease around the same time. Chin understood and began to plan what to do next. Yuho asked him to accompany the patients to the doctor's room. When Manhwa and Manhwa were alone, they began to discuss the fact that she had worked in a brothel. But this was the first time she had seen a child like this. Manhwa hinted that her jokes about the young Dr. Baek Rin had gone a little too far. Manhwa and Manhwa were born into a poor family and then sold to the Hao clan. They had outstanding beauty since childhood and were highly valued by the clan. Over time, Manhwa rose to a leadership position in one of the units, but lost her influence due to syphilis. His sister suspected that her brother was healthy, to which he replied, she herself knew very well what happens to syphilis patients in their clan. If he didn't take care of her, who would? They could have run away when he suggested, and now they would both be healthy. They could only run away to the place their parents told them to go. The Hao clan was their home. If they were caught, they would simply be sent back. Manhwa didn't even think that if they tried to leave, they would just be waved goodbye and wished good luck. A beautiful sunset was beginning to appear outside. The birds were flying around, and despite her condition, she was enjoying the cool breeze that refreshed her. One could only guess what was really going on in their minds and souls. After walking for a while and sitting down under a tree, they began to discuss whether the owner was telling the truth or not. She asked her brother not to get their hopes up, because the man was a young man. All they had to do was allow their bodies to be examined while information was extracted from them. They planned to gather information about the changes in the Peck Infirmary and about the young doctor. They needed to assess the skills of everyone working here, and they were told that even if they didn't find any weaknesses, it wasn't a problem. The task at hand is the task at hand, and the brother asked if they should concentrate fully on the treatment. "Do you think an incurable disease is called that easily?" she asked him to stop caring about her and instead attend to his own desires. Although he realized that this was impossible, he still had hope that perhaps the young master would be able to successfully treat her. However, there was no hope in her eyes. She only thought about who she was and believed that she was acting like a thoughtless person. She was well aware that there is nothing more painful than dreaming about something that will never come true, and time and again she reminded herself of this. After that, they began to discuss the pleasant look the young man had, and both noticed it. He did not ask unnecessary questions and did not interfere in other people's affairs. To him, they were just patients, but you could see in his eyes that all his thoughts were focused on his work. Manhwa thought so, and his sister added that he looked at them as people, and she liked the warmth and sparkle in his eyes. They even wondered if ordinary people always look at each other like that. Suddenly, her hand grabbed her throat and she started coughing violently. It felt as if her throat was about to burst. He instantly came closer, put her on his back, and hurried to carry her back to the hospital room. On the way, he begged her to be patient and assured her that he would call a doctor right away. As he carried her, she thought of only one thing: whether she would live to see the end of this year. A moment later, Chin learned from Juho that she had lost consciousness and fainted. Chin was more interested in why she hadn't rested since her last seizure, and how she had even managed to get here. In his mind, she was not a character, but a real problem. Her brother stood at the door while she was inside. She was lying on the bunk, and he was examining her body. Her skin was covered with a rash, and the pain must have been as if her skin had been cut with a knife. According to external signs, the disease had reached the 3rd stage, and there was a possibility that it had affected the nervous system. At the 3rd stage, an injection into the muscles is possible, but if the infection has penetrated the nervous system, it is a completely different matter. A moment later, moans began to come out of her mouth. The doctor asked her if she'd calm down a bit, and she replied that she felt weak. She asked the doctor if she could cope with the disease. She realized that even for him, treatment would not be easy because the disease was considered incurable. Since her motor function seemed normal, he decided to give her an internal injection and monitor her condition. He asked her not to give up, adding that he believed in a positive outcome and that they both needed to try together. She noticed that he was different from other doctors who could only talk a lot. After a while, Cheon was in the surgical unit. Now the marathon began. First, he had to administer an injection and monitor the patient's condition, ready for drastic changes in his health. As for the information, he was not yet sure whether the antibiotic would work as effectively here as in his past life. Nevertheless, he was ready to continue recording all the changes in the patient's health and possible side effects. At that moment, Tanji came into the room and told him that she had heard the good news. She told him that if there was anything he needed, he could feel free to ask her, and she called him Young Yakchu. She suggested that he would be able to cure even this incurable disease. "First, I will observe the patients for a while," he replied. She noted that everyone in the infirmary was on edge about these events, and added that if the cure was ready, its name was too complicated. Neither she nor the other staff could remember the name, and asked him to come up with something simpler. He did not even realize that it had come to this. She thought he was a young treasure and understood why his boss valued him so much. She asked him to continue working and noted that she had just come in for a minute. He wished her a good productive day and walked her to the door. In fact, he was glad to have the medical unit next to him. Patients started asking he if it was true that he had created a cure. He asked the purple-haired patient to be quiet and checked his pulse, asking himself if there was hope in his eyes. The boy had contracted syphilis in the womb. He realized that it was impossible to cure the congenital disease with modern methods. If syphilis had manifested itself later, he could have lived and fought the disease. But now half of his face was covered with scars. One eye could no longer see, and one ear was hard of hearing. When he asked him if he had studied martial arts, the boy said no. Then he asked if it was true that his Tanjong had an inner strength. The boy did not even understand what he was talking about. It turns out that not only did the penicillin make him feel better, but the energy in his body started moving. "Didn't you breathe strangely?" he continued to ask him. He replied that during his illness, when his temperature rose to reduce the pain, he breathed through his abdomen and showed him how. First he breathed heavily, taking deep breaths, and then he exhaled all the air from his abdomen. It seems that he accumulated inner strength in this way, even without knowing the methods of energy management. If this is true, the boy is a real genius. He put his hand on his shoulder. After that, they both bowed their heads and silence fell between them. Inside the boy, celestial circles were circulating, something you would expect to see in a master who had taken a real pill, but not in a child. He was not even aware of his power. The small celestial circle is a narrow energy circle within the body, while the great celestial circle is a wide energy circle. The celestial circle is one of the training techniques mastered by martial arts warriors, and it takes a long time to master it successfully. This guy didn't have a real name. His uncles from the Hao clan just called him Hey. The children called him Dog, or Waste, and this confused he. So he suggested the following. He took out a piece of paper and a pencil and decided to come up with a real name, because without it, the boy could not live on. Yuho watched their interesting conversation closely. Most of all, he liked the smile of the boy, who was incredibly happy with the idea of coming up with his own name. "May the heavens reward the child for all his misfortunes. Let's take the first two characters from the expression God's mercy," said he. And so they got the name Qian Wu, Qian as in God, and Wu as in mercy. His name meant a person who was helped by heaven, and the little boy liked it very much. Afterwards, he asked him if he would like to live somewhere else instead of the Hao clan. "With such a talent, if you become a warrior, you can achieve anything," he added. The boy agreed to live anywhere if he took him there, and at that moment he called he his brother. It was easy to understand that the child needed love and care. Adults did not pay attention to him, and his peers began to ridicule him after the onset of the disease. He had to face constant bullying. Goodness should always be rewarded with goodness, he thought, but he still had to get permission from his teacher and the Hao clan. A few days later, he stood in front of Manhwa and asked for permission to take the child because the Hao clan treated him like an empty space. She also realized that anywhere would be better for the boy than the Hao clan. In addition, thanks to the treatment she received from he, her condition improved significantly, and she was able to make plans for the future again. She asked us not to worry about the boy. She promised that she would take care of it and everything would be fine. He had one more task to do, to convince her teacher. After that, he told them that they could prepare to go home. Judging by the fact that their condition was improving, the disease had not affected the nervous system, and they had reached the stage of full recovery. Hearing this, everything turned upside down for her. She immediately started asking him if he was really saying it. The brother jumped up to his sister, and they looked into each other's eyes, not believing it was true. Had they imagined it? "Are you sure this isn't a dream?" she asked, looking into his eyes and not holding back her tears. He couldn't believe it either, and he couldn't hold back his tears either. It seemed like everything would be okay now they had survived. He watched his brother hug his sister, and they rejoiced in their second chance at life. At the same time, he heard words of gratitude from both of them. It was clear that they would need some time to recover, but today could be said to be their new birthday. After a while, the bandages were removed and the patients began to feel relieved. He was told that she had an increase in her internal energy, and after checking her pulse, it turned out that some of the patients had the same effect. She also noticed it because the energy in her tanjong became heavier. At that moment, she promised that she would never forget his kindness. Reaching into her pocket, she said that if she became the leader of one of the clan's units again, she could be its strength and support. She took out one thing and said it was a gift for him. She couldn't pay for his kindness in full, but she would be faithful to him until the end of her days. He liked the gift, and she added that if he ever needed help, all he had to do was show it to her, and she would help him. After that, Muwol came over, got down on one knee, and bowed his head in front of he. He said that he used to be a wanderer, so he had no loyalty to the Hao clan, but he was ready to repay he's favor in the sect. He asked him to get up from his knee, but he did not, continuing to say that he would always be ready to help him whenever he called. Even he did not expect to see such emotions from them. Both brother and sister could not contain their gratitude. Muhwa and Muwol swore their loyalty to him for the rest of their lives. The tables were set, and the smiles did not disappear from the guests' faces. All the patients were discharged from Baekrin Hospital, and a small reception was organized in honor of Chin Chong-hee's success. This celebration was a real joy for both the doctors and everyone present. When he came in, everyone immediately came up to him to congratulate him on his great achievement. The patients still could not believe that they had recovered, but he did not take all the credit. He said that without the help of his comrades in the infirmary, nothing would have happened. No one could even imagine that a cure for syphilis would become a reality, but the day had come. He held a glass of drink in his hands. However, he was sad that he could not save everyone. 3 of the 30 patients had a disease similar to syphilis. It was Hansen's disease, which was called leprosy here. He was unable to cure it. Leprosy affects the skin, which becomes like wax, and because of resistance to penicillin, rifampicin is needed, which disrupts RNA synthesis in bacterial cells. But rifampicin alone is not enough, as it loses its effectiveness over time. So it is recommended to use it together with other antibiotics. He thought that if he could produce streptomycin, an anti-tuberculosis drug, the problem of rifampicin would be solved. Suddenly a teacher appeared behind him and said that he seemed depressed. The young master replied that he felt this way because he realized that he still had a lot to learn. Peck asked him not to rush so much. It seemed that the teacher no longer cared whether he survived or not. He was Murim's true self, but he could not allow a fatal outcome. At this point, Beck brought up the subject of the boy Jongwoo. His talents were indeed impressive, as he had said, but due to the nature of the Jihal family, the boy was not quite right for them. So Beck decided that it would be better to send the child to a clan that would match his skills. The head of the clan, Mudan, an old debtor of Beck's, will not refuse to accept him. Besides, Qian Wu is so powerful that the head of the clan will definitely not miss this opportunity. To this, he replied that the Mudan clan is located in Hubei province, and if Qiang Wu goes there, they will not be able to see each other. The teacher went on to say that meetings would be difficult for a while, but when the boy succeeded in his training, they would definitely see each other again. At this point, he remembered that the Mudan clan has a statue of Yuanshi Tianzong with a secret book hidden in its cubbyhole. Therefore, he immediately told the teacher that he needed to send Zhongwu there as soon as possible. At first, the teacher thought this was strange because one moment he wanted to wait, and now he says he needs to send him. After that, he was standing next to the kid and asked him to promise that he would come to play with him. Zhongwu replied that he would not come to play, but to check on him, and that he needed to make sure he was feeling well. He asked him to get along with the other members of the clan and learn to manage his energy every day. The boy, smiling, replied that everything would be fine and that he did not need to worry about him. He had saved and changed his life, and now he wanted to live it with dignity. He saw such maturity and confidence in He's eyes. After that, the boy touched his finger to his finger and turned to He, brother. He was too shy to ask if he could consider him his real older brother. Overwhelmed with emotion, he asked again, "Are you offering to be brothers?" It was very cute. With a serious expression on his face, the boy replied, "Yes." Then he asked him if he understood how important brotherhood is for warriors. The boy replied that he did, although he was not yet a warrior himself. However, he already had a brother, the heavenly demon Yoha-ryun. Because of this, he couldn't accept Young-woo's offer alone, and said that if his brother didn't mind, they could do it. "You already have a brother? Did you save him?" the purple-haired boy asked. The answer he heard was, "It's my duty as a doctor." The protagonist did not expect to have a second brother, and he was not even sure if it was the right thing to do. In martial arts novels, he had never met anyone who had multiple brothers. Hugging the purple-haired boy, he asked him to calm down and said that his younger brother would understand everything, and they could be friends. The kid replied that even if that didn't work out, he would still consider him his older brother. Their personalities are different, but both were saved by He, and the more associates the better. Putting the boy in a palanquin, he once again asked him to work hard and come to visit. The boy again said he had another request. "Can I take your surname Chin now that you have given me a name?" he asked. "Of course you can," he replied, and told him that he did not receive his surname from his parents, so it has no family tree. Holding out his fist, Qianwu said goodbye and asked He to wish him to become the best warrior in the Mudan clan. "I will become a swordsman, and you will be proud of me," he said to the sound of fists pounding. Someone sitting at the reins of the cart whistled. A moment later, the horses rushed forward, and soon they were heading straight for the Mudan clan. At that moment, he realized that the head of the medicine department was right. The name is very important. The medicine should be called Sacred Pek Rin Pill, and its liquid version should be called Pek Rin Oil. If you give a name, it should radiate power. This way, everyone will know about the infirmary and its Sacred Pek Rin Pill, a sort of panacea. The release of the new drug encouraged the doctors of the infirmary. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone. They all threw themselves into training, which improved their skills and made the pills faster. He didn't know what it was like in his past world, but in this one, penicillin was like a cow that devoured money like grass. The doctors who had reached the Shimbop level of 5 elements above the 3rd level, and 2 who had awakened the 5th level, he made a medicine for 10 people. The pill was extremely effective, but it cost a lot of money to make. It not only cured, but also gave an impetus to the growth of internal energy, so there was no need to worry about the addictive effect. Yuho stood in front of his teacher and reported that he could indeed be considered the heir to Baekrin Yisun, and that he, who had never had a student before, had now gained an amazing apprentice. Yuho continued, "That's the kind of rumor that's been going around the infirmary." The teacher replied that they had completed equipping the place for a larger-scale production of the new medicine. Until the active production of the pills begins, the flow of information outside the infirmary should be limited. Yuho immediately understood the task and said it would be done. He also realized that the secret would soon be revealed, and he was sure that as soon as the recovered syphilis patients returned home, rumors would spread. Fortunately, the basic training had already been completed, and now all he had to do was continue to improve his skills. The time was approaching when he would save the life of Chegal Rin, known as Baek Rin Yi Sung. One might even say that he goes against the original plot of the novel. This is because in the original plot, Baek dies early. Spring is a time of awakening for all living things. Jung-hee was able to break out of his incredibly busy schedule and began to spend his days in a more measured way. A smile began to appear on his face more and more often, although he hadn't lacked it before, but now he felt more relaxed. As before, he helped everyone by checking their pulse and monitoring their health. He often joked with others, laughing back at each other. Despite the calmer days, he still plunged into his favorite work, spending his time with benefit. He pulled out a list of patients and looked to see who would be next. However, something else distracted him. He caught a strange, appetizing smell. "What is this attractive smell?" he asked himself. In front of him stood an old lady who seemed to be a relative of one of the patients. "Is she lost?" thought he. Approaching her, he told her that to get in, he needed to send a carrier pigeon through the district hospital. She replied that she had just come to visit her granddaughter and talk to her about many things. He offered to deliver the package himself, but the grandmother refused and firmly stated that she would not give it back, showing her stubbornness. She was lucky that she met with He, because if she had met with other doctors, things would have been different. She would not have been allowed to bring the gift into the hospital, and would have been sent back to the foot of the mountain with the food, as it was forbidden to enter. It was impossible to get in without a registered letter from the district medical chamber. How did this old lady manage to do it? I just said that until I feed my granddaughter, I'm not going anywhere, she explained. He asked her not to resist, and suddenly noticed a trace of blood on her elbow. He immediately ran to her and began to roll up her sleeve, although she objected and asked him not to touch her. She was strong, but he still managed to roll up her sleeves and see that her elbow was broken. Looking down, he noticed that her knees were also bloody. She had put herself in this condition, trying to help her heartless granddaughter, who couldn't even come out to meet him. At first he said that she needed to be treated, but the question arose whether it was possible to provide treatment at the Bamboo Roshi unit, which accepts foreigners, and invite her granddaughter there. To do this, it was necessary to get permission from Juho. The grandmother continued to be stubborn, shouting that she understood everything and asking him not to rush. However, he persisted in offering his help. He put his back to her and asked her to climb in because she was covered in blood. His persistence and conviction to obey made the grandmother agree. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Then she clung to his hips with her legs. As she started to walk, she told him that her daughter's name was Chu Do-hwa, and she worked in a unit that deals with glaucoma. Chin realized that the doctors in this unit were very busy, and told the grandmother that as soon as the treatment was provided more quickly, she could visit her granddaughter. He was in a hurry, but the grandmother even asked him not to push so hard. On the way, they met Juho, who asked who was on his back. My grandmother wanted to give her granddaughter some gifts in honor of spring, but she was so injured that I had to heal her wounds first, he replied. He also added that the granddaughter's name is Chu Do-hwa. Juho repeated the name several times in his head. At this point, the grandmother asked him not to stand still and to start moving on. Juho asked to give the patient first aid as soon as possible. In this situation, something was confusing for he. Usually, Juho liked to check everything 2 or even 3 times, but today he was somehow too compliant. Maybe he also has a grandmother somewhere in his native land? At this point, his grandmother turned to him again, asking him to hurry up. Let's go, little man. The other doctors watched and said among themselves that Baekrin's infirmary remained the same as always. Judging by their actions, they were from Hwaju's infirmary. They asked them why they were visiting the unit. He went to the Bamboo Grove unit. The guy at the entrance asked him to tell his grandfather to tell a girl named Chu Do-hwa from the glaucoma unit that her grandmother had come. He replied that he would, of course, but he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find her because the number of patients had increased significantly since the arrival of spring. He, holding her grandmother on his back, asked the boy to do the right thing and find her. They arrived at the place, and the guy asked to let him heal her wounds, but she again said that there was no need. It will go away. But he reminded her of their agreement. She would listen to his stubbornness, and he would listen to hers. She could not resist his sincerity, and gave in again. After these words, Chin smiled at her and laughed. He took her hand and began to examine her, first washing away the dirt from her wounds. He asked her to be patient for a while, and she watched him do it carefully, noting that he really treated his patients well, no matter what. He provided first aid quickly and with great understanding. As he continued to treat her wounds, he carefully bandaged her arm. Finally, her elbow was securely wrapped. They sat next to each other under the bamboo trees. My grandmother asked him his name, and he answered, Chin Chong-hee. A person should not be so kind-hearted, do you understand? Said my grandmother, but he only replied that he had to take care of her knee now. There was a lot of blood, and it was surprising that she was not in pain at all. It is not known how my grandmother got up at all, given her condition. He asked permission to examine the bone and began to gently touch her knee with his hands. Not a single nerve in her face flinched as he did so. It was amazing. She had been bruised so badly, but her cartilage remained perfectly intact. The wound hadn't even festered, so it would be enough to just heal it on the knee. He took a needle and started pricking the characteristic areas to relieve the pain. At that moment, the grandmother felt like she was 17 again. Such lightness swept through her body. They started talking about whether he would stitch the wound, because she had heard that the infirmary was very good at it. Smiling, he asked if she was going to take up martial arts. Where do I go from here? She replied. Then you don't need to stitch it up, he replied. Meanwhile, in Baek's office, Yuho reported that he had arrived and brought with him the other members of Hwaju's infirmary. Their reputation had suffered greatly after they abandoned the archer Wang Kag's daughter. Baek wondered why he had been sleeping so restlessly. It turned out that all the uninvited guests had come together. Yuho went on to say that, according to them, the reason for the visit was concern about the condition of Wang Kag's patient. However, the girl was already at the stage of full recovery, so Juho realized that they were just looking for an excuse to find fault with something. Denying them a visit would only give them a reason to complain, so Juho approved their visit to Van Kag. Now he and the doctors are examining the patient and taking her pulse, and Juho has already informed the archer of everything. Baek felt sorry for his doctors, as he realized that they would have a hard time. The doctors of Hwaju's infirmary would jump at any opportunity to discredit them, and his doctors would have to do their best to handle the situation. Yuho asked his master not to interfere in the mess. In fact, their colleagues from another infirmary were just visiting them. But it was not this trivial matter that worried Peck. He was most concerned about the person with whom he was to meet. Even Yuho did not expect that the lady would pay a visit in person. She seemed to be interested in what she had heard about the art of surgery. "Are we going to keep playing this game?" asked Yuho. "Someday it will have to be stopped," Peck replied. "But for now, the motives are not clear, so we should not interfere." Meanwhile, on the other side, they were already dealing with a rude tone and questions about whether patients were dolls to them. They wanted to accuse the doctors of daring to use unconfirmed medical methods to treat the patient. They demanded that the patient be transferred to the Hua infirmary, where, according to them, she would be cured in 20 days. First, they left her to her fate, and now they came to make excuses, saying that the treatment they had given her would have been sufficient. They had no shortage of nerve. Ju's representatives went on to say that the position of the father who had approached them was understandable. Obviously, their answer did not satisfy him, and they failed to earn his trust. However, it is not normal to play with a patient's life by conducting experiments on her. Rin's representatives asked not to spread nonsense, because the girl was on the verge of life and death. At that time, the girl was sitting and listening to all this. They explained that there was no other way to save her, and they claimed that Ju's infirmary skills would have been enough to save the child. However, Rin's representatives noted that the girl's father received a response from Ju saying that the patient would not be admitted. Then one of Ju's representatives raised his hand and began to justify himself, saying that they said they would not accept her, but they did not refuse treatment. He explained that their head, after the examination, began to think about a treatment plan, but in reality they were just lying and not blushing. Hua Ju's doctors were angry, and she could easily see it. It seems that what happened caused quite a stir in the Murima clans. One of Ju's representatives asked that the girl's father or the clan head be summoned, but they replied that their head would not personally settle petty disputes. After that, they demanded that his disciple be brought. A very serious argument started between them, but suddenly everyone was drawn to the sounds behind them. There were loud shouts outside the door. "What are you doing?" And then the body of one of the people flew right through the door, knocking it out with it. The body flew straight into the ward and fell at the doctor's feet. It was the doctor's protector, Ju, and they recognized him immediately. After that, someone else stepped into the room. It was an angry demon archer, angry because they only know how to talk with their tongues. "Damn bastards from Hua Ju!" he shouted. The girl jumped up and screamed loudly, "Daddy!" The archer, not holding back his strength, approached the doctors to ask them questions. He asked if they even understood what his daughter had to go through because of their actions. They tried to calm him down, saying that killing was forbidden in the hospitals, but he clenched his fist even harder and asked again, "How can I calm down? If it wasn't for he, you idiots would have met me in the afterlife." He thanked them for coming to him and added that they had dug their own grave. "How can you not help bury it now?" he said. There was not a drop of doubt in his eyes. He could only hear requests from all sides to calm down. But at that moment, he came into the room. He did not look very smiling, but rather serious. He didn't like what was happening. Everyone immediately froze when they saw him. He just said calmly, "We are in the infirmary." The girl watched silently, fascinated by the energy that radiated from he. He came closer and said that the showdown needed to be arranged elsewhere, not here. Gradually, the demon archer's energy began to fade. It became weaker and weaker, and finally he was able to calm down. He was calmed down by the appearance of his benefactor, he. After that, he turned to Ju's representatives and said that he had heard that they wanted to see him. They were still standing there, holding their breath, looking at this boy, wondering if this was the student they were talking about. He looks young, but in reality he's just a child, they thought. Then the demon archer said, "If you even try to harm our benefactor, I will not stand aside, even if I have to put my name as a demon archer on the line." "Don't," he asked, but these words were enough to calm them down. Ju's representatives didn't even understand what was happening to the demon archer, because he looked as fierce as a tiger, and one word from the boy made him calm as water. He decided to be reasonable, and said that Ju's representatives were only concerned about the patient's condition, so there was no need to be angry with them. Even so, the demon archer asked for permission to stay with him at least until the discussion was over. This news, of course, did not sit well with Ju's representatives. Those who were on He's side felt calm. This also pleased He, as he had been waiting for the archer to appear, and this development was favorable for him. However, the demon archer continued to hold a grudge against Ju's representatives, and reminded them that they were only living because of his benefactor's requests. He warned them that he would not let this go unpunished and would slit their throats as soon as they left the confines of the Baek Rin infirmary. The archer became much stronger, radiating powerful energy. However, it was time to get down to business, and he asked the first question. What questions did they have for him? After a while, he explained to Ju's representatives that he could not provide any more information about the secret manuscript that he had received from his mentor. He added that his mentor's name was not known in these parts, as he came from a distant continent. However, this aroused suspicions among Ju's representatives. Why hide his identity? They persistently asked for more details. He had to think about what to say. Then he said, "Okay, my mentor's name is Hippocrates." They couldn't even pronounce the name correctly. They started whispering among themselves, discussing how strange this name was. Later, they remembered that they had heard that he had lost his memory. "Yes, it happened," he admitted. "Most of the memories are erased, but I remember my mentor in school well." He called it luck, but they began to ask if he was lying. The demon archer decided to intervene and asked the doctor if he hadn't lost his fear, since he dared to suspect the benefactor of lying about his mentor in school. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the doctors, who burst into the room filled with anxiety and addressed young Kakchu. Barely able to speak, he said the name of his master, Baek Rin Yi-sun. The doctor then explained that Baek-rin had ordered he to clean up, put on a formal suit, and go to him immediately. He didn't understand why, because he had never prepared like this for a new patient. The main thing was to cure him, not to look good. The doctor also added that Wang Ya would be here soon. Hearing this, Ju's representatives became alarmed. The demon archer was also very surprised. Even the little girl was alarmed when she heard the news. Wang Ya is the name given to the emperor's descendants who are not eligible to inherit the throne. He asked again if they were confused about the Wang Ya. The doctor confirmed that yes, the main heiress was coming to visit them. Ju's representatives objected that this was impossible, as Her Highness was a long-time guest of Huaju's hospital. But the doctor firmly stated that he was not mistaken, and he would not have the courage to risk his job because of a lie. She is definitely the main heir apparent. No one could understand how the hell this happened. He tried to analyze everything, and then he smiled, realizing that they had a VIP client. In this world, all members of the imperial family are descendants of the legendary first emperor Fu Shi. Fu Shi is an ancient deity from the time of creation. As one of the three rulers, he passed on to people the knowledge of fire, the 8 trigrams, and animal husbandry. In the human world, he had a child, and it was his descendants who became members of the imperial family. All of them share the same surname, Fun, and as descendants of the creator of the world, they are endowed with exceptional abilities. The hierarchy of the imperial family is established according to 2 categories. The first is how strong the maternal relatives are, and the second is how much of Fu Shi's blood they have inherited. The main heiress has the most outstanding talent, but she refused the title of Empress. She was given 2 abilities, the ability to control and manage the heat of objects she touches. Cases when a descendant of the imperial family has 2 abilities at the same time are very rare. Despite the fact that the main heiress had no strong maternal relatives, she, as the 8th princess, broke the army ranks and came out on top. She can be called a killing machine and a genius who defends the imperial throne. That's the kind of person she is. I just wonder why she came here. They say that the main heiress has long been a regular patient of the Huaju infirmary. It seems that the news of the Archer incident has spread like wildfire among the people. Even influential members of the imperial family became interested. Soon he finished his preparations. They hurried to the entrance. His teacher and Yuho were already waiting there. When he arrived, he could not understand what was happening. The situation was more than strange. All the staff in the infirmary were in a state of excitement. Even the teacher himself asked he to come to him quickly. Yuho's face remained as calm as ever. He realized that he needed to pull himself together and act as normal. At this point, everyone held their breath and began to look in front of them. At first, they saw endless mountains, but soon a wagon began to appear from behind the hill. He immediately realized that it was Madame Wang Ya approaching. From a distance, it looked like a carriage, but when he got closer, he could see that it was a palanquin carried by guards. They came closer and closer and were already entering the infirmary. What surprised he the most was how big the palanquin the guards were carrying was. An incredible energy radiated from each soldier. They were serious and performed their duty with devotion. Yuho said, "Wang Ya," and bowed his head down. "Long live your highness," the teacher said, also bowing his head. "Long live your highness," everyone else repeated. And they were on their knees. They repeated these words in unison. Then the screen of the royal throne opened. Wang Ya came out and said that she had no time for pleasantries. Her name was Funju Ha, and she was the main heiress. Her appearance made such a strong impression that he was amazed when he saw her. They walked forward, and one person was carried on a stretcher. Wang Ya walked in front, and behind him, the soldiers carried the patient straight to Peng. When he looked over, he noticed that someone was being carried on a stretcher. He realized it was the patient, although there had been no mention of it before. As he got closer, one of the soldiers shouted, asking who was in charge. They then asked the person in charge to come forward. Pen got up and walked toward them. In a moment, he was near a stretcher. On the stretcher was a man whose leg was bandaged and everything was smeared with blood. Pen immediately began to examine him. The man looked young, a little over 30 years old. Judging by his condition, he had a broken leg after falling from a horse and the fracture was open. Wang Ya began to appeal to the man in charge, asking him to start treatment as soon as possible. The soldiers stood outside the therapy room, waiting. Moans echoed throughout the room, filling the space with pain and tension. Wang watched his man suffer in pain. The man could not contain his suffering, screaming loudly and writhing on the bed. Wang couldn't take it anymore and asked Peng, "What's going on over there?" At that moment, Peng was carefully examining his leg, trying to figure out what to do. He said it would be difficult to restore the leg. In Murim's world, manual repair means putting the bone together like a puzzle by hand. "If it is difficult to restore, what do you suggest?" asked Wang. At that moment, he recalled this episode from the novel. When treating a fracture, as with other external injuries, it is important not to waste time. He approached Wang and asked him how long it had been since the injury. He was told that the owner had fallen off his horse about an hour ago, and asked the boy who he was. Wang explained that he was his student. What confused them the most was that he was so young. At this point, he was already analyzing the situation. If the injury happened an hour ago, it means that the fall occurred somewhere nearby. The events of the novel had changed a lot in the area of their infirmary. Since only an hour had passed, perhaps things were still not that bad. Representatives of another infirmary jumped out and said they needed to cut. Wang asked them, "Are you suggesting to amputate the leg?" Yuho ordered them to shut up, saying that they were only guests here, and this was the therapy room of the Baek-rin infirmary, and asked the doctors of the Hwaju infirmary to leave. However, they reminded him that Wang Ya had been a patient in their hospital for a long time. They said they only wanted to help the patient. Wang realized that Hwaju's doctors were suggesting that his leg should be amputated. Their suggestion was to cut off the leg. They explained that if the bone fragments remained inside, manual repair was possible but very dangerous. Therefore, to save the patient's life, the limb would have to be amputated. Everyone listened attentively to their point of view. Both the teacher and everyone present, including Van. It's not a good situation, Wang understood perfectly well. He also had the same opinion, but he couldn't believe that the doctors at Hwaju's infirmary had made such loud statements. They seemed to be willing to do anything to lure the main heiress back to their side. At this point, the patient began to raise his hand and address Wang. Wang walked closer and grabbed his hand, waiting for him to speak. "I would rather commit suicide than live with one leg for the rest of my life," the patient said. "How can you say that?" replied Wang, trying to calm him down. The patient begged him not to let him amputate his leg. He asked not to deprive him of the only joy in his life. There was no such scene in the novel. Did the plot change and everything went differently? It's more like a butterfly effect or a conspiracy, because in the original, the incident took place near Hwaju's infirmary. The main heiress then rejected the young man's sincere request and agreed to his amputation. However, for Cheong Yulan, who had been a brothel performer and member all his life, the inability to dance was equivalent to death. Even if he was despised because of his low status, he could endure such treatment because he was cherished by the main heiress. After losing his leg, Cheon Yulan refused to eat and drink, which made him weaker. And the main heiress lost all sense of conducting state affairs and stopped going out. What happened caused a fierce struggle for the emperor's seat, and unrest broke out. What to do? Perhaps there really is a conspiracy here. Peng asked He what he thought about this. After that, Peng asked He to examine the patient. He could tell by the teacher's eyes that he was also leaning toward amputation. He came closer and asked Wang for permission to examine the leg. The patient was lying there, covered in sweat from his emotions. He closed his eyes and concentrated all his efforts on trying to feel something. He began to feel every point of the patient's body. Everyone was frozen in anticipation, waiting for the verdict of what the kid would say. His eyes were closed for a while, and then, when he opened them, everyone held their breath even more at that moment. "The leg can be restored," he said, turning to them. Afterward, he was asked how he realized this. The other doctors said that they shouldn't fall for Baek-rin's tricks, who only wanted to get another achievement for himself. This was very upsetting for Joho, but he was understandable. They didn't know how to take the statement that a man who, according to them, would survive only after amputation could do without it. But he seemed to know that it was possible, and that the fact that others did not understand this was their problem. Wang asked again if the leg could really be cured. The patient was lucky. The blood arteries were not seriously damaged. He realized that his teacher probably thought the same way as he did, so he said that they were able to restore the limb with the medical techniques of their infirmary, but could not give an exact answer yet. Wang listened carefully to every word that he said. The representatives of the other hospital were hanging on his every word. After that, they started talking about some kind of bloody intrigue. Then he turned to leave, but the teacher's hand was on his shoulder. Peng asked him to leave it to him. Then he turned to the doctors and said that he was sure that there was no infirmary that would dare to fiddle with the main heiress. Wang Ya had to make the decision himself. Amputation of the patient's leg guarantees his salvation 100%. However, the patient can no longer walk, and he does not want to, so he will have to take a risk to save his life. If everything goes well, even with minor difficulties, the patient will be able to dance again. After hearing all this, Wang Ya had to make a very difficult decision. She thought for several minutes, weighing all the risks. In the end, Wang Ya accepted the sincere plea and appealed to the husband of the emperor's daughter. Despite possible criticism from the members of the Hua infirmary, he did not hesitate to treat the patient. He did so in front of his teacher. Yuho watched closely, keeping his fingers crossed that everything would work out. Pek Rin's infirmary came to life again, and preparations for the emergency surgery began. Soon all the necessary instruments were ready. First, for anesthesia, he concentrated his inner energy on his fingertips and began to pierce the energy points one by one. The gate of energy, the sea of blood, and then the crest of the mountain. Even in modern times, there are cases when wounds are anesthetized with acupuncture. However, this method of anesthesia is not suitable for an open fracture. Having carefully examined the wound, he made sure that the blood vessels were not seriously damaged. The peroneal artery was fine, which meant that the nerve endings were also in order. This could mean only one thing. The guy was incredibly lucky. Thanks to Hai, he managed to avoid amputation. The guy was amazed at how incredible the guy was, as they say. He asked him to call him by his first name, as formal addresses make him uncomfortable. But he replied that no. Even if he was called respectfully, being born of a concubine, he believed that it was the kid who should be addressed as you. At this point, he wondered what exactly the main heiress saw in him. Wang Ya couldn't help but know that marriage to an influential person would be a much more profitable political move for her. But whatever one might say, Buma was indeed endowed with good looks. However, compared to Teacher He, Buma could not compete with beauty, but he seemed to have a good character. However, he would have to work hard to continue his career as a performer. Question: what does dancing mean to Buma? His real-life image is not very different from the one described in the book. However, he still had one question: why? Why do his memories of what he read in the novel differ from his medical intuition? Standing by his bedside, he looked at his smile. It was indeed expressive, like red roses. But he found it increasingly incomprehensible. Why was this guy who had recently demanded that he heal his legs smiling so friendly now? Moreover, he was smiling at every word that he said. He seemed suspicious, thought he, as he put on a blue coat, mask, and gloves and said it was time to start washing the wound. This was only the second time he had ever performed an operation in this world. Water began to pour over his wound. However, this time he has more appropriate tools. If it turns out that the places where the blood is not in contact with the fascia and subcutaneous fat are a breeding ground for germs, they will have to be removed as thoroughly as possible. To do this, you need to work diligently, and it's time to move on to sanitation. Sanitation is the elimination of infected or dead soft tissue in the body. This is quite a tough job, and you even have to penetrate the skin. He did everything very carefully. His concentration was so high that sweat was running down his forehead. However, he had assistants who wiped the sweat off with a towel. Yuho wiped the sweat off his face. The insightful He did not even ask him to do so. And now the first stage is over. The skin has been successfully cut. At this point, he turned to his teacher. Emergency external fixation is a way of temporarily fixing a limb with the help of half pins. He showed the teacher where to attach them. The metal pins pierced the patient's leg like tofu sticks. The other doctors carefully wrote everything down on paper. For a moment, he even thought that he had been worrying for nothing, as everything was going very smoothly. However, now he needed to maintain the temporary fixation for some time and monitor the condition of the tissues, and then start the second operation. The teacher helped him very skillfully, but suddenly he noticed something and told He that the patient was moving his fingers. He replied that this sometimes happens during anesthesia. You could see in He's eyes that he was smiling, although it was not visible through the mask. But suddenly his eyes opened wide in surprise. Yuho exclaimed that his pulse was starting to increase. The patient still hadn't regained consciousness. This frightened Ji, and he looked like a characteristically frightened guy. The blades fell from his hands to the floor, and he couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the patient started breathing much faster. Then he abruptly began to move his body in different directions. His arms were clenching and then relaxing. Juho exclaimed that the patient was having convulsions. Uncertainty and anxiety were reflected in the eyes of he and his teacher. The patient's body began to bounce on the bed. The convulsions were getting stronger. Juho tried to hold him with his hands. He grabbed the patient's shoulder and pressed him to the bed. "What the hell happened to him?" asked Juho. For a moment, he seemed to be in another world watching this. However, no idea of what had happened occurred to him. The patient's body seemed to be enveloped in black energy that could be seen even with the naked eye. Strange shadows began to envelop his body. One thing was clear, he had to act very carefully. Behind Juho's back, the shadow began to move. The other doctors who did not participate in the operation were very frightened. What kind of equipment is that? It can't possibly be Jongpa's, he thought. Juho turned his head and turned to the owner. The boy ran over and asked him what he wanted. However, he himself could not understand whether this was a complication, because this should not happen with acute respiratory compression syndrome. Perhaps an acute pulmonary embolism or fat blockage had begun. But even in this case, there should not have been such a reaction. Was there a problem with his heart? He noticed that the patient's limbs were trembling, like a person with epilepsy. But why was he unconscious? The teacher's hand fell on He's shoulder and he asked him to stay calm. The teacher then explained that it was similar to the Murim disease, and perhaps he did not know about it because his knowledge was out of this world. The teacher began to examine the patient himself. Putting his hand to the patient's mouth, the teacher's energy began to circle around them. He closed his eyes to feel what was happening to the patient. Juho was ready to help at any moment. He looked at the tip of the needle the teacher was holding and how the light glinted off its sharp end. The needle was very long and sharp, and the teacher swung it. There was only confidence in his eyes. The needle began to fly quickly straight into the patient's body. For a moment, everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Juho closed his eyes, not wanting to see what would happen. He saw the needle plunge into the patient's body. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth and began to fly around. After that, the teacher turned to He and told him to cut immediately. Cut the stomach, otherwise the blood would clog the energy channels and the patient would drown in it. Without hesitation, he rushed to get the necessary tools. After cutting a circle on his stomach, he noticed a strange thing that looked like a purple-colored snake crawling inside. It was a parasite, and it was hard to believe that it could reach such a size. The parasite's mouth sucked on the stomach. The teacher just spoke to Juho, and he immediately understood everything, even without words. The needle had already cut through the air, flying straight towards the parasite. A moment later, it plunged into its purple body. The parasite finally unhooked itself from the stomach and showed its many teeth, which were very numerous. The boys skillfully dealt with it. Then the teacher grabbed the parasite with his hand and pulled it out. Its length was impressive and surprised everyone present. He looked at it and could only think, "Mother of God!" Juho had already taken out a jar to hide the creature inside. The parasite wriggled and spun very fast. It was difficult to control it, but the teacher acted very clearly. The teacher's glove flew right into the jar, dragging the parasite with it. "Now!" the teacher said, and Juho began to quickly screw the lid on the jar. The speed with which he did this made the sounds of metal on glass as he screwed the jar on. In a moment, the parasite was inside, and finally everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. A note of calm passed through their bodies. Even the steam came out of the teacher's mouth as he exhaled. The other doctors broke out in a sweat of bewilderment and fear. He looked through the glass at the parasite that was sealed in the jar. Everything happened so fast that the patient's clothes were completely crumpled. The seizures stopped abruptly, but one more important thing had to be done. The wound had to be stitched up. He began to pull the clothes away to prepare a place for stitching. The teacher explained to He that this creature was called a stomach worm. The patient had not taken the prescribed medicine for 10 or 20 days, which caused the parasite to develop rapidly in the body. "Is it similar to the bloodworms used by the demon school?" asked He. And the teacher replied that it was even worse. "They are used in some parts of Halmoon to appoint spies." Now he was thinking about telling Wang Ya about what had happened. It is true that if they hide the truth, they will commit a terrible sin. It is better not to interfere in the affairs of the imperial family. It's hard to imagine how things would have turned out if they hadn't found out, but now the truth has been revealed. And even the teacher is not sure what will happen to them. Hai said that after recovery, a second surgery will be required. This is necessary because the damaged tissues need time to regenerate. If left as it is, there is a high probability of complications. Since the patient practices martial arts, it is impossible to accurately predict the speed of soft tissue recovery. If the regeneration goes quickly, then after removing the temporary supporting rods, it will be possible to save not only the patient's life, but also his limb by performing the main operation. Juho listened to He's words and agreed with him. So did the teacher, but he was not sure if Wang Ya would agree. As the saying goes, you never know. The military was still standing outside the door. It was the same door behind which Wang Ya was sitting. Peng went to him and bowed. She was waiting to be told what had happened to her boyfriend. The teacher did not know where to start, but he had to speak clearly and to the point. At this time, he did not leave the patient's side. He kept asking himself questions. Why was the novel written in this way? All the stories revolved around the characters, and the details he knew about the heiress princess were described only from her point of view. However, the book did not lie, and certain assumptions began to come to his mind. What if everything had been planned from the beginning? Namely, Zhong Yulan is a Halmoon spy whose goal was to become the lover of one of the princesses, who happened to be the main heiress, Funjuha. This scenario seems very likely. The protagonist began to realize that representing Halmoon, its members expand their influence through drinking establishments, fulfilling many illegal orders, the highest paying of which is the sale of information. The time when the heiress was called Funjuha belongs to the moments of a fierce struggle for the throne. If Halmoon had wanted to order Cheong Yulan to infiltrate the imperial family as a brothel worker to obtain information, he would have done so. However, Cheong Yulan did something different. He refused. The novel said that Cheong Yulan was even ready to face death. But suddenly he was afraid not of death at the hands of the angry Wang Ya, but of Hao Mun. The teacher he was waiting for came into the room. He wanted to know something else from him. All the stomach worms that live in Kanhyo differ in function and shape, but they have some common features. All stomach worms grow in the larval stage by absorbing the internal energy of their host. Since worms are formed by the same internal energy as their host, it is not an easy task to recognize them by measuring their pulse. And even if it is possible, the analysis still won't show that the parasite is a stomach worm. It is clear that otherwise, all the Magyo spies in Jeonpyeong and Safa would have been exposed long ago. Looking closely at the color and size of the worm, it became clear that it had been in the body for quite some time. Even the teacher suggested that it could be from childhood. The teacher said that it was good that this worm was not as destructive and did not cause as much pain as the Maggie worm. However, if a certain medicine is not taken on time, the parasite causes anorexia in the host. Hearing the word anorexia, he remembered that the novel said that Chong Yulan died of starvation. This happened when he was in bitter sadness because he could no longer dance. Another piece of the puzzle fell into place. He realized a lot and his suspicions began to form a single picture. But at that moment, he turned his head, hearing a groan. Baum was awake, and the first thing he asked was, "Did the operation go well?" Of course, the fact that he was awake made he happy. He came closer and asked Baum not to move. Then he explained to him that they had found a parasitic worm, which was why they had to open his abdomen. Baum felt it on his body and started to lift his shirt. He asked him if he was okay. Baum thought, "Have I been exposed?" Suddenly his eyes met his. What the hell is he going to do? Thought he. Was Baum going to bite his tongue out and kill himself? But he wouldn't get away with it because he was ready to make him calm down. He punched him so hard in the body that Baum's eyes opened wide. The blow was so powerful that blood spurted from Baum's mouth. All Murimans are the same, like a copycat. As soon as something goes wrong, it's suicide, thought he. Do they really see their lives as a joke? But he acted clearly. He grabbed Baum's tongue and pulled it out. He immediately wrapped a cloth around it so that he could not bite his mouth. He then tried to calm him down, asking him not to do anything stupid. He also said that he was on his side. This made Baum calm down for a second. But unfortunately, it only lasted a minute. His hands suddenly grabbed He's body. If he had been brainwashed with spy stories since childhood instead of regular education, it would be difficult for him to trust a person. It was good that after the operation he had no strength left. And it seemed as if there were more and more opportunities to go to his ancestors. To save him, he worked for 10 hours without eating or drinking, performing the surgery to install bayonets for temporary fixation. A real work of art. And now this guy decided to destroy everything and commit suicide. The attempts to save his life almost cost he his own, so he will not let him bite his tongue out so easily. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth and began to fly around. After that, the teacher turned to he and told him to cut immediately. Cut the stomach, otherwise the blood would clog the energy channels and the patient would drown in it. Without hesitation, he rushed to get the necessary tools. After cutting a circle on his stomach, he noticed a strange thing that looked like a purple-colored snake crawling inside. It was a parasite, and it was hard to believe that it could reach such a size. The parasite's mouth sucked on the stomach. The teacher just spoke to Juho, and he immediately understood everything, even without words. The needle had already cut through the air, flying straight towards the parasite. A moment later, it plunged into its purple body. The parasite finally unhooked itself from the stomach and showed its many teeth, which were very numerous. The boys skillfully dealt with it. Then the teacher grabbed the parasite with his hand and pulled it out. Its length was impressive and surprised everyone present. He looked at it and could only think, "Mother of God!" Juho had already taken out a jar to hide the creature inside. The parasite wriggled and spun very fast. It was difficult to control it, but the teacher acted very clearly. The teacher's glove flew right into the jar, dragging the parasite with it. "Now!" the teacher said, and Juho began to quickly screw the lid on the jar. The speed with which he did this made the sounds of metal on glass as he screwed the jar on. In a moment, the parasite was inside, and finally everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. A note of calm passed through their bodies. Even the steam came out of the teacher's mouth as he exhaled. The other doctors broke out in a sweat of bewilderment and fear. He looked through the glass at the parasite that was sealed in the jar. Everything happened so fast that the patient's clothes were completely crumpled. The seizures stopped abruptly, but one more important thing had to be done. The wound had to be stitched up. He began to pull the clothes away to prepare a place for stitching. The teacher explained to he that this creature was called a stomach worm. The patient had not taken the prescribed medicine for 10 or 20 days, which caused the parasite to develop rapidly in the body. "Is it similar to the bloodworms used by the demon school?" asked he. And the teacher replied that it was even worse. They are used in some parts of Haomun to appoint spies. Now he was thinking about telling Wang Ya about what had happened. It is true that if they hide the truth, they will commit a terrible sin. It is better not to interfere in the affairs of the imperial family. It's hard to imagine how things would have turned out if they hadn't found out, but now the truth has been revealed. and even the teacher is not sure what will happen to them. Hai said that after recovery, a second surgery will be required. This is necessary because the damaged tissues need time to regenerate. If left as it is, there is a high probability of complications. Since the patient practices martial arts, it is impossible to accurately predict the speed of soft tissue recovery. If the regeneration goes quickly, then after removing the temporary supporting rods, it will be possible to save not only the patient's life, but also his limb by performing the main operation. Juho listened to He's words and agreed with him. So did the teacher, but he was not sure if Wang Ya would agree. As the saying goes, you never know. The military was still standing outside the door. It was the same door behind which Wang Ya was sitting. Peng went to him and bowed. She was waiting to be told what had happened to her boyfriend. The teacher did not know where to start, but he had to speak clearly and to the point. At this time, he did not leave the patient's side. He kept asking himself questions. Why was the novel written in this way? All the stories revolved around the characters, and the details he knew about the heiress princess were described only from her point of view. However, the book did not lie, and certain assumptions began to come to his mind. What if everything had been planned from the beginning? Namely, Zhong Yulan is a Haomun spy whose goal was to become the lover of one of the princesses, who happened to be the main heiress, Fun Juha. This scenario seems very likely. The protagonist began to realize that representing Haomun, its members expand their influence through drinking establishments, fulfilling many illegal orders, the highest paying of which is the sale of information. The time when the heiress was called Fun Juha belongs to the moments of a fierce struggle for the throne. If Haomun had wanted to order Cheong Yulan to infiltrate the imperial family,